Bonjour tout le monde! Welcome to the Fortnite Global Championships 2025. We have 33 of the world's best trios backstage waiting to compete for the ultimate prize in Fortnite, the Axe of Champions. But they'll be doing it in front of a waiting world, and they'll be doing it in front of these watching eyes here in Lyon, France. And not just eyes, but incredibly loud voices. Lyon, faites du bruit!
Hi Frankie, hi Fortnite fans, so good to see you there. Bonjour à tous, bienvenue à Lyon, bienvenue en France! What a pleasure, quel plaisir, quel kiff de voir ce stade rempli aujourd'hui. Vous avez rempli l'aréna de Lyon! Et vous l'avez vu, pour ce Fortnite Global Championship, I will be with Frankie. Make some noise for Frankie!
Coucou Lyon! Ça va ou quoi? This crowd, I have to say, is my favorite in the whole world, Benji.
This is what we call the French atmosphere.
We had to come to France with the Fortnite Global Championships. And right now, actually, I have to introduce what our players will be competing for. It's not just a generous prize pool. It is not just the Axe of Champions and legendary status. It's also this incredible silverware created by Thomas Light. You might remember they created the trophy back at the FNCS Pro-Am in Los Angeles back in May, and now they have truly exceeded themselves.
Exactly, big shout out, énorme bravo à Thomas Light pour la confection, la réalisation de ce trophée. Il est magnifique, c'est lui déjà, Thomas Light, qui avait réalisé, Frankie en parlait, le trophée du FNCS Pro-Am il y a quelques mois aux États-Unis, et il a remis ça, Thomas Light, aujourd'hui pour ce Fortnite Global Championship. This is the trophy, and it's absolutely wonderful. The question now, the only question now is, who's gonna win this trophy, Frank?
That's a question that will be decided tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Right now, though, we should try and find out a bit more about some of those teams. So, on y va, let's head to the desk.
Thank you so much, Frankie and Benji. Fortnite fam, welcome to the Fortnite Global Championship. This is what it's all about. We fought all year long across several majors to find the very best trios in the world. Now, we launch from one battle bus over 2 days, 6 games today, 6 tomorrow, and only one trio will walk away global champions. What's going on, everybody? My name's Zeke, joining us here on the analyst desk. You know him, you love him. It's Vivid, it's 11-2K. My friends, here we are once again, the Global Championship.
Wow, Zeke, 11, Fortnite fan. We've been talking about this all year, sometimes setting aside the importance of winning a major to talk about the qualification spots to show up to this event right here. This is what every single competitive player wants to play at. This is what they dream about.
Boys, it doesn't get better than this. I mean, this is everything we live for in the Fortnite community, the best weekend of the year. And I mean, look, I've spoken to the players. They're ready for this. This is a new atmosphere. You think you've played at a LAN before and experienced that pressure. This is something completely different.
That's right. If you are joining us here in the venue and you can hear us, don't worry. We're going to start things off. We'll be hearing it from us for now. But then we'll actually have some very talented French commentators who will be kind of talking you through the action. If you guys are watching from home, don't worry. You won't notice the difference. But in venue, we're going French, and it's going to be awesome. Now, what are we here playing for? Obviously, we took a little bit look at the trophy there with Frankie, but there's quite a bit of prize money on the line as well. $450,000 for the trio that comes in first place. I mean, you know, 12 games of Fortnite, $450K, seems pretty good to me.
Not too bad. There's not only going to be one trio, of course, walking away with a lot of money. There's actually going to be a lot of trios walking away with a lot of money this weekend. Big prize pool, a lot of money on the line. Levin, we set aside the money a lot. We got to talk about the prestige that comes with an event like this.
Of course we want the money, right? But you know, if you're a money man like my guy Vivid over here, maybe the money ain't too big of a deal. But what is a big deal is that trophy. I mean, it is a beauty. Big shout out to Thomas Light, man, for hooking this one up, because this is something that every player on this stage will want to get their hands on.
That's right, and you know, taking a trophy home, you know, saying, hey, I'm a global championship, load up stream. Oh, what's that in the background? My trophy? Not a big deal. We can't also forget a brand new Axe of Champions 3.0.
Yep.
I would like to be the first person to take hold of that, right? So much on the line, but of course, as I mentioned before, some of the best trios in the world are all competing on this stage. Let's take a look at our lobby list. Let's start to get a picture of what we're going to be seeing happen here. Obviously, it's been fun all year long, right? We've been NNA and EU kind of separate, but now under a single battle bus. It's about to get chaotic.
Yeah, absolutely stacked. Of course, a lot of people are going to look towards the names. I'm looking towards the regions. Of course, the global championship, 7 regions represented very, very well.
I mean, look at how much talent here is on this screen. You got some of the best IGLs of all time. You got some of the best fraggers of all time. You got a couple of icons on that page as well. I mean, there is so much talent playing in this lobby this weekend.
I am just, you know, when you take a look at that list, it is insane to think about these players and just think about how stacked it already is, right? Like how many trios didn't make it here, right? This year in particular was unbelievably fierce. But now we have to kind of question, okay, wherever region we're at, we're kind of going in and we're thinking, bro, it's not just my region I'm going against, it's 6 other regions I got to be constantly thinking about, well, what would they do? What is their strategy?
Yeah, exactly, Zeke. That's the beauty of a global championship. We're taking play styles from 99 different players, 7 different regions, throwing them into one lobby. The clash is always so amazing to watch, just from the early game all the way to the end game.
And boys, we get to watch it together. I mean, it's gonna be a good time today.
It is so exciting. Of course, it's not just us hanging out talking about Fortnite with you guys. We also have Mini Miner and Kelly Link. Let's toss it over to them to get their thoughts.
Thank you so much. Zeke Kelly here, joined by Mini Miner, and we are currently in the player lounge where the players just behind the camera are getting ready. We can see them all grouped up, strategizing, getting ready to get in the game. And I know we're ready, and I know you guys are ready, but as you can see, we have a little bit of time, and we wanted to break down what's going on around the map.
Yeah, now we want to take a look firstly at the northwest side of the map. Lots of talk about Queasy's team in particular landing up here to the north side of the map at the Hive. This is a really great drop spot for them. A lot of talk about, on paper, this team looked like a team that could win this global championships. And one of the main reasons for that is, of course, they have that spire right in the center of the POI. They can build up on that, and what they've been doing a lot of is building up on top of that, getting some tags on some of the teams around. And if we throw at the teams that are around, there are so many names around here that they can look for tags on. Of course, we have the teams down to the south, but Kelly, these are some big names around them.
I mean, let me say, with this spire, being able to build up your surge tower there, you know that in this season, a lot of people are crash padding on, but having that natural height on top of building it is giving them a bunch of protection, and they need that protection because look who is landing around them. You got Muzz to the northwest, Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap, who have been absolutely impressing everyone during the Div Cups just to the north of them. Of course, we can't forget about Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs. We have Kanata, Rapid Bolts, King, Phaser, PHZ, and then of course, if you guys have been watching the 1v1s over the last few days, Arc has been on an absolute tear. So to have those names around you, it's probably good to have a little bit of protection.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of good early surge opportunities for these guys as well. But the one downside to this drop spot, I guess you're looking at this, really good surge, loads of loot in that drop spot. The one downside that they're having is the lack of metal at this drop. So they don't have absolutely loads, and they do solve that in 2 different ways. There is a bunker just about here. And of course, because this is a drop spot where they get that queen, they can access that bunker whenever they like, whether that be at the beginning or, of course, maybe they want to rotate in there late, refarm some of that metal as well. And what they can also do, as you mentioned right there, Muzz is up there, they can rotate all the way up to here and refarm some of the metal at the resistance base to the north. And then, of course, it's a really nice position for them there as well.
Yeah, even if zone pulls to the southeast, they still have so many static launch pads there, not having to worry about wasting their mobility flexibility in the middle and late game so they can go over there to the northwest, get that battle, like you said, and then rotate anywhere they need to. But speaking of rotating, we need to rotate to the now southwest side of the map because we have another big name landing over there. And of course, it is Vico, Vino, and Flixie. This has been a team that has been on everyone's eyes essentially since they formed up earlier this year. But what we thought was going to be an uncontested drop over in Canyons is no longer the case.
Yeah, Coyota's team has decided to show up. This is quite a recent development as well coming into this global championship. So huge changes for Vico, Vino, and Flixie. It's going to throw a whole new spanner in the works of their drop spot, Kelly.
Yeah, and it's going to kind of throw a little bit of an issues for the teams that are landing around them as well. Obviously, Vico, Vino, Flixie going to be looking for some potential tags. They can either get that from Mix's team to the southwest, but of course, you have teams landing over here, like FKS is going to be landing right there on the mountainside, and then just south of them, we have our OCE team.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big questions here about Alex Anon and Resigns because, of course, there's so many questions about how they're actually going to go about and get their Storm Surge tags. They're an OCE team, not typically too strong on the Storm Surge, right? They haven't necessarily got those strategies clearly at the beginning, but what I'm excited to see what these guys do. Maybe they could try and go for this mountain position right there. You can sort of see it rotating up, so they're trying to get those tags. Maybe, of course, we could see Vico and Flixie, if they do win off spawn right here, maybe they'll make their way over to this hill, because remember, it's such a power position, Kelly. Not only do you have that elevation, you also have those launch pads as well, which can take you right into the center of the map.
But you know who loves that power position as well? Well, it would be the team landing over in Demon's Debris. You might have heard of them. That is Acorn, Agers, and Pollo, a team that has been on everyone's top 5, top 3, if not even winning the whole thing. And I know we got some Gentle Mates fans in the audience right now that are all cheering for another Pollo win, back-to-back champion. Is it possible? Landing over in Demon's Debris, it is quite possible indeed.
Yeah, it is. And as we take a look at the rest of the map, there is, of course, a sort of trend in the medallions, right? Of course, we know there's a few medallions on the map. Typically, what we've known as, of course, we have it at the Hive, we have it at Ranger's Ruin as well, and we also have one over here in this sort of area right here at Demon's Debris. Now, this was how things were actually looking at the very beginning, right? Now we've seen a big change. We've seen a big change to where now that medallion and, of course, that queen that spawned at Demon's Debris now has a 50-50 chance at spawning at Dystopia City as well. Some big names landing there. Could we see a little bit of a contest there?
Well, you're talking about changes. We got to talk about one of the biggest drop spot changes I think a lot of people are talking about is, of course, Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, moving spots, landing over in Dystopia, getting triple contested. I think there was a possibility of them thinking they were going to ego some players out. But if you've been watching some of the off-spawn fights recently, I don't know if that's going to be the case. However, if there's anything you can expect from Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual is that they're unpredictable.
Exactly. Remember those queens that these guys are fighting over, of course, in this sort of area up there as well. The teams that are actually going for these, they're so beneficial, right? Because you can get all of that hero ranking so early, have access to the bunkers like I mentioned earlier, and even those drop pods that come in, they can get you the crash pads that you mentioned earlier that are so beneficial. The big question for me is if a team does decide to maybe need that later on down the line, of course they know when the queen's going to be at the drop spot when they're on the battle bus, right? So could we see a little bit of a change in drop spots maybe for Pollo's team? Will we see maybe Peterbot, Cold, Ritual do what they did in Major number 3 and go on down there?
There is so much that can possibly happen, Mini Minor, but obviously only time will tell, and I know that I am ready to get into the games, and I bet the desk is as well.
Thank you so much, Mini Minor and Kelly. We'll see more of them in a little bit, but we need to deep dive onto more of what they're kind of talking about. Obviously, getting to see just those 2 quadrants of the map, it's got me so hyped, right? Actually seeing names on the POIs, the map itself, it's got me so hyped. Why don't we kick things off with EU, right? We got Fred Oxy going up against Tayson. Now, Levin, you've been close to this, right? You've been watching this all year long, but now we're taking this fight to a global stage.
As an EU fan, seeing 2 top teams contesting each other, it hurts me a little bit. It does.
Yeah.
And seeing 2 teams who, again, have shown a propensity to be incredibly good off spawn. We've seen this fight take place a couple times in the Div Cups. In the first one, I think a lot of people expecting things to go Fredoxy's way, Vivid, right? Fredoxy has a reputation as being a top off-spawn player. And then Tayson, he came through with his trio, Harissa and Chicho. They said, nah. They beat those guys badly. They ran it back again in the Div 3, in Div 1 week 3. It went a different way. Fredoxy team came back and showed the off-spawn prowess that we know they have. And so right now, it sits sort of evenly. I think a lot of people are almost not knowing which way it's going to go here on the stage today.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what makes it so scary, right? We don't know what to expect. I can tell you one thing that's almost a guarantee, though. Whatever team ended up winning off spawn in those Div Cups, only 5 out of the 11 times that they actually ended up fighting, they had 3 players alive. So it's pretty much this 50% chance that one of your teammates is going to go down if you end up fighting off spawn, which of course players we know that they are. And I feel like that could stall, or definitely will stall their early game. Maybe will also be like this beacon for other teams around the area to kind of come and be like, well, maybe we should go third party this.
I mean, it's possible.
Interesting. So obviously, I like you guys to kind of bring this down. I kind of want to take this to the fact that obviously this is a global championship stage, but this crowd kind of takes things to another level, right? Yeah. So I'm kind of curious to get your guys' thoughts on how this could impact the trio. Do we see maybe those nerves maybe being a little more than usual?
Look, when you look at both teams have two what you call maybe star fragging players, right? You look at Haris along the Balkan side, you look at Chino, right? The young Dane who's come in and you know he's a top fighter. Both of those players haven't played on a stage like this, right? They don't have the experience. Coming into a land like this, having that expectation that you're going to come through and just beat everyone in fights, that's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, it definitely is. I can tell you from personal experience and kind of showing up to in-person events like this, it took me, I think, like 3 times of doing it before I felt like I had no nerves kind of going into one. So that's why we always talk about experience, right? It really does matter when it comes down to these types of events.
I like to hear it, but I also want to hear from these players right now. Frankie and Benji are standing by. Let's hear them.
Hello guys, yes we are, because we've got to talk about Rangers Ruin and this epic Osborne battle that's about to happen. In the last Divisional Cup, you actually came out on top, Fridoxo. Not really like the first Divisional Cup, where you kept losing, so what did you change to start winning?
No, we just used some time on Osborne prac and came more confident.
Do you think that Tyson hasn't been practicing?
No, I've seen them practice a lot here. Yeah.
It's just a skill difference.
Yes.
En gros, les deux équipes ont un niveau de jeu différent. Ils se sont tous les deux entraînés très longtemps sur ce spawn, mais Fred et Xi pensent que c'est eux qui ont l'avantage, évidemment. Tyson, you land at Rangers Ruin against Fridox's trio. Who's gonna win this contest and why?
I think we're gonna win. I just think we're a better Ospan team and individually we're better.
Pour faire simple, l'équipe est meilleure et même individuellement, il n'a pas peur, il se sent en confiance. C'est le trio de Tyson, visiblement, qui est favori.
My jaw has hit the floor because if you look at the statistics going back to Major 3, you were one of the highest damage dealers in the lobby. Do you think he's just a bit scared of you?
I mean, we'll see on stage.
But this is your first time on stage. Do you have any nerves about that? Do you anticipate it feeling different?
No, not about Osborne. We're confident.
But not confident about the rest of the game, just off spawn?
I mean, we'll freestyle. We'll see what we do.
To be fair, if anyone can freestyle, it's Fridoxy.
Ouais, elle a bien fait de le souligner, c'est la première fois que le trio de Fridoxy monte sur scène, c'est son premier gros event, mais il est quand même en confiance, il n'a pas peur de la pression, il va boire la pression comme on dit. Tyson, you won 5 FNCS titles, it's the Europe record. Do you think this experience can be an advantage for you and your trio during the games?
I think so, yeah, but I don't really think we have a chance to win this time, just being contested, but I'll just give it to other players this time.
Il pense qu'il peut encore le faire, il peut aller chercher une 6e victoire, mais il a dit ce contest il va être très relevé. On verra, ça promet, ça va être un très très beau contest.
He said he's going to give the victory to other players. Is he going to give it to you, Fridoxy?
I mean, when you're contested, I think it's like you need a 10-2, 11-1 to win when you have like so many teams trading Surge, being like consistent. So yeah, I understand him.
One more question for you. Is there anything you would like to say to Tyson on the record before you land at Rangers Ruin?
Just good luck. Good luck.
And Tyson?
Same.
Good luck, guys. Thank you, man.
Ending on such a lovely, sweet note here backstage, but I imagine it's not going to be quite so sweet once we board the battle bus, Zeke.
You know, they're trying to keep calm, cool, and collected right now, Frankie. I can definitely tell there's a bit of a different atmosphere, right? That once again, this crowd is probably the best crowd we have ever had. And I think even people with coming in with experience, the moment M8 starts going crazy, kind of changes things.
Hey, listen, I feel like we've got a lot of experience up here on the desk at this point, and it's definitely it's going to take a little bit of time for us to kind of adapt to the noise as well.
100%. It's funny though, I feel like both players are almost just like completely focused on the off-spawn, and it's just like the rest of the game after that, whatever, man. Like, let's just try and win off-spawn has been the focus. I think both players, again, will be under immense pressure, but we'll see who can do with it the best.
I like that. Let's keep this conversation going. There's more contestations happening. Let's take it on over to Vico versus Coyota. This is an interesting one. This kind of all kicked off with some social media exchanges, and now here we are at a global stage contesting each other on maybe not the stage we should be doing this, but it's happening.
I mean, yeah, look how incredible of a year both of these trios had. I mean, first, sixth, and second for Vico's trio there. Koyota also putting on an incredible year, especially that Major 3 performance. And this hurts me so much because if you take a look at global championships on a greater scale, right, go all the way back to 2022, you count in 23, 24, and everything like that, there's only been 3 instances of a smaller region team actually placing in the top 10. So much so, actually, that last year at Globals, there were none in the top 10. So to see such a good team like Koyota's trio have to go up against such a titan of a trio off spawn, it hurts.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it was just last year when Koyota really announced himself to the global world as being a top Fortnite player. Like you say, it hurts to see him having to go off spawn against such a veteran, experienced team. We talk about the way off spawns can go all day long. Ultimately speaking, Vico Veno Flixi will just have had infinitely better off-spawn practice than what Koyota, Rise, and Yuma have been able to have access to, right? These guys get to practice off-spawn against the best of the best EU and NA teams all the time. You know, the Asian teams, it's a lot harder for them to get that same level of practice with it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Also, you know, we were blessed last night, right? Me, Levin, all the crew kind of sitting there out in the lobby at the hotel. Vico kind of comes by. Confidence is like the only word I feel like I need to say. Like, Vico just feels so confident kind of going into this all-spawn play, but me not so much, because this feels like an extreme 50-50. Like, is that going to be replicable?
I mean, we'll have to see. The one thing I'd say maybe that goes against Vico, Veno, Flixi is that, you know, in the case especially of, you know, Veno and Vico, very emotional players, right? Yeah. There's a scenario where maybe, you know, they're going in super confident. If those first couple games don't go their way, trouble might be ashore. So we have to see how these guys start and whether or not the Asian team, Koyota's trio, decide to even want to stay there, right? You know, initially they weren't even going to be landing at this spot. We thought maybe they were going to be landing further up north, contesting Mr. Savage's trio. So there's a good chance these guys maybe get rocked a couple games and say, you know what, guys, we'll take a step back, you know, you're good. But who knows really at this point?
Yeah, I mean, to kind of, you know, further elaborate on what we kind of talked about, yeah, Vico's saying, hey, look, I put a lot of practice in. There was a lot of things he kind of kept going, you know, talking about in the practice putting in. We're all sitting there going, wow, like, you really have thought this through. I almost wonder, though, right? Like, this is a show day. You could put a lot of practice on, but when you show up on the day, anything can happen. So I almost wonder if things were to go not in Vico's favor, what happens? You talk about being an emotional player. Maybe they continue to get rocked off spawn. Maybe he has to come back for day 2. I don't know.
I mean, even like talking to the coach of Koyota's trio, but I was kind of like, hey, listen, like, what's the game plan for all 12 games? Of course, you know, we know that you're going to start landing there, but if things start to go bad, and you know, basically he was like, hey, listen, man, they do not like to be disrespected, and I think they're going to take it to them all 12 games.
Oh, wow.
Man, oh, man. Well, guess what? Frankie, Benji are standing by with them right now. Let's hear from the players.
We are. I can't wait for this Canyon Crossing clash. Koyota, what was your coach Sven's reaction when you said you wanted to now land at Canyon Crossing?
スペンコーチにカニョンに降下すると教えたらどのようなリアクションをしましたか？
まあ自分たちの判断に任せるように、後悔のないように自分たちの判断に任せるっていうことを言われました。
So he just said here he's gonna leave the decision to us, like he's gonna just, you know, let us do whatever we think it's the best for us.
And Sven has taught you a lot because 8 victory royales in Major 3 in Asia. What is the thing that he has taught you that has strengthened your game?
スペンコーチはたくさんのことを教えたと思うんですね。スペンコーチになってから、大会で12試合の中で8回、勝利できましたけれども、特にどんなことを教えましたか？どんな影響を与えましたか？
なんかもう立ち回りの安定感とか、コミュニケーションの部分もそうですし、なんかそういうことをも教えられて、なんかより安定したかなって前より、思います。
So he taught us how to move more safely, how to behave more safely in the game, but also a lot about communication inside the team. So I think those are the 2 most important things he taught us.
Vico, what do you think about this contest versus Koyota's trio? Honestly, did you expect it or not at all?
I mean, we knew the whole season we were going to be contested. The first cup where they landed like Canyon Crossing, we already knew we were going to be conned. But at the end of the day, I don't really care about it. They can do whatever they want, right? It's a game, so if they decide to land on us, then I'll just teach them not to do it again.
Pour faire simple, ils font ce qu'ils veulent. Le spawn n'appartient à personne, ils peuvent venir. Mais ce qu'il dit concrètement, c'est que qu'ils viennent, pas de problème, ils seront très bien reçus.
With the aggression that you brought to the Asian region, do you think you can replicate that here at the Global Championships?
なんかアジア地域で本当にアグレッシブなスタイルを見せたんですけれども、この世界大会でも同じスタイルができると思いますか？
まあ、できるだけ自分たちを信じて、まあ、今まで通りやる予定です。
So we want to keep it up. We want to play it like we want to believe in ourselves and just keep up doing what we've been doing so far.
But if you do start to lose off spawn against Vico's trio, would you consider moving to a different area of the map?
なんか序盤でビコ選手たちとまあ、何回も負けたら他のところに移動する予定がありますか？
ない。
No, I don't think I have to translate that.
Vico, last year you finished 4th at the 2024 Globals. What's the objective? What's the plan for this 2025 edition? Maybe top 5, top 4, maybe more?
I mean, the plan was to get first to win this, but now that we're conned, I think we can still top 3. You know, if we do good, we prepared a lot for this, so I think we can still top 3, maybe even win if we do good. So.
Pour faire simple, ils se sont préparés au mieux. Évidemment, hein, s'il peut aller chercher la victoire, le titre, ils le feront. En tout cas, ils visent au minimum le top 3. On aura des clients très, très sérieux dans cette finale.
Finally, Koyota, is there anything you would like to say to Vico?
ビコ選手に向け何かメッセージ一言がありますか？
Good luck.
Good luck.
And you, have you got a word for Koyota?
Good luck. Hope you prepared well.
C'est que de l'amour pour l'instant. Rendez-vous maintenant sur la map.
Bonne chance. À le deux.
Man, Vico just trying to farm that aura, and he is successful. But also, I gotta say, I love Koyota. He just seems so wholesome and I love to, hey, you know, would you leave? Nah. I love to see
No
that.
translation needed.
Yeah, dude, the fact that we're gonna see these two trios go head to head is so crazy. And again, there's just like one of the many things happening across the map, but like hearing them now, dude, I'm super excited for it.
Like, I'm excited, Zeke, but at the same time, my heart's broken a bit, man. Because, you know, all three of us, we always get called out for our biases, right? They always say I'm EU biased. They always say you guys are NA biased. And I tried to show some of the other regions love. And when I look at some of the other regions, Koyota, Horizon, Yuma are a team from Asia that I really want to be able to champion these guys and be like, look, these guys can hang with the best of the best. But if they're competing all 12 games off spawn against one of the best EU teams in the world, they leave me no choice but to sit here and just have to look the other way, man. I mean, it's going to be fun. It's going to be entertaining. I wish we could see both these teams uncontested, though.
Yeah, I mean, I love that point, right? Because a lot of people kind of coin Koyota as like the Asian peanut butter. Sometimes people will even say, hey, peanut butter's like the NA Koyota, right? Kind of goes back and forth right there. That's how good individually Koyota has shown himself to be. But, you know, we got to go ahead and respect the confidence on the other side of things as well. Vico basically saying, hey, listen, we were planning on winning it. We know how detrimental, you know, fighting off spawn is, and Vico went ahead and said, hey, listen, we don't really feel like we can win it, but we still feel like we can get top 3. I feel like that is an incredible goal in its own self, right?
You know, absolutely. That would be one of the best performances we've seen from a team ever, right? You know, it would be mental. And I think the reason why a lot of these guys are like, I'm convinced I'm not going to win, it comes from a respect for the lobby. Right?
Yeah.
When you look at some of the other teams in this lobby from some of the other regions, a lot of these guys look at them with so much respect and go, I'm contested 12 out of 12 games. If those guys are uncontested, it's going to be hard keeping up with them.
I like that respect. Again, I just love looking at this through the lens of a global championship stage. I agree, though. I don't want to see these guys fight. I want to see both these trios make it to endgame and kind of see, okay, what do they have prepared for us? But now this could go back and forth, you know. I'm scared, I'm excited, but that's what Globals is, right? Yes. At the end of the day, we're going to be fighting it out, and there can only be one trio that walks away as global champions. Now, of course, you kind of heard a little bit from us. Why don't we hear a little bit from this crowd? Frankie, Benji, over to you.
Thank you, guys. We do need to test the loyalty of the audience here in Lyon, because we've just discussed the epic off-spawn battles we're about to witness, and we need to see who the crowd is siding with.
Exactly. Tyson versus Fredoxy. Fredoxy versus Tyson. Selon vous, ce contest, qui parie sur Tyson?
Vous en pensez quoi, Leon? Fredoxy!
Ooh.
I think Fredoxy might have the edge here, Benji.
Yeah, I think too. Vous l'avez vu, il y a eu un deuxième contest. On vous a parlé aussi du trio de Koyota face à celui de Vico. Sacré contest encore entre les deux équipes. Selon vous, dans le public, qui parie sur le trio de Vico.
Lyon, le trio de Koyota.
Even.
Pretty even.
Pretty.
And I think I might know why, Benji. Because the audience here, really, their support and their love is going to any team with a gentlemate on it. And we do have many teams with one of those gentlemates players on it. And we're going to be introducing them very soon, Benji.
Oh yeah, 7 players for M8 gentlemen during this final. This is the public, this is the crowd that you heard since the beginning of the show. This is M8 fan. They're so crazy. Guys, make some noise!
And that's just the Gentlemates fans. Before we go back to the desk, Leon, du le monde, the Dupree! Zeke, back to you.
Listen, okay, this is one of the best crowds we have ever had, and we're not even in game yet, okay? You know, in that moment, we get the elimination start flowing, we get that victory royale moment, it's going to be crazy. Now, as we start to kind of focus back in on the competition, I wanted to highlight something for you guys. 3 of the best players from last year's Globals are finding themselves once again back on this global stage. Peterbot, Poyo, who were a duo that split up early this year, and Queasy. So we wanted to take some time to kind of highlight where they are all at and how their trios are performing so far. Obviously, we got to start with M8 Poyo.
They're partying. They're partying.
They're already gone. They're like, see,
They see his name. They see his name. I mean, how can you not? Look, I think a lot of people coming into the competition this weekend, Vivid, they're looking at Poyo, Acorn, and Aegis as big favorites to win it all.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you look at the situation as a whole, right? Uncontested at one of the best POIs in the game right now. When you take a look at their history throughout the year, first, fifth, second, when you take a look at the individual performances from the likes of like Agers, the most eliminations on NA with 40. Playing absolutely out of their minds, and of course Poyo also playing out of his minds. You've got Acorn on your team to lead you in the right direction, make all of those pivotal calls with the experience to back them up. The trio just looks so good.
The storyline would just be so perfect, right? Poyo had to deal with a lot of criticism of people going, what's Poyo without Peterbot? What can he do without Peterbot, right? He came through at the first major of the year in NA, won it without Peterbot. Can he come to the Global Championships this year, win it without Peterbot? Can Acorn solidify himself as the GOAT IGL in Fortnite? He's won so much, he's done it online, but can he do it here on this stage? And of course, Aegis, an FNCS champion in his own right, who has been underrated at times, but he has been a shining star all throughout this year.
Oh man, I'm so excited. Let's move on. Queasy, Swizzy, Murstache. Levin, I'm coming to you. And what's interesting about this trio is obviously the Swizzy factor, right? Finally getting to play together with his actual trio mates.
See, I can't even hear you, Z. I can't even hear you right now. They're way too loud for my guys, Swizzy, Moustache, and Queasy, man. Look, the setup for this team again, the story is so important because you are right. Swizzy has dealt with so much adversity in his career. In 2023, he wins Major 3 in EU. He can't play at the Global Championships there due to visa issues. In 2024, he gets the visa sorted. He can play. His teammate Vanya can't make it. He has to play with a Phil and Yapko. And even playing with a Phil Vivid, he gets top 10. He won't be choose the eventual champions to win a game in Peterbot and Poyo. It still wasn't enough. This year, Swizzy finally gets to play with his teammates, and he has 2 of the best players in the lobby to be playing with in Queasy and Moustache. Uncontested, these guys, they might go the whole way, man. I really believe it.
Yeah, I mean, Swizzy and Moustache, 2 of the best fraggers for sure in the game. Levin loves to talk about it. Queasy, he considers him to be the GOAT IGL as it currently stands in Fortnite. Second, 11th, second at global events in the past. The win right there.
So many times.
So close for him. Can he pull it off this year?
This really, you would think this has to be his year, right? He's come so close. And this year, everything looks set up so perfectly for them. We saw the breakdown from Kelly and Minnie at the start of the show. They broke down why things look so good for them on the map. I think a lot of those things will come to fruition today. I hope all goes well for that trio, and I really believe in them.
I love that. Okay, obviously the remaining player of those three is Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. You know, when we kind of came into this, these three names is kind of like, hey, any one of these trios could go on to win. But then we kind of throw a wrench into it when Peterbot, Cold, Ritual are triple contested, bro. Why are we doing that at globals?
Oh, the triple contestation. It's a hard hurdle for me as an analyst to kind of jump over and be like, these guys can still do well. And then I look at it, right? Obviously, you have unanimous best player in the world on your trio. But then when you take a step back and you take a look at the individual performances of Cold and Ritual in Major number 3, you're like, now hold up a second. Cold obviously always has like the best damage ratio, always is right there with eliminations, damage dealt. We know he's very, very good. Then Ritual at the start of this year was getting a lot of flack. Like, Ritual, like, what are you doing? You're holding the trio back. What the heck, man? Takes the entire year, grinds his mechanics. I'm not even kidding. In Major number 3, he was very, very close in comparison to Peterbot in eliminations. Ritual had 25. Peterbot had 33. So the individual skill level of all three just looks so primed up for global.
Yeah, I mean, it is just mental, right? When you have, you know, 2 players on your team who at any given moment can just be the best player in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you have a very, very good chance of doing well in this competition. But like you highlighted, Zeke, triple contested here at Dystopia.
Yep.
I mean, even with that being said, I still think a lot of people probably expect these guys to come out on the right side of things more often than not across the 12 games. But ultimately, it's just too chaotic. You've got to think, right? You know, 3 teams landing at 1 POI, it just can't go well.
It's so chaotic, but I can't lie, Levin. I think we're hearing the whispers. I think socials are hearing the whispers as well. It's like, do they have something cooked up? Are they actually going to be landed there?
We've seen it. I mean, people have been suggesting that maybe these guys might cook up some sort of teamy strat where they're landing at a couple different places over the course of the 12 games. If any team could do that and pull it off, it would be them.
Man, this is crazy. You guys have me so unbelievably excited. But it's time. All right, we got to get these players in and ready. So, Leon, give a big warm welcome to your players.
Leon, give it up for Tayson, Chicho, and Atris. They've got plenty of experience, but will it be enough to take them to the top? Let's get it.
It's Curly, Cooper, and Reed coming out hot of NA. They're now taking their gameplay to the biggest stage of them all, but can they keep up that performance?
Give it up for Tisco, Striker, and Canoe. Representing Brazil, they're here to prove their worth against the rest of the world. Let's see what they've got.
Poland's pride picks Darm and Demas. While being up-and-comers throughout the year, they've certainly proved they can shake up EU lobbies, but can they do it on land too?
It's none other than Victor V, Paper, and Epic Whale. Fan favorites of the NA West region, but also heavy hitters in this competition. It is time to lock it in.
From Brazil, Gazzetta, Way, and Scarpa. The Major 3 qualifiers are now ready to take the fight on the international stage and show them how lethal the region can be.
A few household names of the NA region. It's Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts. This weekend, they'll have to come together to face off against the toughest competitor in the world.
Coming in hot, Seti, Yapko, and Panzer. After switching up ahead of Major 3, these guys displayed instant chemistry making their way to globals. Now the real test starts.
Malor, Mansour, and Adapter have touched down in France. This Middle Eastern trio is not to be underrated, and they'll make sure to leave their mark on the lobby this weekend.
The Wonders from Down Under, Anon, Alex, and Resigns. After a dominating year on OCE, they're taking the battle to the main stage. Watch out, these guys mean business.
Far from gentle, it's Puya, Agers, and Acor.
believe that this is going to be your first LAN, Curly, but luckily you have some very experienced players with you. Reet, and of course, a former global champion in Cooper. What has this experience been like so far for you?
I mean, playing with the global championship winner has meant a lot to me. I mean, I'm playing with an official winner here. But, it's been a great experience so far. Yeah.
And Cooper, you've chosen to play with these guys. What's so special about this team?
I think Curly has a lot of potential. I think what Mero saw in me, I see in him. So I think he's going to be great in the future, a great prospect. I think he's going to be really good.
And how do you feel about your chances of taking back the crown?
It's not looking great in terms of how I'm predicted, but the same thing happened in Copenhagen and I won, so we'll see how it turns out.
Quickly, very quickly, Reet, we've got to have some more positive words about winning.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're gonna win. I'm excited. I'm excited to go out here and play and do our best, give it a shot.
Bien sûr, let's head to Benji.
Et oui, Frankie, je suis avec un nouveau trio. Les amis, Lyon, s'il vous plaît, du bruit pour Bolts, Rapide and Canada! Ooh la 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 la. Canada, how do you feel, man?
I'm feeling amazing. I love France, baby. Let's go! Come on! Let's go!
You're the GOAT that you think you are. Thank you, Canada. You have this experience from big stage like today, but today it's different because of huge French atmosphere. Do you think you can handle the pressure?
Pressure's all I need. I'm feeling good. I'm ready to win. Let's go, baby!
Make some noise from Canada! And now, back to you, Frank.
Thank you. I had to find Aegis Acorn. You've been to many of these Fortnite global lands, but how does this one compare so far?
This is like nothing I've ever seen. This is the craziest land ever.
And how do you keep your focus in-game leading these guys when the crowd is so loud?
We're locked in, we're ready to win, and we're going to bring it home for M8.
And you're going to bring it home for America, potentially. Poyo, you could do the back-to-back here in France in front of so many fans. What would that mean?
It mean a lot. I mean, I can barely even hear you right now, so yeah.
Do you have anything to say to the fans?
Thank you for being here. That's important.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck today, guys. We need to meet some more teams.
It's your boys, King, Phaser, and P8 Sin. After tearing up both Brazilian and NA lobbies throughout the year, they're here to wrap up the competition in style.
Say hello to Vortex, Mountain, and Goofy. Making it to Lyon was no easy feat, but these guys are coming in with lots of motivation to win it all.
Put your hands together for Pars, Pump, and Baka. NA West did not stand a chance against these guys this year. The question is if they can keep the same pressure in this lobby.
Better late than never. iJob, Cammy, and Hottie have made it to France. And with globals on the line, there's no time to waste. They're here to crush the competition for real.
The pride of Middle East, Hero, Halad, and FKS. Proving their worth throughout the year is tough, but proving it on the global stage is even tougher. It's time to lock in, boys.
Make some noise for Clicks, Higgs, and Ianzo. Going home empty-handed just isn't an option. And with the trophy directly in sight, these guys are bringing their A-game.
Get loud for Murim, Wixie, and Buyuriru. Qualifying for Major 3 was just the start. With their eyes on the prize, they look to take the trophy home.
Mix and focus and Upple in the building, everybody. And this trio's talent has brought them so far already. But it's time to go the distance. Let's see what they've got.
Walking in now, Art School and Salco, all the way from NA West with a major win. They're looking to bring their domination all the way to the global stage.
Give it up for Yuma, Koyota, and Rise. After dominating Asia this year, now they're ready to prove that they've got what it takes to win it all at the international level.
Ladies and gentlemen,
obviously, I had to come and keep the seat warm for Vanya Boo Boo because I know there are a lot of fans here in France who cannot wait to meet this team. Here they come. Pixie in front. I know we have some Havoc fans here at Lyon. Let me hear you. Pixie, you've been to many of these global lands. How great is it to know you have Havoc fans waiting to see you play?
It's amazing. It's the best ever.
And I know that you're going to put on a show for them. Let's come over here then. Marius, I know that Germany loves you, but now France loves you too. What's that like?
It's amazing, bro. It's amazing. It's such a good feeling.
I can imagine. And Vanya, they call you Vanya Boo Boo. You spent a lot of time with the fans. What would you like to say to them here in France? Sometimes actions speak louder than words, which is why I'm gonna say, let's head to you, Benji.
Et merci Frankie. Je suis avec un nouveau trio. Ils viennent encore des États-Unis. S'il vous plaît, du bruit pour Higgs, Helzo and Clicks. Wow. Clicks, how do you feel, man?
I feel great. This is going to be the one. I'm bringing it home.
Hey, il le dit, il vient pour gagner. Il est chaud, l'atmosphère lui fait pas peur. Il vient pour gagner. C'est top 1 ou rien pour Clicks. Clicks, we know that you land at Supernova, and I heard that Fredoxy have to train you for the spawn. Tell me more about the story.
Yeah, he helped me train. Anybody who lands Supernova, we'll see what happens.
Pour faire simple, en fait, le trio de Clicks spawn, atterrit dans la ville de Supernova, et il y a un ami à lui, Fredoxy, qui l'a pendant des semaines entraîné gentiment parce qu'ils sont amis, et c'est grâce en partie à Fredoxy qu'aujourd'hui Clicks se sent à l'aise, et c'est pour ça qu'il spawn à Supernova. Last question, what's the objective? Only top one or nothing?
It's top one or nothing, and I gotta make sure this crowd is repping the set. XF forever.
Du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour Higgs, Helzo and Clicks!
I had to grab King from the Brazilian region, also representing Argentina here in Lyon today. I've got Ricardo to translate. King, you're so experienced on land that you won in Brazil and then went to North America because you're taking this so seriously. What did you learn from playing in a different region?
So, você foi para os Estados Unidos para melhorar. Por quê? O que você conseguiu tirar disso, dessa viagem?
Ok. A gente foi para a NA porque é uma região muito diferente, muito melhor que a Brasil. Então fomos lá treinar para conseguir dar o máximo.
So they went to North America that has a better quality. So they were able to have better practice and they show up today the best they can do.
And you and Fazer are an experienced duo. Now, of course, you're playing as a trio. Do you think that trios is your favorite way to play this game?
Para mim, eu prefiro pouco mais duo, mas eu acho que o meu melhor nível é no trio.
So they like to play duo better, but they think that their trio is very strong.
I think you're going to be very strong. Thank you so much for talking to me. Obrigada, guys. Leon, please make some noise if you want to meet some more players. Vector Ring!
Walking in now, it's Shadow Sphinx and Muzz. The high-tier lobbies just could not contain them. And now it's time for them to unleash their true potential on the global stage.
The terrors of EU, Flixie, Veto, and Vico, having established themselves among the best of the best, they only lack one thing, a trophy. This weekend, they look to take it all.
All the way from Asia, Razzle, Raito, and Tay-Tay. It's a long way from home, but the Major 2 champions are here to deliver the performance of a lifetime.
Hold up, it's Pablo, Fredoxy, and Chino. These guys have been on fire this year. With a Major 3 championship under their belt, they're looking to continue that streak.
Show some love for Ping, Malabuka, and Wax. The venue may as well be home
Chap, Reason, and Mr. Savage. You know them, you love them, and now they're here to impress France this weekend. Let's see them climb to the top of that leaderboard.
Never count out at me because Snowy, Ryu, and Zod are here, and these guys mean business. Plenty of motivation, but now it's time to showcase that the Middle East is all about.
Domination is key for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. A stellar year for the trio with all eyes on the trophy. They're not playing for second place here. It's all or nothing.
Hold on, it's Kazi, Tinka, and Aspect. Representing the Oshi region this weekend, these guys are here to ensure that they'll be remembered for more than just their potential.
Make some noise. It's Braids, Visuals, and a Minish. Crushing the competition this year and making it this far comes with expectations. Let's see if they can deliver.
Bienvenue à Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache! After a year of causing chaos in lobbies on EU, now they're ready to bring the heat to Lyon on the global stage. It's showtime!
I have got players from two French teams here in Lyon. First of all, from Havoc, we have Rux! I can definitely hear the Havoc fans over here. Thank you, Rox. And over here, representing the Gentle Maids, we have Ping and Malabuka! Now, Malabuka, I know it's going to be really hard for you to hear me right now because the fans really want to show how much they love you. But do you have any words for them?
Guys, keep supporting us. Someone for Gentlemates will win.
Is that what you think? Qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Will they win today? I think the crowd are on your side today. One more question though. Do you think that Europe can face off and take this trophy home?
Yeah, 100%. Europe is taking this trophy.
Let's head to my favorite European, Benji.
Et je suis avec un nouveau trio et pas n'importe lequel. Regardez, messieurs, dames, avec moi du bruit pour Reason, Chap and Mr. Savage! Savage, hi. I remember that you got your call at the last major, at the last game, at the last moment, and now you're here on the stage. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm excited to be here. Bonjour, Leon. How we doing?
Like you can see, you have a huge, massive fan base here in France. Do you have so many words, maybe in French, for your French guys?
I don't know that much French, but bonjour, je m'appelle Martin. Comment tu t'appelles? That's all I know in French, but yeah.
Une légende dans tous les domaines. Avec lui, je ne sais pas si vous êtes au courant ici, mais il y a quelqu'un dans ce trio qui parle mieux français encore, et même très bien. C'est Chap. Pourquoi? Eh bien parce qu'il vient aussi un peu de France, il est un peu de chez nous, sa maman elle est française, alors il parle français. Chap, est-ce que tu as un mot, ou plusieurs même à dire, un message à transmettre à tous les fans français ici aujourd'hui?
Je sais pas, je suis juste content d'être ici et j'espère de ramener la coupe à la maison.
Guys, make some noise for Mr. Savage, Chap, and Reason! And now, back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Benji. Now, the Gentlemates fans have been waiting for this moment, I think. Because earlier, on the big screen, when we showed their faces, there was so much noise, so much cheering in this audience. And I know they are just getting warmed up. So please, boys, on your feet. Leon, make some noise for Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache! Queasy, I have to come to you first. You've had a couple of second places at Global Championships. How do you make it #1 this time?
That's the goal. I mean, second twice, and if I have these fans and the atmosphere, should make it.
And Swizzy, for you, hang on a second. What's this? What's this that you want to shake my hand? What's this? Oh, okay, right. Show me how it's done. It's hard with a microphone, but I'm managing. Swizzy, it seems like you've already got a good friendship with the Gentlemates.
Yeah.
And what would you like to say to them as they chant your name?
I didn't hear.
Have you any words for the Gentlemates?
Gentle.
Gentlemates! Gentlemates! Do you want to have a go, Mustache?
I feel amazing, but I want to hear one thing. Gentle! No. Gentle!
Nice. Okay, guys, I think I should probably let you get ready to load onto that battle bus because the teams here on our stage in Lyon are locked and loaded and ready to go.
Guys, I have one word for you. Chills. Okay, the way this audience is going crazy for these players, it's got me so excited. Seeing them now take their seats, interact, getting their thoughts. We're getting close to kicking off the competition. I guess the only question I have for you guys is, who do you think will end in the top 5? You know, why don't we start with you, Viv? You got a little, you got some insight. You put together a little list for us. Why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, I guess that's the big question this weekend. Who is going to perform well? I went ahead, I kept the NA bias going. I've got Acorn, I've got Adrius, and I've got Pollo winning the whole thing. I mean, I've talked about it before. I think their situation is just too good. Uncontested, all 12 games. If that remains, I think it should be easy for them. The only thing that people might be looking at is with Kanata kind of sneaking in there, top 5. They just seem so confident. Bolt is playing so well. Kanata's been here before. I think they're going to sneak in.
I like your list. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Kanada's trio. I think they have a really good setup. I think Kanada understands what it means to be on this stage on this occasion. I think they could really surprise some people today.
Okay, all right. What about you, Levin? What's your top 5 looking like?
My top 5 is looking pretty similar, I'd say. Have we got any Gentlemates in the building? Any Gentlemates over here? Because I'm with you, Vivid. I think the team that's going to take it. I think it's going to Gentlemates. I think it's going. Let's take a look at my top 5. Right now, I'm rocking with Acorn, Pollo, and Adrius. I think when you look at how things are set up for them, it just looks too good. It looks too good. Pollo has that experience of winning. I think it's going to carry them. The crowd's going to carry them. I also got Marius Vanya Pixie in there. They've had such a strong year in EU. They've had adversity that they've overcome. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache in there. I think the team that maybe might surprise people in my list, I got Deemish, Dom, and Pix. I think these guys have been unbelievable all year over on EU. And they're a very new, inexperienced team. All 3 of these guys are playing at their first ever LAN right now. And so you might be thinking, Levin, how can you be so confident of these guys? Every time we've put them in a situation where we've gone, you're inexperienced, you shouldn't be able to perform, they over-deliver. And I think they'll do the same here this weekend.
Man, the list looks so good, guys. I am so excited, and we hope that if you were not able to join us here in person, that we hope that these roars from this crowd breaks through, that you can hear it, and in those moments, get excited with us. This is the Global Championship. After 6 games today, another 6 tomorrow, we will have new champions, prize money, a trophy, Acts of Champions 3.0. It is crazy to think we are finally here. Are you guys hoping to see anything out of today? Maybe it's just something out of game 1. Maybe you're hoping to see a trio end well. What are you hoping to see today?
You know, Zeke kind of always asks me this question going into like each one of the majors, right? We spend a lot of time on the desk together, and there's really only one thing that I ever want when we jump into a competition like this. I just want good Fortnite. I want to be entertained, and I cannot lie, I don't think that it's even possible for me to not be entertained.
All I ever want is a good moment. That's all I ever want. I think we're going to see plenty of them across the next 12 games, but today I think we're going to see people really make their mark on this lobby. Who's going to come out there and get that first win, man? I mean, that's always the most exciting part. You know, get the jitters out, get that first win out of the way, and then we start rolling.
Yeah, dude, again, it's like, you know, obviously there is definitely some players who have experience on LAN, but this crowd just changes everything, and especially, you got to think you have to come in so locked in. If something doesn't go your way and you're eliminated out of spawn, like you said earlier, You just have to sit there and watch everyone else take one step away from you closer to that trophy, right? So how are we going to try and keep mentals under control under these circumstances?
I mean, I've got no idea. How are you going to keep your voices under control, right? The players are kind of walking out. I'm over here trying to scream at them like, yeah, let's go. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't do that so much. I don't know. I mean, I feel like even commenting to your teammates might be a little hard sometimes, right? Especially when we get into the end game, right? The crowd's going to be popping off at every single one of those eliminations. That keeps happening. It's going to be crazy. There's definitely going to be some stage of adaptability for every single one of our players. I mean, we talk about it all the time, Levin, experience, but you can have experience for this.
And look, Vivid, you're someone who's played on amazing stages in your career, right? And I don't think you ever played in an atmosphere like this one, man. It's intense out here.
No, I definitely haven't. I think this one is going to go down in the history books, and we haven't even jumped into game number 1 yet.
Man, you were talking about game number 1. There it is. The battle bus is ready to go. Once again, the pinnacle of Fortnite. The very best trios will now begin the fight to the top. Who will walk away as a global championship trio? Who will take hold of the Axe of Champions 3.0? And who will take home that unbelievable trophy? The competition starts right here, right now. Once again, Leo, let him know, because the competition starts here.
The time has come. The Fortnite Global Championship, Taco, all year long. 33 teams from around the world have been battling from major to major to major just to get the opportunity here. If it's not for the money, if it's not for the fame, it's to call yourself the best in the world.
It's all about that player pride, Jacob. We know just how much is truly contained amongst so many of these trios competing here today. But starting things off hot already, this is an off-spawn fight that we have been expecting to see. And what I really want to know is the shake-up, the outcome. Prodoxy trying to get that first touchdown. Prodoxy gets the first weapon. Sure enough, Atris on the run. Still trying to see if he can score away from this, but Pablo, he's been taken down. Chino's fallen too. It's Tayson with the comeback. Prodoxy trying to see if he can lock it down for his team, but Tayson determined to remove Prodoxy's team, and sure enough, disaster strikes. Prodoxy's trio fully down and out for the count, and Tayson has claimed the area.
Already one of our contested fights, 1-0. And do you see this already? They're already not landing at Dystopia City. Everybody was talking about it. They heard the rumors. I kept my ears to the streets all week long to figure out what their game plan was. And scrims leading up to this weren't necessarily netting the best results. And now you see them already over towards Foxy Floodgates. And what this does not only affect Visuals, Braids, and Aminish. This also affects Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. This is the team. They typically trade off Surge into the distance. Now they're already disrupting the game plan.
And not the only ones, Veno, Flixie, Vico, they've got Rise in their sights, completely tackling all opposition here at Canyon Crossing. Rise doing what he can to try and stay alive, but entirely too many players to overcome. Veno breaks right through, and that's gonna be the first knock. Another elimination tallied up here for Vico, Veno, and Flixie. Coyota, the sole survivor of this exchange.
And Coyota has pulled out a ton of tricks throughout his career, both online and in global events just like this. But early on in game number one, he's already being forced to play out some of those tricks. He has to disengage, stay alive a little bit longer, and try to have a chance back. But you hear the crowd in the background, Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache, uncontested at the Hive. And some are looking at this, could be one of the best POIs. You get the experience for your OXR rank, the medallion, the mythic weapons, a lot of extra heals at the POI itself, and then the elevation. Kelly and Mini Miner were breaking it down so that way they could start to build that base early and accumulate the Storm Surge, so that way later on in the game they could easily start to rotate around.
And most importantly of all, they're uncontested here at Hive. Whether that stays true throughout the course of this weekend, well, that'll be determined by how things develop, but other teams still caught up in a little bit of battle processing at the start of this match. Dystopia City heating up. Epic Whale, Paper, Victor V. They made it very clear they had zero intentions of ever leaving this POI. So Tete, Raito, Razzle, they're gonna have to force some sort of a conclusion to this exchange before the third parties start to trickle in.
Yeah, and it's not just Cold and his trio that are over on this side of the map that they have to watch out for. You see a team at the bottom of your mini-map. They can easily try to rotate towards the north, disrupt what's going on. So that's going to be one of the key aspects to a fight like this, but you're already seeing a flank going around from Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They're ready to take advantage no matter what happens here, no matter who comes out on top. It's going to be them, but Tay-Tay takes a big shot. Epic Whale, the 6-time FNCS champion, dealing a massive amount of damage.
Tay-Tay down to his last little bits of HP though. Epic Whale, he's gonna have to take a moment to also get some relief. Paper, nice supportive fire, and that's a big elimination cleanup onto Tay-Tay. But now, Cold, Ritual, they're starting to close in. They're interested in everything that Raito has to offer, and that's gonna be the first knock here for Cold. An immediate elimination, but they've already signaled to Epic Whale, Paper, and Victor V that they've got company. Shields are cracked. Peterbot's not letting anybody escape his sights. Peterbot's aim is just notoriously strong, and he is chasing them full on key with those crash pads. He might be able to make it before they can pull off the double revive. He's challenging the wall. Victor V trying to do what he can to defend. Victor V goes in big time though. Peterbot's shut down. Cold, Ritual. They don't need this. They don't want this. They're looking to see if they can still clean up the exchange, but without Peterbot, they're going to be forced to temporarily retreat.
This is almost exactly how it was playing in some of those practice games. But this time, Paper, Epic Whale, and Victor V, they're being the aggressors in some of these situations. They try to disengage. Epic Whale goes down, but Victor V does it again. He was a huge part of them even making it to the global stage. Clutch after clutch when his team went down through 4 different drop spots. But now the foot has been turned. Cold and Ritual now need to start to think in and outside of the box. How do we get our IGL back? This is exactly what Victor V did, from the revive to in the box, shutting down Peterbot early.
Just so greedy there by P. Victor V doing exactly what he needs to, showcasing what kind of a fragger he is. But Atris, Tayson, in a spot of trouble here. A couple of splashes, gonna ensure that Chicho is still good to go. But Chicho, he needs an opportunity here for his team to provide a little bit more backup. FKS tries to apply pressure from a separate angle. Odd Hero also looking to see if they can get some good aggressive fire through, but things are just picking up at Rangers Ruin, and Tayson gonna be able to pull things out to a little bit of a standstill now. Chicho, Atris, Tayson, they might not actually have to force this battle.
Yeah, it seems like they're overall just kind of prioritizing trying to get as much surge as possible. You see their material count relatively low in comparison to after winning that spawn fight. You'd think they'd try to get as much resources as possible, but they know when it comes to Storm Surge, it's essentially currency. It essentially allows you to freely rotate around the map versus other teams that might have to slowly rotate, sit in their surge bases a little bit longer, and figure out what they're going to do. But you see, they figured it out quick for Cold and Ritual. They already get the reboot back on up, and they're ready to play this one out because they're making way on over to Foxy already.
Still a really big wake-up call, though, for this trio. They have got to be careful. We know just how capable they are at finding those eliminations, and they're not the only ones. Pollo chasing down Razzle, Agers, and Acorn right behind them. These guys just staying so tight-knit and rolling through this map. They're barely looted up at this point too, Jacob. It just looks like Surge is all theirs to control.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the crash pads, no audio. Razzle didn't even hear or see it coming. And you see there's no knock, straight elimination. So that team, that was the third one from Dystopia City, is down and out. But fight after fight, Ark, I did see it in the feed. He already got one elimination, and I was talking to them a bunch. You know, me being an NA West fan, this was their game plan all along. Contested or not, they're going to push either towards the north or the south. They feel like these teams are easy to fight, and already that confidence continues to build. But Goofy is just trying to slow things down just a little bit, and Monster shot to take down the shield of Salco. But Ark and School, the IGL and the Fragger, they're still there. They're holding the walls and making sure nobody can get out of this one.
I mean, being honest, Ark's been running it all week long inside of the scrim lobbies, inside of the practice room. He is more than content to take up a box fight with anybody, and especially if he's got his teammates right next to him. You can see the confidence from the NA West boys, but Oshi still doing their best to hold their own despite being down a player, it doesn't seem to be deterring them. They know they can't really leave this area because they're likely to be third party. They've got to just find a way to delay and hope that they have that little bit of a saving grace from another team entering the exchange.
Uh-oh, I see somebody rotating relatively close. They said, hey, where's our invitation? We want to join this party. We want to figure out how we need to approach this situation, and they're lurking all the way underneath. So it's going to be Salco, School, and Arc, the ones that need to watch out just a little bit. Vortex and Goofy, they're just trying to hold their ground as much as possible. But this is the thing, against a team like Arc, School, and Salco, when you try to hold your ground like this, that's for them a sign of weakness. They're gonna continue to put that pressure down. If you look at their material as well, they don't need to disengage out of this fight. They can wait as long as they want because in essence, they're just denying you time, they're denying you opportunity, and denying the chance to get that reboot back.
But it might not be as prime as what it initially appeared, not with Queasy hovering in the distance. You can see they got a little bit of elevation to work with too. They're bound to take notice of what's going down. Elsewhere across the map though, south of Hive, King, PA's in, Phaser getting fraggy up against Scarpa and Way. And that's gonna be an easy cleanup there for King's team. Feeling really good about that aggressive start.
Now over towards Supernova, and already early on, Taco, you can kind of see where the zone is favoring a little bit towards the north, massively towards the west. So even though Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo haven't had to rotate just yet, they can focus on trying to get as much Storm Surge as possible. They've run into trouble. There's a speed bump in their plan. That's Reet, Cooper, and Curly. And he was very vocal, Reet was. He said, hey, we understand what's going on around the lobby. We've just got to make some things happen. They have 2 early eliminations. That comes with Storm Surge itself, and they're continuing to rotate through so many other teams' loop paths and pathways.
There's also just so much confidence behind Reet and just teaming with a player that has so much faith in themselves. It's bound to just have that trickle-down effect to his teammates. Not to say that Cooper and Curly aren't clearly thinking of themselves in the same way, but it is a huge positive. But every single time this weekend, Jacob, that we see the Gentlemates, Malibuca, Ping, loading across the screen here, just waiting to find their reposition opportunity. That sole elimination on Malibuca right now, but tailing just behind Yapko, Panzer, and Seti. This could be disastrous if they don't realize what's coming up behind them.
Yeah, there's no audio visuals that far away, so they're just going to try to get some easy surge. You see the launch pads coming out. That's a huge signal. Seti and Panzer have to kind of second guess if they want to go for it, because Yapko's just getting beam targeted out of the sky. Just one shot left is all they need, but he possibly leaves that render distance and figures out a way to survive. Heads up to Seti and the Panzer. They're not only building that to try to fire back on him, but that coincidentally enough shielded their teammate Yapko for him to survive.
They fully protected their trio mate. That's just excellent team play, but pulling back, Baka, Pars, Pump, a little bit tangled up right now north of Supernova Academy. Saad, Snowy, and Ryu, though, arguably in a slightly worse position, but the intention is clear. These two teams very likely to clash here, Jacob. They could both definitely utilize Surge. We know just how high those numbers and that threshold can truly climb.
Yeah, and these are two teams. I think they land relatively close to one another, almost contesting each other even. During some of those practice games, they were actually kind of feeling each other out, fighting it out, but neither team kind of won that scenario, no matter if they won the fight or not. So they're trying to take a slower approach, but that means they're rotating parallel with the zone moving towards the north. Stay toward the dead side of it all and just try to make sure they have the best chances to survive what could be a very, very chaotic Storm Surge if it does deactivate. And that's why you're seeing so many teams taking that proactive approach to try to gain some elevation, some high ground, and even if it means fighting it out on the Surge base.
Hero, he knows Wixie is low. Nobody there to provide a little bit of backup either. That could be the first knock here. Hero with the big opening. FKS going to capitalize immediately, throws that body back into their box space control, and now FKS trying to make the approach from above. Just so aggressive though. Hero's gonna be forced to pull back just a little bit. Too much firepower breaking through, but Buriru just not healthy enough. Barely enough HP, and he can't escape from FKS. Aetherus even getting a little bit more involved from a distance, and this is part of the problem with trying to take some of these extended box fights. You just got these teams from so far away beaming through your walls.
Yeah, just got yoinked away. but Kanata, Rapid, and Bulge. Kanata's perfection continues in terms of qualifying for every single FNCS Grand Finals in the history of FNCS. But I think he's coming with a different energy this time around. If you remember a few years ago, contested against Malibuca and Thomas at the Global Championship, he just had a different mindset. He's like, I'm contested, it's not gonna go well. This time, he's confident. He says, hey, we're going to win. And the way they've been playing lately, they have as good a chance as anybody at taking that top spot.
A little bit of a sleeper, maybe under the radar team there, but Vanya, Mariez, Pixie, one of our major champion winners in EU, and now looking to see if they can extend their dominance across the global stage. Vanya, Mariez, Pixie, just steadily trying to creep up on the opposition, but thinking twice, recognizing a couple other teams local to their area. They don't want to overextend here, but for Mariez, he's just waiting to see whether or not he can break out these floors from underneath Valor and Mansour, doing a decent job to prevent Vanya, Pixie, and Mariez from an outright collapse.
Yeah, and they're just kind of playing as calculated as they can. We've seen a lot of these fights kind of not necessarily end as smoothly and as cleanly as some of these trios would expect, especially with so many third-party potential there. You know, we saw Atris just kind of yoink that elimination away early on in this game, and now Vanya just trying to target it after. He feels like he has him soloed out, drop him down a few layers, but he's able to catch himself and not let this pressure get to him too much. But they're in the zone, Taco, and that kind of depletes any opportunity from heal off later on in the game, the longer and longer you stay in this situation. But even if they win this here, they have to be careful. One team in front of them out of zone. You saw Chaff, you saw Reason, Mr. Savage. They're towards the north of them, so this is not going to be as dead side of a rotate as they think it will.
But the main thing that I'm noticing, Jacob, is that Vanya, Mariez, they're not carrying any white heals, so unless Pixie actually has something to work with, yeah, these guys are going to just have to get out of this position. They can't afford to keep tanking these early storm ticks. It's just not worth it. But on their way out, Valor and Mansour definitely not going to make it easy. Cole, Ritual, Peterbot, they might have just found Flixie and Venno and Vico, but for right now, Rangers Ruin, what seems like it might have been heating up, these guys are actually looking to kind of slow it down.
Yeah, and for, you know, Ritual and his trio, they just kind of have scraps. They got sticks and stones. And look at this on the other side. Multiple minis, big pots, full health, almost max mats. And even though they don't necessarily have that information on one another, that is a great decision for them to kind of go their separate ways, because I would almost give that one up to Venno and his trio if that did fight it out. Continuing looking around, Cammy, Hottie Eye drop all the way from the Shining Span Bridge. And honestly, even though they're on different teams, Seti, Cammy, I don't know if it would have been the same global championship without him, but Storm Surge finally showing its face. 602 damage above the threshold. As much as I want to feel confident, we know that can change in the blink of an eye.
Oh, easily, but Acorn and Agers, they might just be the ones to actually intervene here. They seemingly have favorable positioning, but Cammy, a little bit of pressure applied with the approach now of Malibuca, Ping, and Wox. Just trying to be wary. There is so much company in that area. It's very easy. Just one window edit for too long, you could easily be domed and taken down.
Uh-oh, 321 damage below the threshold. This is a two-time NA West champions. In Major 1, they won 6 out of 12 games, just dominating the region. But contested off spawn, it tends to do things to you, especially when the team is running away. But they're still hot on the hills. These are still the two teams rotating parallel to one another. But Baka, Pars, and Pump, they've now ran out of options. Their hand is being forced, and they have to go in because Storm Surge will activate, and every 7 seconds they will take 25 damage.
But the worst part still, Saad not actually in the same position. His team relatively healthy for their surge, at least for right now, Jacob. Bars, Baka, Pump, they're going to take a moment to pause, but now with these storm ticks starting to break away at their shields, they're going to be forced to fight it. Baka already out of this battle. Pars shortly after, but now Saad, Snowy, Ryu, this is a huge come up
these guys just got a little loot llama package delivered straight to their front door.
And I forgot to mention, if Storm Surge takes you down, you don't get knocked. You get straight eliminated back to the lobby, but I did see it in the feed. A couple of these guys kind of putting it all in the test as Cooper lands a great shot on the Valor. You see him dropping him down, trying to finish the fight. 1v3 situation, and he is just hitting haymaker after haymaker as he gets another knock in this situation. 319 above, Cooper with the 1v3.
That couldn't have been a better time to clutch things up, but Cooper's still going to have to essentially play his life here. There are too many players that are going to prevent him from finding that breath of relief. 42 below even, inside of that damage threshold for Surge. Jacob, it is so sad to see after what a phenomenal clutch he just pulled off, and with Wox, Malabuka, and Ping pressing behind him, that's going to be tough to actually survive. But Peterbot just continues to have to deal with playing the defensive here. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot now looking to be on the move, but they're still just barely above this damage threshold. They're going to have to turn and fight eventually.
They're sitting on a teeter-totter right now when it comes to Storm Surge, and it's knocking them above, below, and it's essentially doing a little bit of mind games for a team like this. And you see his material count, 3 builds left. They almost have to go onto the next team they see, but it's Veno and his trio. It's Kanata and his trio. There's so many dangerous players all around. They're just happy that they're 73 above the damage threshold, waiting for the next zone, but they have to do something because everyone around them is being proactive. They see them out the weak team. Vigo, Veno, Flixie, they're targeting over. Hold goes down. That's Kanata stealing away that elimination. Veno's gonna clean that one up, so points go to Kanata's team. Loot goes to Veno's.
EU on one side, Middle East on the other, and Ritual, the last man standing, but not for much longer, fully eliminated. That is a huge blow here in game one, but Vico, Veno, Flixie, now they might have drawn the attention of the lobby. They're gonna take a moment to pause, replenish their shields. Halad and Hero still doing what they can, but they're lingering just outside. They're gonna have to still try and push past Tayson's trio, and that's gonna be hard to tunnel through because Jacob, with the way that the zone is pulling over resistance, so much water, so much exposure, teams are just burning through materials.
Yeah, this one's going to get messy. There's one lone team. I think they're a duo on the other side of that island already. They don't have to worry about anything. Meanwhile, they have to make decisions here on this side of the zone. Do you stack up the beach coast as long as possible with different players, or do you try to make that daring play, try to get towards the center? Because who knows, if the zone goes south, that'll be a play that works out for you, but if it pulls north, if it pulls towards the east, that's when they're going to have some troubles.
Take a look at what's happening on height, though. Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy. Can you think of anything different to ever take place in an endgame lobby, Jacob, than seeing Queasy immediately try to challenge and take height for himself? You can already tell the Gentlemates are going absolutely ballistic right now. Swizzy and Merstash just following through Queasy's commands here out of their IGL, but they've got the entire lobby in their sights. It's all about maintaining their positional control.
Oh, they actually found themselves 66 below, but you can see immediately with that minigun and some pre-edits, they're able to kind of take him down, grab that elimination. Loot and Storm Surge all being accumulated in a blink of an eye, kind of leaving Pixie and Marius by themselves. The good thing, though, is they're 568 damage above the threshold. The bad thing, though, their loadout, their material count, that one is not looking good. 5 bandages. Luckily, they don't have any HP missing yet, but they have a max pull all across the water to the other side of that island. It's not going to be easy for a single person in this game, but there goes Malabuka. Nice drop on the Hottie. He needs it, and he needs it now because he's barely above that damage threshold.
And that's the kind of refresh that Marius was hoping to find, but instead it's going to be all Malabuka. But no, he's going to actually be forced to keep charging forward. He doesn't even get a chance to try and collect that body loot off of Hottie. Fortunately, he still has a good amount of material and just beaming a minute as he trails behind him. The Fizz Crash Pad combination just taking him so far, but when you're in this position, Jacob, as a solo over the water, you're just hoping out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, you just got to take it one step at a time. You can't get too ahead of yourself, especially if you hear action going down around you. You got to use that as a distraction, try to get out, but Marius finds himself in a tough spot. Well above the damage threshold, and another elimination on the eye drop, but he is by himself as a solo with a rotation to make. Now he's just getting ticked away little by little until Halad is able to finally take him down. That's a big confidence boost for a team like that.
Of course, but
Height has had a couple of developments here. Striker and Kadu, we saw them posturing a little bit earlier on before that last rotate. This next pool is gonna send everyone packing though. Reason Mr. Savage Chap definitely setting up a visual is actually gonna be one of the first to try and move into the next position. Cisco, Kaido, Striker though, right up above. Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts trying to see if they can be a threat. But if you're gonna be in this height position, you've got to make sure that you are controlling, funneling players away from height, away from secondary height even. But with the crash pads in play, Jacob, that's gonna be so difficult.
Yeah, you gotta watch out too. Chicho, Riz, Tayson, they're underneath. They're probably having their eye on the high ground. Cisco's trying to put good damage onto King Phaser, PH Sin, but it backfires on him, forcing him to retreat just a little bit. As Tayson just building his way up, he knows he doesn't want to be stuck on that mess on the low ground. And even NA West in the elimination feed going crazy as Arkansas will take down King Phaser and PH Sin with a little help from Chap.
But Tayson's got such an excellent position in that secondary high layer now, shooting towards that front side of zone. It's only Clicks and Iyamzo. They lost Higgs somewhere along the way. Iyamzo doing what he can to claim a little bit of space here next to Clicks, but ideally, they're going to have to duke it out in the low ground, Jacob. They need a big refresh. They've got to keep that material count high, but Mustache, he's actually fallen. The mid-ground getting a little bit too chaotic, and he just couldn't break through.
Yeah, Chicho's the one that gets the down, but Kadu's the one that steals away the elimination and getting a lot of loot for their efforts. Queasy trying to do the same thing. Steal whatever is left back from Mustache. And you're seeing there's a decent amount of loot. The Flowberry Fizz, probably the most important part of the entire loadout that he has in that inventory is Benno, Quixie, Vico. They're still down below. They're trying to claim space, and with a minigun, that's just going to be a little bit easier. But with no extra shields, Vico's got to play a little careful here not to take too much damage. Swizzy, Queasy, same thing, but they have multiple splashes. They got the slurp juice. They got the key to success in their inventory.
But they don't have the material, so that's why Queasy just drops all the way down to ultimate low. They're hoping that they can pick up an elimination or two and then maybe look to try and challenge for a retake on height. They know how scuffed everybody's looking down here, but Vico finds that elimination onto Art. That's going to be a massive refresh here. Vico, though, getting beamed. The moment that he tries to make a layer swap, he is immediately put down into the dirt. Clicks fighting for his life still in the low ground, but he just can't hang up. Ball's going to be the one to take him out.
Yeah, even though Clicks went down, the damage has been felt for that team that he just took out two different players in a tough situation. That's Tayson, Chicho, they're trying to look up, but that minigun is just causing so many distractions. They have to focus on getting to the front side of the zone, but they're being persistent. Down goes high ground. This is their chance. They're looking up. Striker gets cracked. He gets knocked altogether. Cisco's taking damage. He's gonna fall as well. Chicho is absolutely insane. As him and Tayson, they go from the on-spawn battle against Prodoxy to high ground in the end game.
But they're still gonna need materials. Chicho has 0 build left to his name. All of his material count dropped to Tayson. Swizzy still holding his own as well. Deep inside of these ultimate low ground layers, he's looking to try and maybe cut off Bolts in the process, but Kanata, Rapid, can the double revive actually be a success? And sure enough, it's a fully intact trio versus the sea of duos. Reason finds a big elimination onto Swizzy though, and Chap going to immediately drop back. Tayson still on the high ground. This is looking primed up for Tayson to bring it home.
That was a huge knock for Bolts. They finished that elimination on the Reason. This is a 2v2v2, and the only team alive with all three is going to be Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts. Ow, that's not my fault. I didn't curse him, but it is now just one less player that they have to worry about. Tayson trying to drop down low, but maybe a little too soon. Chicho as well. He gets shut down, and Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts steal the game.
Max Nada strikes again, and this time it's for the victory royale. He's been saying how confident he's been feeling all week long, Jacob, and after that performance, I can't help but believe him.
Let's go, Kanada! You were telling Benji how confident you were going into this competition. You were telling me in the player lounge yesterday you felt like this was your year. Now you have the first victory royale, but you made it look simple.
I mean, to be honest, Rapid IGL like a goat right now. I'm just following. I'm the minigun in the whole lobby, and we just winning the game for free.
Winning the game for free. I don't think the other trio is going to let you have an easy ride in future. For you, Bolts, what was it like being caught in the chaos? The three of you going into the end game.
Yeah, I mean, Rapid was just full tarping. I'm just looking with shocking out on my wall. everything was a max. Guy on my double edit, 120 on height, Nada goes up from the back, dead on both. Literally a go.
First game, first victory royale. That was the plan?
Yeah. First of many.
First of many what?
Wins. Victory royales. 4.
Ah, il mise sur 4 victoires. Messieurs, dames, du bruit pour le trio de Canada, Rapid and Bones!
I'm enjoying this. A confident prediction of 4 from your IGL, but Canada, I think you're expecting more wins.
Oh, we got at least 3 more wins in a bag. I already said backstage I'm doing at least 4 wins in this entire tournament for free.
All right then, well guys, I'll let you get ready for the second lobby of the day. Leon, let them hear you! Bobs, Canada, and of course, Rapid. Let's head to the break. We'll be back soon with more Fortnite.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Two hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. Like 2 or 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been
Canada! Canada! Game 1 of the Global Championship, and we swing for the fences. I cannot believe Canada comes out and gets the first game on the day. Mentals, way up. Canada stocks, way up. Absolutely amazing to see the trio shine in this moment. And another thing we kind of got those interviews right after, right? Because like, and normally in majors, we don't get that. We just like, oh, they're amazing, whatever. To go right to them, hey, talk us through, to get each and every one kind of saying, hey, this is what I was doing, this was my part, this was their part. Oh my gosh, man, Vivid, I love this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of reaction we wanted. No better person to go ahead and win game number 1. We know Kanata, every single time he pops up on that stage, he's gonna let us know exactly what just happened. But Levin, I mean, we're kind of watching through this game. There's so much stuff happening throughout the entirety of these moving zones, and we never really checked in with him. And then I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Rapid's alive, Bolt's is alive, Kanata's alive, the full trio was up.
I mean, I love the celebration there, man. Look at it. He actually celebrated more than people who have won global championship. You know, I don't think we've seen people celebrate like this when they even win. And it just goes to show how much it means to them, how much it means to have such a good start. You're right, Vivid. Things were looking so good. I mean, as soon as we cut to Kanata, he has a minigun in hand. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to the end of last year. I mean, things were so good for them towards the back end of this game. And to see all of them be confident, right? We know, like, Kanata's going to be confident. That's a given. Yeah. But Bolts and Rapid, the way they were talking, they really believe that they're going to go out here and win for however many more games.
Dude, 11, Zeke. Bolt just being like, yeah, man, I just had my shotgun out and everything was a max, dude.
Max, bro.
Dude, you got to be feeling good, right? Because we kept talking about it. You got to adjust to the stage. You got to adjust to your setup. The fact that in game number 1, you're already hitting maxes and you know you are.
And I love that for Bolts, right? When you look back to last Globals, he popped off. And at the end of the event, every single player that was in that lobby afterwards was going to me, Levin, man, I'm trying to play with Bolts, man. Can we get Bolts in our chair? Bolts has to be the guy. Everybody thought he was going to ascend to be the best player in the world, right? And he's had an up and down year. But to come back on this global stage and for him to have a first game like that, it goes to show Bolts is still that guy.
I am so happy right now. But honestly, when we looked at those standings, they weren't in first place, right?
Yeah,
we look over and Tayson is in first place. 13 eliminations, right? So again, remember, we are all so used to seeing majors, right? We're sitting in our own region comfortable, but these are some of the best trios in the world. How are we putting up double-digit eliminations in game 1?
This is the same guy, by the way, who started the day saying, yeah, I'm going to give the win to other people. What on earth was he waffling about, mate? He is on fire right now. They win the off-spawn. It's a close one. It's a tight one. But Tayson clutched up big, and then they go on to just win the outright game. Again, it's why it's so heartbreaking we're seeing them fight off-spawn. They can go, Vivid, from having this game to not even getting to play through the next game, right? They might just end up having to watch for half an hour. But this is what they can do when they win that fight. We know it.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff, right? Talking about that all-spawn, I kind of mentioned, hey, when you win this all-spawn, it's not always going to happen where you have all 3 alive, and they had that happen, right? No stalling of the early game, and then, oh my gosh, Chicho just putting on an absolute clinic. You're a duo, and you look up and you see 3 people on the high ground. You see that they're only connected by 1 wood floor. You have the confidence to not only go ahead and pressure the team on the high ground, but then knock 2 of them while they're falling from the high ground. Chicho just showing us the aim in full force.
I mean, this is where I start to really look at the global championships and things get interesting for me, because I think a lot of people were expecting in this first game for Height to look a certain way.
Yeah.
Right? We know EU teams like to play with it. We know Queasy's team love to play for it early. We know Vanya's team can do it as well. In this game, it was Queasy's team that had set up. Kazi's team ends up taking it from them, and so Chicho and them are looking up. They might have probably been expecting it to be more reinforced, right? Chicho's probably looking up thinking, Queasy's probably up there. He looks up and he's like, hold on a minute. Just single with tile, man. Let's chop this down. And it's so opportunistic, but it's exactly what you need in a lobby like this. You have to take the opportunities when they come to you.
Oh my gosh, so absolutely beautiful. Man, as we start to head down this live list though, Vico, Venno, Flixie tied up with Chap Reason and Mr. Savage.
Wow.
You know, there's just so many incredible moments. I feel like anytime we cut to a different trio, it's just like, hey, this trio's popping off. They're pushing what trio? They're doing what? Like, this is such an exciting time in Fortnite. Once again, I'm gonna keep saying it all weekend long, man. Bringing together 7 regions and making them fight. It is spectacular.
I mean, this game looked so good for Vino, Flixie, and Vico. Honestly, I thought they were going to go ahead and win it because, you know, come around to, I believe it was like 9th zone, it actually pulled to the southeast, and they were already kind of primed up, ready to go ahead full force, grab the front side of moving, and they did.
But for some reason, when they got there, they just had nothing left in the gas tank. They couldn't defend the position. They couldn't pick up the eliminations nor the refreshes in time for them to stay alive as a trio. As you can see here, still the individual performances from Vico and Veno still picking up enough points to put them high up on that leaderboard. But man, if they could have just stayed alive for a little bit longer as a trio, they could have won that game.
Yeah, you talked about Vico's confidence coming into the competition, and it was good to see him in his element, not shying away from the stage, not shying away from the bright lights. In that game, there was a couple moments in that end game where it almost felt like they had to tell him to chill a little bit. I saw him trying to like run into boxes a bit too much. But when Vico's confident and he's firing and he's flying like that, he is going to be a big, big problem for anybody in this lobby who even gives him an inch of room to fight.
Dude, I mean, also, we kind of touched on it earlier about height. The way Queasy had that kind of early game, right, getting obviously we know that they're uncontested, but having the queen spawn, I'm thinking, bro, this is it, game over.
I mean,
and things didn't quite go that way.
It was unfortunate because the setup looked primed for a classic Queasy height win. It just looked so set up perfectly, but Vivid, an unfortunate zone pull. We've seen it happen. It's a part of the game. Of course, as a pro team, you are doing everything you can to mitigate any possible RNG, but sometimes the zones just don't pull your way. And I think that was really the thing that sort of forced them to have to not be able to play height in this one. Still, very good intentions from them throughout that game.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? It was actually a high ground take, right? We saw them as picks up on the high ground. They had it pretty secured, and then I was like, oh my gosh, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Queasy and co. They launch padded right over, landed on top of him, had it convincingly. And like Levin was talking about, right? The zone was incredible. It was like 7th zone. Every single team was on the east side of it, right? They were chilling. There was this big body of water. All the way on the west side, there was one set of arrows. Just one little set of purple arrows, and that was Kato's trio from the Brazilian region. And the zone pulled west. So they just had high ground for free, and Queasy was like, yeah, you guys are lucky. I'm not going to go for that, but man, I'm going to hit socials after that one.
And I mean, there was a point where I thought they might even try to retake it, right? Because Queasy gets the fizz, like he sees the loot, gets the fizz. He has his crash pad. I'm thinking, maybe they go for it. This could still happen. But look, again, it's like what I said, intentions, right? You see that they're coming here to play their game. They're not shying away from doing what they do best. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy, we have definitely not heard the end of it from them.
Guys, there's a trio I'm not seeing in this top 10 right now. And we thought they were going to be triple contested, but turns out they decided to land on the train, kick things off. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And before we go any further, I just want to tip my hat to Victor V. Peterbot decided, let me get a little crazy right now. We got to knock, let's push things. Victor V said, excuse me, this is a global stage, friend. Knocks him back down, and then from that point forward, boys, they're just kind of trying to piece things together. Shambles all game?
This might be a concern, right? Because if the plan from these guys was, hey, look, we're going to land outside the POI, get looted up a bit, and go in third party. We know those guys are going to take a bit of time to fight in the story. Let's go in third party. We're Peterbot, we're Cold, we're Ritual. This will be an easy cleanup crew. If that was your plan, and the first game goes like that, do you start rethinking things a little bit? Do you start thinking, okay, maybe this isn't an easy of a flight to clean up as we thought? Because they got rocked in there.
I mean, yeah, everything in game number 1 is perfect. Like Levin's talking about, one of the teams that was fighting there, they got knocked, right? There was only a solo left. Peterbot, they waited till the right time to go ahead and make that push in. Victor V, Paper, they were resin Epic Whale. They had the knock, and then Pete just kind of goes in solo, right? Imagine if Pete would have just waited like 5 seconds for Ritual and Cold to kind of show up right there. So I think the game plan is still good, right? It already shows that it works. I think the execution of actually picking up the eliminations was the fault.
But that's the thing. That's never the part you're worried about with those three, right?
Well,
execution is never the problem. No, the problem coming into this weekend was going to be, what's the idea? Are they just going to, ride out triple gun? Are they going to go do a team shot? Are they going to try third party? We know the idea now. The execution has to be the easy part. I do agree with you though. I think as long as they don't allow that first game being a bit rocky to rattle them, things should still look good for them along the course of the 12 games.
And that's exactly what I'm worried about, right? After first game, if I'm Peterbot Cold Ritual, I'm thinking, okay, hold on a minute. Why did you go off by yourself? What? Now we're having to try and play catch up this whole game.
Yeah.
Some players in that moment, that's it. Tournament's done. They can't they have to wait to day number 2 to try and get those mentals back in track.
Yeah.
But this is still Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, right? This is still a world-class trio.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping that they can kind of bounce back after that game. But there was also just so many different things happening.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of other moments that kind of stand at you? I think for me, just again, kind of cutting around, being like, wait, these guys are like near each other. There's a bunch of fights happening in zone, a bunch of just crazy shots on players in the sky the entire time. Like, oh my gosh.
I mean, look, before there were a lot of things we can get to, right? I do just want to one last time just big up Victor V there, right? Because I think there's a lot of players who, you know, maybe if it was 2024, right, when we saw what Peterborough and Poyo were doing there, like there was a lot of players who back then would have just rolled over and just let it happen. Like, I'm gonna go down here, you know, the shotgun's in my face. What can I do? Victor V said, no. I am that guy. If you want to fight me, I'm gonna show you a fight.
Yeah, I like the fact that you kind of go ahead and point it out, because now kind of thinking back to her, right? Epic Will, of course, got knocked by Ritual. They knew that was Pete coming. Yeah. So Victor V definitely stepped up big right there. Didn't care at all, just to edit 148, finish him up with one AR shot. Incredible stuff. Way to kind of rise to the occasion. And, you know, Zeke instantly kind of saw that moment. He was like, oh, dude, Pops is going crazy somewhere.
Dude, I mean, you know, again, this is at a global stage, right? In those moments where you are kind of put in a situation where it's like, are you going to fail or are you going to rise to the occasion? For Victor V, he rose. And now just think, that's just game number one. What else is he going to look to bring in these future games with that nice little boost of confidence?
Now, that being said, right, you kind of mentioned, hey, you know, we don't see a team in the top 10. We don't see a couple teams in the top 10, right? Peterbot's not up there. Epic Will's not up there. Finally, we see them in 13th place right there. A team that is definitely surprising. We have to talk about it. 17th, Acorn, Aders, and Poyo, 16 points in game number one. I mean, honestly, with Fortnite, there's so much to watch. I don't even think we necessarily saw exactly what happened to them that game, but middle of the game, we kind of see them up in the top left go down, and we're like, whoa, what's happening?
Yeah, a bit of a rocky one, right? We don't exactly know what happened. We did see in the feed, though, Acorn had gone down. Then it was up to Ages and Poyo to sort of fend off. Poyo ends up actually, you know, winning the fight on his own, right? Like, he gets the last couple of eliminations, and so they win the fight, but they lose the walk, right? Because then it's Poyo left as a solo. It was always going to be a tough one from that point in the game to clutch it up. Even though we know Poyo can, you know, have a clutch or two in him, I think the big thing again is it's just first game, right? We're all hyped, we're all excited. Canada on the stage is excited, right? He's got that first win, he's feeling good. He's like, I won the first game, I'm winning the whole thing. But it is just one of 12 games. You still have so much of your history to write right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a marathon, right? It's not a sprint. And it's interesting, too, kind of going back to Poyo, because there was that moment in, like, in the mid-game, we kind of saw them pushing the lone player. They immediately find someone on their own. They go, hey, it's not just me going, we're all jumping on this. We're going to burn a little bit of what we have. We're going to start kind of packing up with Surge, kind of setting that up. Let's take their stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, things just kind of fell apart. I do agree, though. Knowing this trio, I do feel like it's first game jitters. Right, again, this crowd takes things to a little bit of a different level. So I'm expecting a strong bounce back from game number 2, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that play in particular you mentioned is interesting, right? Because we know in a Fizz crash pad meta, you know, a lot of the top EU and NA teams are going to be making those plays non-stop, right? They're going to be scouting, they're going to be aware, they're going to know, okay, we can jump on this guy right now. If you are one of those, you know, teams who's from one of the smaller regions, it might be almost a bit of a shock for you at times, right? Yeah. Because they're used to being the big fish on their region, right? Like all the players we have here from Middle East, Asia, Brazil, you know, OC, they're used to being the guys of the lobby. And so when you walk into a lobby like this, you have a lot of players who might not give you that type of respect here. You gotta be ready for that.
Now, that being said, you know, I saw on the standings, we had 2 Brazilian teams in the top 10.
They were moving.
Right? King, Phaser, they were up there. We kind of saw them make it to the end game, and I swear, I think that NA experience that they got did such a good job of helping them out, because it was like in NA, every single time we kind of saw them kind of make it to the end game, they were always as a trio. They do such a good job of making it to the end game as a trio, right? They'll kind of make it around to like that 10th place in the game, and then continuing after that, it's kind of the development that they need. But hey, top 10 right now, pretty good.
That's right. Now, that was just game number 1. As we continue to prepare for the competition, why don't we hear from the players on their thoughts from the competition and the enemy trios on the other side?
I think this is probably one of the most stacked lobbies there's ever been.
All these teams that are here had to be the top of the competition. そうですね。それはやっぱ世界で一番トップだと思います。
People get better every single year.
This lobby feels super stacked, 7CS. I heard there's over 140 FNCS wins.
Over 12 games, really the best players are going to come out.
There's a lot more respected players here, so it's definitely more tough.
I think our biggest competition would be Cold's team. Individually, they're like the best players in the world.
O melhor fragger, na minha opinião, é o Cold.
وبرضو عندي تيم بويو وإيكورن وإيجرز من أفضل الأتيام اللي موجودة بالجلوبال.
Poyo's team is such a threat because they've been on top of the scene throughout the past year.
Acorn is probably the greatest IGL of all time. He's so smart and just knows what to do in any situation.
You got like the EU goats, Taze and Queasy.
Queasy's just like, he's a veteran, always making the right calls, and just finds all the young prodigies to help him up to the top.
And then Vino's team, I think, they're like the NA version of Cold's team, so like they're all individually good.
Looking at a player like Flixie, I think he has just everything. He has good aim, good mechanics, he's smart.
I think Canada Rapid Bolt's probably going to be like a very underdog team.
They have really good chemistry as a trio.
Vanyak, Marios and Pixie.
They got third, first and third in EU FNCS this whole year, and they've been playing very well.
An underdog team that I think will do good is Pix, Demus and Darm.
I think Kami might surprise everyone because he has an on-con spot. I think he's gonna do well.
The top teams are way better because you have like the top teams from every single region.
My surprise Dark Horse top 10 team would probably be Ruse Trio. I'd say they're my sneaky top 10 pick. From the Brazil region, I think the biggest threats are King's Trio. I think they're gonna shock people.
Alex's trio is the best in OC because they're the most aggressive.
Kyoto, like one of the best fighters in the world, so we'll see what he has to bring. He's been getting a lot of hype, but like it honestly still might not be enough.
All the Asia boys, like they're nuts.
I think that's the most hard level of competition ever.
All the people that have qualified really deserve to qualify.
The level of competition doesn't get higher than us.
Everything like before this has definitely led up to this.
We got here against all odds. We made it.
We're gonna definitely put on a show.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. Hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. Been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. Like 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. So hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded.
Fortnite fam to the Global Championship. Game number 1 goes in the way of Canada Rapid and Bolt. An explosive pop-off from not only in-game from Kanata himself, and now we make a return and start to continue the competition. Now, there is a small technical issue happening on stage. We're working to resolve that very quickly, and then we'll get back into all of the action. Let's continue talking about what we saw out of game number 1. Mr. Savage having that moment to pop off. That's what I love to see, and I love we kind of had that moment where he's like, hey, I don't know French, I know a couple things. Got a good laugh out of me personally, I'll just say that.
But you know what I love about that, right? Before we analyze the gameplay, one thing I love, right, is we obviously have a very passionate crowd with us here.
Yep.
And so, you know, obviously they have all their cheers and they love, but they also have a couple boos in them, right? You know, they weren't showing love to everyone. They were only showing love to M8 people. I love how they still had respect for Mr. Savage.
Yeah.
He truly is the most iconic EU personality, Fortnite player of all time. Like, they didn't care that he's not actually on MA, they were just like, we love Mr. Savage.
Yeah, that guy, we love him.
Yeah, we love him.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Savage is, of course, great. Right there, though, you know, was knocked a little bit earlier on. Chap and Reason kind of making it to the end game as a duo, making sure they do find themselves in 4th place. And he's got to be feeling so good about that, because we all know the storyline that is so typical and synonymous with the Mr. Savage name. It's almost like you could kind of change his name from Mr. Savage to Mr. Contested, because it feels like every single time he wants to do good and he's like feeling motivated for Fortnite, somebody wants to land on. And we came into Globals kind of expecting that, right? Coyote's trio was supposed to be landing on him. Vino maybe kind of throwing in a haymaker there, kind of saving him at the last second, right? Preventing that from happening, but boom, kind of proves himself uncontested and early on, 4th place.
I mean, it feels weird. Times are changing, man. As an EU veteran myself, I'm not used to seeing Mr. Savage uncontested, you know, so many times. I mean, we had it in Major 3, now we get at the Global Championships. We're being spoiled, actually, because you're spot on with it. I mean, for years, we have just had to deal with him being contested, no matter what, right? And so it's nice to see him get a shot to just build a strategy, play out the game, and he's got 2 great players by his side. I mean, Reason, of course, another just veteran, a legend of EU, and then you have Chap, you know, star of the show who popped off a lot last year, back on this stage now, and he started off really well.
I love, too, that as Chap has been getting here, so many other pros are, like, dapping him up, showing him love, right? Giving him kind of that respect that he's earned, but kind of, like, hasn't really been a thing for some reason. Now, you did mention the fact that he's uncontested. Do we think that will continue to be the case? Because we did see that off-spawn situation go in the favor of Vico, right?
Yep,
so do we think maybe Coyote's thinking, you know what, maybe let me test my luck with Mr. Savage game 2. Let me just see what happens.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Be honest with me. Do you think Coyote is a liar? Because that man said he ain't leaving, and I believe him. I believe it. He said it. I love how they had to like translate the whole interview, and there was the one bit where he did not have to translate at all. They said, "Are you leaving?" He said, "Nah." So I think they're gonna stay. I think, you know, all things considered, Mr. Savage should stay uncontested. Fingers crossed, at least.
Okay, I like that. Okay, we also obviously have to talk about other M8 specials. Malabuka, we saw him popping off in this game as well, right? The crowd loving these M8 players. And of course, you know, again, this is just game number 1, so I don't want to get like crazy and be like, oh man, things are bad. It's fine. This is that tester game, this is that feeler game, but them coming out in game number 1 feels like a solid start, right? Like now we need to pick things up maybe a little bit, but it's a solid start.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen. It's kind of hard. Well, I mean, maybe it is a little bit harder than I would imagine, but when you have so much support from the crowd, you gotta feel a little bit amped up, right? It's kind of like a little bit of a boon of sorts, right? You're just like, yeah, everyone wants to see me do well. Honestly, though, I mean, listen, they did, you know, kind of like well enough. They got some experience going through this game, survived Storm Surge, made it to the end game. Fell a little bit short when it kind of got to the later zones, but still kind of making it there. It's looking good.
I mean, for all my EU enjoyers, this is a typical Malabuka Watts ping game, right? They are synonymous with making it to the end game, one of them just going down, and then it has to be a dual clutch or solo clutch. It's happened so often, and we've seen them have amazing seasons, right? Amazing finals where they finish, you know, in the top 3, or, you know, almost winning at times, where, you know, this does happen, right? So again, if we're looking at maybe Queasy's trio and going, hey, that was, you know, the setup was to do what they always do, you could say the same about Malibuca's trio, where the setup was to do what they always do. They made it to the end game, a bit rocky. In those situations, though, where they are able to stay all three of them as a trio, that's been when we've seen some of the best performances from any team this year, right? So hopefully they can sort of, you know, stay a bit more tight-knit moving forward.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess we, obviously, again, this is just game one, right? We haven't seen those solo clutches, right? Kanada's trio coming out in that end game moment as a full trio.
No.
But like in NA, think about how many, even in EU, right? How many times we see these solo clutch moments. You're thinking, what is this player doing alive? It's just them. There's no way, man. Oh, they went out to win the game. Oh, they clutched a top 3, right? Like, but so far it's looked like, you know, if something goes wrong and that trio on member goes down, that's it. They're all kind of following.
Well, I mean, that's what makes solo clutches so special, because you do not see them all the time, right? That's when they do happen, everybody gets excited. And I can almost guarantee you solo clutches will play a very big part in who actually ends up winning after 12 games. You just have to.
Absolutely. I'm so glad. This is why I love working. no, honestly. Like, it's like,
and Zeke, that's fine.
Yeah, of course not. Zeke, everyone loves you, Zeke. Okay. Look, it is so important, right? You know, we always have this thing in Fortnite where people are like, yeah, you don't want to see them having to solo clutch, you know, you want to see them all free up as a trio. Yes, that's true. But at the end of the day, when you look at some of the greatest, you know, results and tournament wins we've seen in Fortnite history, a lot of them are built off the back of great solo clutches. You know, Peterbot and Poyo are not global champions if last year Peterbot doesn't have one of the best solo clutches of all time, right? You can look at so many FNCS wins from all different regions where solo clutching was, you know, the key to a team being able to get over the edge. If you have players on your team who you are confident they can deliver you and get you some extra points as a solo, you are well in with a chance of winning this whole thing.
I love that breakdown. That's so sick, and it's got me hyped, right? Because like, do you guys? Okay, let me test them out here. Do you guys feel like game one? Like, obviously it was a great game.
It was,
but it feels like last year globals game one was like wild, you know. And then as the day went on, we got crazy. Game one ended in Kanada win. That's pretty crazy, but it kind of felt subdued. You know, it's kind of like the calm before the storm. Am I misreading the situation?
Bro, Devin, Zeke is not entertained.
Whoa, I didn't say that.
That's what you're saying, bro. He's like, dude, game one was terrible. Bro. I don't want to ever see a game like that ever again. There's no solo clutches. Like last year's global was just better. Bro, that game was good.
Listen,
it had everything we had everything we wanted, bro. The structure, right? Finding out what teams are kind of going to play for the high ground, what teams are going to play for the low ground, what we can expect off spawn for the rest of the 11 games. I'm excited, and Zeke's disappointing me with this.
Now I know why they have to put Kelly in between you two, you know, to keep you two apart. It's going to be awesome. No, like, I'd agree with him. I feel like there was a lot of the beats that we sort of expect to see out of a lot of players. I would say, though, I do think it does get crazier. Like, don't get me wrong. I do think there's a couple levels that we can ramp up to in terms of just like some crazy high ground fights, right? Like, obviously, like that's one thing we've seen a lot of this year in Fortnite. I want to see some just like all-out brawls on high ground between some of our top teams. I think the zone pool towards the end there was a big part of why we didn't quite see that happening. But all in all, yeah, man, we'll get the solo clutches, we'll get the high ground fights, we'll get the crazy twists off spawn, because as much as, you know, we've seen these couple of teams say, yeah, we're not leaving, we're going to keep fighting off spawn, you know, at a certain point, you do have to start looking in the mirror, you know. Maybe that doesn't happen quite on day one. I think maybe a lot of the times you just ride things out day one, but going into day two, for sure, it ramps up.
Okay, all right. Do we think the Storm Surge kind of played a big factor in that last game? Felt a little, for some trios, it was totally okay. For other trios, it felt pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that one of the very early Storm Surge thresholds did not end up popping makes it very, very hard, right? Because we actually didn't see it active until the threshold was at 64 players, which I believe is around like zone 5. So it was actually pretty late into the game. So those all spawn fights, all those early engagements, they're playing a big part right now.
Absolutely good stuff. Now, of course, as I mentioned before, we are working to resolve a small tech issue. We are going to return to a break, and again, we're trying to get that resolved quickly because we know what you want. It's more Fortnite action. Stay tuned, though. We'll be right back with more action from the Global Championship.
Square dance on the floor. This is not a ball. I'm above it all. Starlight, see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find a go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. I get it, they love my whole steady. Fake off, so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes are winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. It's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than his adios. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known.
And we're back to Lyon. Nous sommes de retour à Lyon. Lyon, est-ce que vous êtes chaud? Eh, ça va, c'est bien. On va se créer des souvenirs tous ensemble ce week-end. J'ai envie de tester un peu là, si vous êtes vraiment chaud. Tous ensemble. Eh, oh, oh. Eh, oh. Eh oh! Eh oh! Eh oh! Hey oh! Thanks guys, you're so unbelievable. What's the crowd here? Quelle ambiance ici à Lyon, vous l'avez vu, on a pris un peu de retard sur la deuxième game. Pas de panique, on est là, je vais vous faire patienter, on va passer un week-end long et plus c'est long, plus c'est bon comme on dit. En France, on est ensemble pour tout le week-end. Dans quelques secondes, à peine, la game numéro 2 va démarrer. Vous l'avez vu, une game s'est déroulée pour l'instant, c'est le trio de Canada qui l'a emporté et de loin. En plus, c'est eux qui ont pour l'instant pris la tête de ce classement après la game numéro 1. Il en reste encore 11 au total, 5. Aujourd'hui, la route est encore longue. On est encore très loin de connaître le grand vainqueur de ce trophée. La game 2 va démarrer. Guys, back to the analyst desk.
Let's go, Benji! Let's go, Benji! That's what I like to see, baby. Man, we are back and we're getting ready any moment now. We're gonna get word, we're gonna jump back into the action. I did appreciate one thing though. Obviously, we hate to see tech issues, but they happen, right? This is a live event, things happen. But we kind of had a moment now, players kind of taking a moment, stepping away. We have a chance to like talk with someone. What I like to really see is all of them are in high spirits, right? Kanata walks up, he's like, Zeke, what did I tell you? I'm like, bro, let's go. That's the kind of hype I want to see. But everyone's in high spirits. Everyone's saying the kind of same thing. Hey, look, it's just game 1. Don't worry about it, Zeke. Stop panicking. Zeke, why are you crying?
Listen, I just hope that it doesn't cool anybody down, right? You want to kind of keep that momentum going for any of the teams that are kind of doing good. We'll have to see if it actually ends up impacting anybody. But hey, maybe some other teams kind of finding this beneficial, right? A little bit of a break. Maybe they went down early, kind of a little bit of a reset. But yeah, I mean, hey, listen, pauses like this, not what you want to see, but hey, sometimes rolling with the punches is what makes the best of the competitive players.
Look, you got some time to reset. Just treat this as game 1. This is game 1. This is the new game 1. You know, game 1 just happened. This is the new game 1.
That's right. You know what? I'm getting word. It is time once again. We are ready to jump back aboard that battle bus. Game number 2 starts right now.
And just like that, we're back. Game number 2 underway, and Jacob, after that performance from Kanata, Rapid, and Bolt, a standard has definitely been set.
Yeah, it was 9 eliminations. And the interesting thing out of them all, they're not even the team in first place. It's the Rangers Ruin off-spawn winners from game number 1, Tayson, Chicho, and Harrison. And honestly, it's not going to be that easy all day long between these two teams. And honestly, I wouldn't wish it any other way. And we're going to go at it yet again, straight off the spawn. A little bit of 50-50 action going down between Pablo and Ariz. Right now, it does look like Pablo might have got the first one. Prodoxy's able to get the second. That's a Sentinel pump and immediately put it to use. Gets the drop on Ariz. They're going for revenge here. And so far, 2 knocks, 2 eliminations. They just need one more as Pablo cleans that one up. That is all 3 down and out.
And now it's time to see what type of conversion we're going to be looking at with Prodoxy's team, because in the last lobby, after Tayson, Chicho, and Aether's conquered that off-spawn battle, they were still able to find such a steady placement, steady eliminations. But again, they're not the only teams going head-to-head. Benno, Vico, and I'm seeing an eliminated Felixi along the way here at Canyon Crossing. Coyota's team still posing a massive threat.
I know we had a translator helping us out during that interview, and the one thing that didn't need it was, are you going to switch things up? No, is what he was trying to tell the world, but this is how it all started off. Vico was able to get the first drop onto Yuma. That opened things up, but unfortunately, that's just the way off spawns go. His teammate got taken down. They go 2 for 2, and now they got to make that conscientious decision. Do you fight or do you split Canyons Crossing and try to get the reboots later?
Something a little bit more devious, though, possibly taking place here with Clix and Yamzo. Pigs, following suit, Supernova Academy might just be claimed by these 3, but Jacob, we saw so many teams. We didn't see that many surge bases in the first lobby. Almost have to wonder how many of these teams have been counter-stratting some of those surge partners and trying to take matters into their own hands. Victor V, Paper, Epic Whale, Dystopia City has been theirs to own, but they still have company to clear out. Rajito and Tete directly underneath Victor V, but that game 1 momentum swing could be all Victor V needs.
But wait a minute. I know everybody at home thinking the same thing. Where is that 3rd team? But back on over to this side of the map. Venno finally able to get the drop onto Yuma yet again. So it was Coyota, it was Reset that went for that revive. They did find success, but the down is there yet again. But he gets dropped right back into their box. So Venno, Vico, their job is not done just yet. They still have to figure out where and when they're going to get these eliminations and how they're going to get Flixi back into the game, because the reboot ban, Taco, is down there.
Still a massive advantage, though, for Vico and Venno having the high ground hold. Hamad, Kira, and FKS, Peterbot, Ritual, Cold. They might just have to go head-to-head, but Cold, Peterbot, Ritual, they're taking more of a scenic route here, Jacob. They don't seem like they're going to stick to the same strategy through each of these lobbies. Everybody has to be on red alert. Even though it didn't pan out in their favor for game 1, you can never count Peterbot out.
Yep, it looks like for game number 2, they had some time to talk about it, but they went ahead and spin that wheel. They said, where do you want to go next? And it looks like could be possibly over towards Foxy Floodgates. We don't know the exact drop, but we know where they have their focus at. We tune on Kanala, Rapid, and Bolts, our Game 1 Victory Royale winners. 9 eliminations, really setting the tone and the pace. And I was talking to you, Taco, during Game 1, saying this is a different vibe from Kanata, this major. This is a whole different feel during the Global Championship, and it's already showing up in Game 1.
Touch on that a little bit later on. Right now, we've got Prodoxy, Pablo, Wingo, Chino. They found Yuma. They're looking to finish what Benno and Vico had started. Originally, Chino definitely getting the better end of that trade. Rise already down and out for the count. Chino nearly falling, but a back-to-back knocks, double eliminations. And Chino holding strong here. Prodoxy gonna find the final piece of the puzzle, and that's gonna be a clean sweep at Canyon Crossing.
And this is exactly what you need for Chino, Pablo, and Prodoxy. It's almost impossible to guarantee you're gonna win 12 out of 12. They already lost game 1. So when you do win that off-spawn fight, you have to make each and every single one of those games count, and they're already making it sure that they get those eliminations, and they even take down some of the top teams in their path. We'll switch on over to Hive. down to business as usual as Mustache gets the down on the Goofy from across the map. But there's too much space, there's too much distance, and you look at their loadout, they don't have a ton of crash pads, they don't have a lot of Flowberry Fizz that they're using together, so they're not going to be able to easily rotate on over to get the elimination.
Also an issue with Swizzy having just been freshly knocked. That's going to mean that Mustache is now on revive responsibility, and then immediately straight back to trying to acquire additional surge from across the way. Oceania, though, definitely sending some presence back towards the way of EU. We'll have to check up and see how well this fares, but the elimination feed definitely picking up and revisiting Dystopia City. Victor V and Epic Whale, but Victor V's got 2 eliminations, and they're able to take care of this reboot no problem, but still bound to draw some additional attention.
Yeah, and kind of rightfully so. These guys are just playing out of their minds. Victor V deserves the biggest stage and the biggest round of applause. Honestly, I don't know where Pops is at in this building, but he has to be a part of this loud crowd. And there's the second elimination on the Razzo, and they're making sure they know it. Look, it doesn't matter, M8 or not, they're cheering for this young individual.
Can't help but think part of the success that some of these teams are trying to claim, it does start with finding those early eliminations, even a knock, anything to kind of boost your confidence. But Art, someone who was definitely swinging throughout that first lobby. Still, this is a difficult situation to tackle here. Kadu, Pisco, and Striker just continue trying to berate into these walls. They're not going to be able to break through the box just yet, but Southco from overhead alongside Arc, they're looking to try and make a separate angle approach. They've actually got Striker's trio a little bit trapped, and despite things looking slightly grim here for Arc and Salco, they've delayed it long enough. This might not be that appetizing of a fight.
Yeah, and luckily for them, though, down below, they have control of a lot of the pieces, so it's kind of going into enemy territory for Tisco, Kadu, and Striker. They have to be careful. The risk-reward scenario here, and they think they have the mismatch, but no, another team rolls up. Upbull, Focus, Mixin, and they get at least one of those eliminations onto Kadu. That's going to help. That's a breath of fresh air for Art and Salco, because this distraction is allowing them to stay alive. As Mixin and Upbull, they clean up yet another elimination out here deep in the zone.
Dastardly there from Upbull, and a steep punish to boot. It just a fresh reminder to every single one of these teams in the lobby, there is no such thing as a clean battle if you can't find that quick time to elimination. It's something that so many of these veterans here on land, we're looking at a ton of major winners, right? Even across the international stage, but Watts getting busy. Raito gonna be eliminated. And checking back now with Mixin, Upbull, and Focus, they recognize there's still one more trio member. Granted, with those 2 eliminations, they're recognizing the fact that this is just an easy final piece if we want to take it, but it's not something they have to force.
Yeah, you got to really be careful here, too, if you're Arc and Salco, because that team's just floating around. They don't necessarily know Arc and Salco are there, so they just have to be patient as can be and kind of hope they have enough Storm Surge to last these next couple of zones. Because they're not a team that'll build those towers. Arxpo and Salco is one that just kind of fight for their surge all across the western side of the map. But Wax being Malabuka, they have that one elimination so far, uncontested at Outpost. But very, very similar to that last game, this zone is pulling all the way towards the north, so a lot of these teams have to think rather quickly.
But this is a very dangerous position that Ping has taken up. He's being fully collapsed on by the Middle East. Halad gonna find that initial knock onto Ping. Malabuka gonna be forced to try and possibly pull back from this position. FKS, Hero, and Halad just fully intervening with what they were scheming by the Outpost Enclave. They're trying to get some surge across the way from Panzer and Yapko, but that option has just been reduced to nothing.
It's all about kind of waiting to see if it's worth it. They know at least 2 teams are fighting, but they may not know how many are still alive over on this side of the map. But Malabuka is using that opportunity. Even with his teammate down, he knows Storm Surge is a problem, and he has to worry about it every step of the game. Pablo, Chino for Doxy, they get another elimination. This time it was Visuals who have went down, and honestly, this is like redemption. They said we went down early in game 1, we didn't get any points. If we have any shot of getting a top 10 in this tournament, we have to pick up the pace, and that they shall do.
This is so reminiscent of how they handled their Major 3 performance in EU. They were scrappy, they were aggressive, and they were successful for it. And right now, when you're staring at a team, oh, hold that thought though, Chino, taken out of the sky. That's the dangers involved with this Flowberry Fizz, and the crash pad still has Pablo and Prodoxy to immediately back him up with that double revive, but there's definitely trouble in the horizon. Teams immediately trying to key them, seeing that knock was successful.
Yeah, just kind of an opportune moment. They just chop out the... I feel like I've seen this more and more and more. They just take that opportunity, catching them slipping, maybe even asleep, and they just end that fight rather quickly. But it was Agers, Acorn, and Pollo that actually did get that knock. It does look like they were trying to rotate in that direction, but they rather quickly to get the revive. No worries there. Malibuca walks. No ping still in sight. There's so many teams here on the southern portion of the map, including Hero, Halad, and FKS. And Alex's team even beginning to rotate over along with Anon and Resigns. This southern portion of the map is looking rather busy.
Oshi has just decided, hey, we are so far south, but we need to get surged somehow. So for them to push forward, they might have taken notice of what was taking place inside of that elimination feed. Slightly different tempo though for Marius, Vanya, and Pixie. Just content to farm things out a little bit at OXR headquarters. Spot King off in his own surge base. Decent ways away though. So all this plethora of heals and loot and easy rotations, but surprisingly enough, Arc might have just been able to clutch up big time for himself and Salco.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost an understatement. They tried to get the reboot back onto Skull. He went down again. It's almost no loss because they were able to pick up a huge elimination as Malibuca getting a knock onto Nam, but we're gonna jump on board Cooper, Reed, and Curly. They were the ones kind of admitting, hey, for us to get Storm Surge, for us to get that damage, it's going to be a challenge. But now you can see what's landing right next to him. A huge drop, a huge upgrade. And that's something a team like this feeling confident once they get it.
Salka and Arc still trying to fight things out here. Big knock onto Uppo, but Focus from overhead. He's going to bring down Salco. It's all down to Focus versus Arc. Focus definitely having the HP advantage currently, but he's going to go for the full finish here onto Salco. That Siphon immediately extending his leverage here. Arc scrambling underneath him, trying to see if he can replenish just a little bit of his shields to boot. But Arc, he's got to make a decision. He's got to make it quick. He's trying to see if he can get this right angle peek. Instead, stuck underneath these pre-existing builds. Focus going to create a little bit of space here. Focus off Flurry Fizz, trying to get the overhead approach, and Arc is still looking to take this fight. He's not backing down. You have to respect the guts to go for it. And Focus still struggling to clean things up. Arc might just be able to turn it, but Arc, he doesn't have a lot of HP. He has to reload. He's not going to be able to win it. He had the opportunity, Jacob, if he just had one more shot.
Very, very unfortunate circumstances for Arc. He ran out of white heals, no bandages, no med kits, those slurp juices. He had to be aggressive, but that played directly into Focus's hands, and he capitalized on it perfectly. Even though they're out of zone, Taco, I expect their full trio to be back into this game rather shortly. The fourth zone, still relatively early on in this game, but 6 eliminations for Halad, FKS, and Hero. Seeing how they're picking up some of those eliminations. It's Walks, he gets caught slipping, clothesline, shut down rather easy. Malibuca as well, no knock on the Malibuca, which means they're out of this game.
We knew it was going to be difficult, though, for Malibuca's team to have a recovery point. They got so locked down at Outpost and Clay, but this is wicked work by Pablo, Chino, and Prodoxy, just slowly making the Prodoxy crouch approach. He's been notorious for this method over the course of this past year, and now, currently, it could be the surprise that Peterbot does not want to have to deal with, or Golden Ritual. But Pablo, Chino, Prodoxy, the patience, the discipline, they know exactly when they want to strike. They could possibly even be looking to try and tackle a couple other teams nearby.
Yeah, just kind of double options, wait for zone. But if somebody kind of gets a little bit too ahead of themselves, that could be an opportunity as Peterbot shutting down Resigns, and again, no knock So the #1 team from OCE is out of the lobby in game number 2 as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looks to ramp things up. But Pixstar and Demas, underdog story the entire year. And this is something, I love the underdog story. And everybody, so many people were putting this team in the top 10, maybe even some inside of the top 5. Yesterday, we were watching their games. They were kind of having fun with some sky bases, but now is the time to really put it all to the test. Zone favoring their side of the map. They just had to travel up a little bit towards the north, but now they got a position ahead of everybody team toward the south. This is a good chance for them to start to accumulate surge.
Their low ground fragging potential has been what's really struck them into the spotlight from EU, but you can't help but think about the fact that even in that first lobby, I know Sven has been cooking up some strats with his Polish boys because we saw Pixstar and Demas attempting to maintain height at one point. Curious if they tried to do that same sort of mentality in the secondary lobby. Height was definitely a little bit scrappy last game, but King, Phaser, and OPA's in a little bit of trouble here, but they know Focus is in even more trouble. They want to see if they can maybe isolate that solo, keep him pinpointed, keep him away from their position. PHZN is going to need a bailout soon, though.
Yeah, this is a scary situation for the entire trio, for that matter. Finally, they find some heals, but I was just thinking 177 above the damage threshold. It is above the damage threshold, but it is not a ton. Things can change rather quickly, especially you see Merstash, you see Swizzy, Queasy on the other side of the mountain in the zone, pushing further and further towards the northeast. And this is where in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, on that side of the map, Taco, there's mountain rangers, there's dips, there's dives, there's so many different things in terms of elevation. Teams better be prepared.
And look, game 1 definitely did not pan out the way that Acorn, Pollo, and Agers would have normally anticipated, or anybody honestly in this audience would have expected them to do. But with so much surge damage already online, Jacob, this dead side rotate is absolutely perfect. They don't have to worry about encountering any of the clusters that might be starting to build on the edge of zone. The real thing that they're gonna have to be very, very cautious of is just not getting beamed from the sky.
Yeah, they're gonna be rotating to a lot of teams for that matter. So that's why they're trying to use that new upgraded launch pad. You mix in the Flowberry Fizz, and you tend to kind of get out of render distance for some teams, and you kind of get a free rotation in. It all depends on who's kind of looking up at a moment. And now we're seeing a peak with Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts of what that southern side of the zone actually looks like. This is what Agers, Acorn, and Pollo are actually rotating into. So for Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts, they already won game number 1, 9 eliminations. For them, I think it's kind of like slow and steady wins the race. They're not going to get greedy for eliminations. They're going to let them naturally present themselves throughout the course of this game.
Love to see some of these elevation shifts, though. It really challenges some of these IGLs finding the most optimal path for their teammates. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, not going to get too tagged up here by Iamzo, Higgs, and Clicks. A little bit of a missed opportunity. Victor V, though, that's going to finally be a connection there from Iamzo, the future, trying to see if he can pop off here, but it's going to be tough. They don't want to forfeit their position right now, Jacob, to try and key against Victor V, Epic, and Paper. They're just going to let them continue to tunnel through towards that side of the mountain phase. Kazi and Aspic, though, stuck. Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino. They're not gonna let these guys go.
Bro, they got the exotic Slapberry Fizz, they got Slurp Juices, they got Splashes. I know you start to think a little scared, like how much do they have to stay this deep in the zone? It is gonna be a 2-tick, but they have more than enough, and 2 potential eliminations, which will grant them Siphon, so that way they can save those heals even more. As Prodoxy's doing his lurk. Patented lurk here coming out, up above. Chino's not gonna need the help that he thought he did. They're gonna clean up those eliminations. They have 11 eliminations. What are we witnessing out of Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino?
They're making up for lost time. That last lobby, they had 0 placement points from being wiped off spawn, but 44 elimination points is absurd, Jacob. And they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. What I'm worried about for them right now is they are taking a lot of storm damage. Storm sickness could definitely pose a problem for them later on, but we'll just have to see how they continue to move through this lobby. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Cole, Ritual, a little bit stuck. We're so used, everybody is used to seeing Peterbot, Ritual, and Cole be super stacked from those divisional cups, but here in the global stage, they just haven't found a home.
Honestly, quite shocking. We tune into Mr. Savage, Reason, no chap in sight. Getting eliminated early, but I'm a glass half full type of guy. You see them center zone, so as long as they have enough Storm Surge, they're not going to have to worry about rotating from point A to point B like most of these teams. And then you can see the whole stat side, the eastern side of the zone, that has the elevation. So now it's kind of like a mind game for some of these players. Do I give up my little bit of high ground to rotate a little bit more center where there's less and less pressure from some of these teams, or do I stay and hope for the best that the zone cuts back to the northeast?
Queasy already scouting out exactly where he wants to go next, with Cooper Reed and Curly holding down the high ground though. Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, they're a little bit stuck here. They can't break through. Instead, they're gonna have to deal with Verdoxy pulling up directly behind them, and they just don't have that much material. They've got a completely stacked trio in comparison loadout-wise, and Verdoxy recognizes just how in tatters Peterbot's team actually is. That could be a very dicey situation. Instead, focus now from Chino, Pablo, Verdoxy going to be applied directly towards Epic Whale and Paper, trying to make a slightly lower rotational approach, but Chino and Pablo, they are completely smothering Paper and Epic.
Yeah, just kind of forced them out of the zone. And it's not a ton of damage each and every second, but that definitely adds up. Look at Paper, HP absolutely diminished in the blink of an eye because of that rotation. But it might have been worth it. It pulls towards their south with a lot of these teams, but Verdoxy knows they're trying to put down pressure. 10 HP, barely surviving. There's a second too quick beacon. That's Ritual. That's Cold and Peterbot. One's gonna go down. Cold's gonna fall as well. Ritual by himself yet again. He's able to get the knock onto Pablo, but there is no chance of him getting the elimination.
Ritual's gonna opt for the trade of revives. He loses Cold entirely, and he's not able to actually stick it to Peterbot. Peterbot's gonna be left behind. Ritual gonna be forced to play it out as a solo now. Chino, Pablo, and Verdoxy, they might even look to hunt him later on. They know he's somewhere tangled up in this lower layer, but still, they are just so heavily looted up, Jacob. The world is their oyster right now.
From 11 to 13, big numbers in game 2. Agers, Poyo trying to do the same thing, but they just run into speed bump after speed bump. Bolts gets the elimination. Active Storm Surge on the Agers. He does have some heals, but he needs to start figuring out where he's going to get the damage from as a solo. You see in the numbers just kind of tip and top, up and down, 30 to 20. He's trying to figure it out, but every 7 seconds, 25 damage. He lands just a chip shot, but it's enough to get above the damage threshold. But as soon as he starts to try to rotate in, high ground just focuses him and beans him down to 58 HP.
Exactly what you'd expect to see from Hype, but Agers still found this little pocket, this little bubble, a breathing room, that is, until the surge damage starts to tick away at his life again. Agers just trying to see if he could come up with anything. Sure, they managed to dip a little bit into the placement points, but it's just not enough. They've got to go on a massive recovery tour for game 3. Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, though, they've already found their spot in this lobby, and it's straight towards Hype.
Queasy has one motto: take height, don't get eliminated. And obviously in the first game, they gave it up because they didn't want to go down. This time is their chance. 400 plus damage above the threshold, and it's continuously counting upward, and they pull the zone. That is the biggest difference from game 1 to game 2. They now have the front side, and they have full control. And Verdoxy trying to fly his way in. He instantly gets knocked down. And now it's up to Pablo, Chino, and they're not immediately trying to drop down low. They're trying to assess the situation and figure out if they can take it.
Chino's been on fire. Pablo, still 3 eliminations too, but 11 elims despite losing Verdoxy. This is still a classic scenario for Pablo and Chino. They might still be able to make it work. They're trying to see if they can figure out, maybe take away a little bit of an advantage play, because these teams are looking for pre-edits in the mid-ground and even in the lower layers, but they're not going to allow it. Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy are the real threat right now, though. They just continue to apply steady pressure to those mid-layers. It's a big part of the reason why these teams are just getting so picked apart in between.
And you're seeing, as soon as they made it inside of the zone, they reconnected, making it that much harder for anybody to take them down. Marius, he's now trying to move up. 10 damage above the threshold. At least they're in front of the curve. Quickly looking towards the right. Curly, Cooper, and Reed. That was their momentary target, but they realize they have to stay ahead of the zone. They cannot get too greedy and fall behind.
But nobody can come close to Queasy and Mustache. They're just still overtaking the high ground. King, big time, though. Pink's eliminated. PH Sin soon to follow, though. If he's not careful, he's going to be forced to pull back here. But King and PH Sin, hip by hip. Flowberry Fizz punishing as much shield as they possibly can, because they have to keep moving forward, playing back of zone, because they have no materials. They're going to be forced to drop another layer. Height's not going to allow them to press forward any longer, and they might just drop directly into Epic Whale's hands.
We're seeing a lot of the damage again. Higgs goes down. Pixie cleans that one up. Queasy gets the knock onto Iyamzo. They're making sure that they make it count, that they got high ground in this game. 5 eliminations, and once again, they're connecting it. They're reinforcing. They're making sure nobody has a chance to contest them on the high ground.
Everybody underneath them is just a victim at this point, Jacob. Marius, Vanya, and Pixie seemingly undiscovered for the time being, though. Kanata in a little spot of trouble here. Just saw him take a massive chunk of his shield. Pixie now looking to play the medkit from the back to zone. Swizzy, though, shutting down Vanya the moment that he tries to push forward. And Mustache directly assisting here. Bolt stuck here, locking a hard place, and Madi is going to be knocked. Marius eliminated, essentially. There's no way his teammates are going to be able to get to him.
Yeah, and you're also seeing Kanata fall, Rapid down. Not sure about both. Things are going sideways very quickly, and it gets even more worse because the zone is pulling over that mountain. If you didn't prepare for it, it's going to be lights out. But Swizzy trying to stop Surf Juice. He's going to be the first one that does go down for Mustache. Queasy, that's a huge signal. That's a huge sign. They're trying to get away from this catalyst on the low ground.
But Queasy and Mustache are the only ones that made it to the mountaintop, and Queasy, it is just raining down from above. Queasy continuing to find those eliminations. Pump gonna be dropped. It's only Baka and Yeko, and Panzer's been eliminated too. Queasy and Mustache away with it. No one left to challenge them. Kings of the mountain.
If you were to ask anybody, who do you think is going to win? M8 is all what the crowd wants to see. And now 2 of their favorite players in the world just picked up a Game 2 victory royale. Just lighting up the arena as we speak, and you're seeing the looks on their face. Now I want to know what they're thinking. Frankie, let us know.
Mustache, you have made the Gentlemates more happy than they have ever been here in Leon. What's it like to take the second victory royale here?
I mean, it's nice, feeling nice. I want to win more games. We're going to win more games, and they're going to scream more louder with every game.
I think they will. Queasy, it felt like in game 1, you tried to take the high ground maybe a bit too early. You couldn't hold it. This time round, there were no mistakes. How did you make sure the plan went flawlessly?
I mean, it's never too early. Like, even first game, if we got some lucky pulls, we could have had it. 4 pulls we had, and then they pulled over the water and was kind of unlucky we couldn't get it. But game 2, we got some favors in our way, and that's it.
You don't need luck to win this, Queasy.
Cette fois, ils n'ont pas laissé passer l'occasion. Il a dit cette fois, ils l'ont pris cette hauteur et ils sont allés au bout. What's the plan now for the next games?
Keep going high and playing our game, that's it.
Le plan de jeu il est clair, on va jouer la hauteur à toutes les parties et on va aller chercher d'autres victoires. Big shout out, bravo to Queasy, Mustache and Swizzy!
Now, Mustache, earlier on we did practice the Gentlemates chant. Do you want to give it one more go?
Yeah. Are you ready, guys? Gentle! Gentle!
Very good. Very, very good indeed. One more time though. Gentle, gentle, gentle! We're going to hear so much more from these crowds and these players after this short break. Do not go anywhere.
get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have known.
My, oh my, game number 2 going in the way of Queasy. Mr. High Ground himself, Swizzy Merstash coming out on top again. I love, my favorite part about Fortnite is when we see these games happen, we get to talk directly with the players. I get to see Swizzy cheesing because they got themselves a victory royale. And I love too, Viv, you know, they sit there and they kind of call out, hey, you know, we had some unlucky pulls game 1, but game number 2, everything went our way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we definitely talked about that already. The interview that you're kind of talking about, right? I love to hear the game plan, right? Quizzy should have said it. Hey, you know, what's the game plan? Just keep going height. Incredible game from them, and you can kind of see the difference in the style of play, right? The control from this trio, you know, versus last game where we saw a less experienced team up on the higher ground kind of lose it very, very easily. It kind of seemed like, nah, Queasy's been up here before. They were well structured. Nobody was going to shoot them out. And I'm not going to lie, Kelly, after they won the game, they were kind of like hands up in the air. They were like, that was easy. Yeah, we watched the game. Nobody even looked up at them.
Well, with Merstash with the revolver shotgun, who wants to look up at them? We saw what happened to Pablo. If you try and go up even close to high ground, they're just going to shoot you out. And this trio, we talked about at the start of the show, they have their head on a swivel. They are so aware of what they need to be looking at when they have that high ground. They have such good positioning, making sure that they have one player in the front of zone and then 2 players looking behind them when they're on high ground, because we know just how potentially easy it is to steal height, but not when you're Queasy.
I love the kind of like the duality, the dichotomy of games 1 and 2, right? Game 1, you got Kanata come out, just jumping all over his trio mates rather. Game number 2, I mean, look at Queasy, ice cold, right? He's like, look, I love that I got this VR, but I have to stay locked in. I cannot falter even for a moment. I love to see that they got this victory royale. So many points racked up. And I thought for like a moment, I was like, okay, we've got height, things looking good. We ain't got eliminations. I said, Zeke, hold on. Look at the points now. Off of a single game, double-digit elims coming out from the trio, and now holding down the number 1 spot. Viv, this is looking good. Game number 2, we started to get crazy. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I am a little bit worried, right? The game plan is coming to fruition, and I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit worried as well. 6th place, Pablo Wingo, Chino, and Fredoxy winning the off-spawn in game number 2. Of course, going down the first game, getting the opportunity to go ahead and showcase exactly what they can do. And Kelly, this was kind of like, you know, after major number 3, EU, they kind of hit the pause button, right? They showed up on the stage, and then they hit the play button again. They were like, listen, we know what the game plan is. run at people and get the elims.
Oh my gosh, what was it? By zone 3, they had 8 eliminations. It was absolutely crazy watching what they can do when they do win that off-spawn fight. But what I want to see now, though, is them transition that into the perfect end game. And you saw they had the idea. They wanted to potentially go for height. It didn't work out. They dropped down, and then they were still able to carry themselves. And that really is what matters. Not just being able to kind of recover from a failed height steal, but also recover from a failed game 1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Zeke, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be a little bit of a critic here, right? Levin kind of made a great point when he was just up here. He was like, listen, like, why are you guys kind of looking up at height, right? You would imagine that it was meant to be like an EU team up here. Of course, that wasn't the case in game number 1, but in game number 2, it was. I'm kind of questioning like the decision from Fordoxi's trio to kind of go up there and steal the high ground, right? Levin kind of talked about it. You kind of expect a great EU team to be on the high ground. You would imagine that Fordoxi would have thought like, hey, listen, Queasy's probably got the high ground. Why would you just send yourselves kind of right in their firing line and kind of risk that when they had so many builds to work with? They could have just worked the mid ground.
I think they were testing the waters a little bit. It's still just game number 2. There's a lot of potential to possibly see what high ground is going to be like. And in game number 1, high ground was a little bit easier to take. But that was when Queasy was not on high ground. But looking up at the high right now, of course, we have to look at Pablo Wingo, Fordoxi, and Chino just a little bit more into that game. Look at this. We're in zone 8, and they already have 11 eliminations, sticking to the low ground because that's where all of the players are going to be. That's where everyone drops down when they're getting a little weak, a little low, and that's where they can clean everything up.
Terrifying stuff. Man, you know something else I wanted to call out? Another trio that's performing insanely well in 4th place. And, you know, guys, we actually got to see them a lot in major number 3. It's King, Phaser, PH Zin showing up on a global stage. We already saw them show up in NA in major number 3. They said, all right, this is practice now on a global stage after game number 2, 4th place. They are looking to continue this run. I mean, they are proving to be pretty menacing here on land.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super impressive. Again, they're a trio alive, right? I kind of talked to Levin about this, is that they do such a good job right now of getting around to like 10th place as a trio. Kind of a little bit out of character for them, because usually when one of them goes down, all of them go down at the same time. But no, a little bit of a clutch here from King and PH Zin. Incredible stuff, right? Maybe adapting to the lobby, being like, hey, listen, we can't just kind of play this game where it's trio or nothing. Let's play for ourselves a little bit after things start to look a little bad. 4th place right now is so good.
I feel like that really speaks to what they learned from North American Central. That's something that we commonly see. A lot of these duo solo clutches in a trios competition is kind of NA's bread and butter. And so for King to come here, learn a little bit, and also perform very well against the big names in NA, I think that they have brought that in just tenfold for the Globals competition.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd love to remember we got to interview him kind of the sort of show, right? And, you know, in summation, he was basically like, look, I wanted to go to NA, I wanted experience. And to your point, taking that experience and immediately the next step is the hardest competition. And they're like, hey, we went out, we learned, and now look at the fruits of our labor. Like, that is so incredible to see. Guys, this is just the first 2 games of the competition. This is just the first 2 games. What are we hoping to maybe see in game number 3? So, you know, think about like what, again, the duality, right? Game 1, Tayson's roaming around the map. Game 2, Fordoxi's, you know, are we maybe hoping to see more of this back and forth?
You know what I want to see if we're talking about back and forth, and coming from North America, I'm going to be a little bit biased. I want to see Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual, as well as Acorn, Agers, and Poyo make it to an end game. I want to see this rivalry that we've been building up for the last year. And again, it's first 2 games, Vivid, we still have so much more, and we can expect out of those 2 trios much more to come.
Yeah, I mean, kind of strange game from Acorn's trio there. We almost never see them below Surge, and Surge was definitely an impact from their game right there. And instantly, you know, again, we talked about it after game number 1. We were like, hey, listen, like the plan seemed like it would have worked if they would have just went ahead and third-party the Dystopia City fight. We didn't see them third-party the fight at all this game, right? So maybe instantly kind of veering away from that because it didn't work in game number 1. I don't know where they went on the map, but not feeling confident right now.
Man, dude, I want to keep talking about so much that we saw in the game. So much to unpack, but you heard that battle bus horn. It is that time. Once again, game number 3 is here and ready for us. What's going to happen? Let's find out right now.
Here we go. Game team number 3 is among us. And so much is going down around the map. It's kind of hard to keep focused. You got the Rangers Ruin off-spawn fight, 1-1. You got the triple contested, or even now a duo contested Dystopia City. You got drop spot roulette being played out as well. And you got Queasy's team and Kanata's team at the top of the leaderboard.
But we just saw Fortnite and Tayson on the big screen here in Lyon, and they are going back to back to back with these off-spawn contests. Both of these teams wishing each other good luck in those pre-game player interviews. But for Oxy, he's looking to make that first touchdown. Tayson actually going to be the first man to pick up a weapon. He's looking to see if he can close in on an initial knock. Gino already stripped of half of his HP. Tayson, though, with the leverage of the high ground, they have forced Pablo, Chino, and Fradoxy to be stuck dealing with the swarm. They are all tunneled inside of the same staircase. Rangers Ruin is getting desperate right now for Gino. He's only got 4 HP to work with, but Atris, he's actually going to be the first one fully eliminated. Gino still holding it down, delaying, buying enough time for Doxy with the separate angle approach. But for Doxy, he's got to finalize on this. They have to capitalize on this moment, and they do. Dame strike yet again here in France, but no, it's been ruined. Scarpa, Gabzetta, and Way immediately getting involved.
This is what we were talking about. Maybe 2 games will play out as normal, but things are looking a little shaken up as Gabzetta. They're trying to take advantage of this fight that has gone 1-1. Now it's looking like Fradoxy is in trouble. Gino, he's the one with the good loadout. He's the one that has to try to figure out a way to make a play as Fradoxy just trying to loot up, get some materials. They realize even with Pablo going down, they have to start to think about reboot card. When do we get it back? And they're not the only team. There's another team that's starting to look in this direction. For Gabzetta, Scarpa, and Way, they got what they came for, and that's position over Rangers Ruin.
The pain right now for Chino and Fradoxy is that Chino is just stuck. Fradoxy had to create a little bit of space. He had to disengage. He had 0 mats. He knew he could no longer stay involved in this fight. But this is definitely going to put a damper on their overall game strategy because they're just going to have to wait it out. Gabzetta, Way, and Scarpa, they're also going to reap all the benefits of taking Rangers Ruin for themselves.
See if that one continues to play out. We'll take a close eye on that one. But this one, Dystopia City, where we thought it was a triple contested fight. Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot go back to something they did early on in game 1. They landed towards the outside, but they do not know. Tinka and his entire trio is right above from OCE waiting for things to break out. But a triple contested, they're all landing towards the launch pad. Rise is the one that's getting good damage onto Vico, and that's the first knock. Flixie's taking some damage as well. Luckily for him, he has a momentary escape.
Drise, Yuma, and Coyota just putting on the burners right now. Flixie was trying to see if he could provide a little bit of coverage, but 1 versus 3, and he's not going to get the chance to escape. Asia coming out on top in game 3.
What is this? It might be a Brazilian thing, you know what I'm saying? Because both of the teams that qualified out of Brazil, or at least 2 of the 3, are now made their way over towards Rangers Ruin. Luckily for Fradoxy and Chino, though, they were able to get on out. So this is just a whole different mix-up that I didn't expect in a million years.
This is the Fradoxy effect right now. At Rangers Ruin, everyone is just crouching, creeping up on each other. But Scarpa gonna be some of the first to open up with some big shots. Still not feeling comfortable just yet, diving straight into the heart of the action here. But Scarpa, they recognize King. He might be trying to make this flank approach. He could be an isolated member. PH Zin, though, still going to be enough of a buffer zone here. And Gabzetta, Scarpa away, they've decided, you know what? You guys can have it. We're out of here.
Yeah, we got to figure it out. This wasn't even our drop spot. You guys can take it. Now King Phaser, PH Zin, they're actually choosing to kind of rotate away from Rangers Ruin, and that's a conscientious decision. Go for eliminations, go for points, go for Storm Surge, instead of sitting back, not knowing if that other team is still alive, and going for XP. These are the 2 different paths, and they're taking this one.
Talk about a silver lining, though, for Fradoxy and Chino. They're left all alone at Rangers Ruin with Brazil deciding for that early departure, but Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, they've struggled to really find a home with their initial drops just because they've been trying to go all around the map. And yet again, lobby number 3, we are seeing them try a slightly different approach here. But The result is still all the same currently, Jacob. They're at Dystopia City, and they're waiting to see when they're going to be able to try and take advantage of this contested area. But Pinka, Kazi, Aspect, they're also just trailing so close behind. It's making it really difficult for Peterbot, Gold, and Ritual to actually take advantage of vulturing some of the leftovers here at Dystopia.
And I just got my eyes glued to the mini-map right now, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3 different teams. But wait, one of them's Kazi, Tika, and Aspect. So I'm thinking right now, where is Epic? Well, Victor V and Paper. Maybe an early battle between Tay and the full trio as Swizzy, Merstash, 2 different bases towards the sky, and with the zone pulling a whole different direction this game than the previous 2, it looks like it's pulling south, maybe a western lean. Swizzy and Merstash and Queasy, they have the luxury of waiting for all these teams from the north to rotate down into them, and that means easy surge for the first place team.
And Merstash wasting absolutely 0 time alongside Swizzy, locking in some of these early surge tags. A little bit of hide and seek, but it's gonna be Merstash coming out on top yet again. Goofy knocked, but you have to remember, despite Goofy being knocked, there's no real opportunity provided there for Queasy's team to follow up with a heavy key approach. So we're gonna shift a little bit of the attention focus. Striker needed to watch his back, but he still got Tisco maybe to try and bring things up into fruition, but Salco Arc School, they pose too much of a threat here, and Tisco, he'll be eliminated. That's just an easy cleanup.
Yeah, for a team, you said it yourself, Arc is playing fantastic as an individual the entirety of the week leading up to this, taking 1v1s against anybody who's taking that challenge, and now something coming from him, NA West. This could be a big make or break moment for his entire Fortnite career. As Reed, Cooper, Curly, same position we saw them in that last game, just at the edge of the zone. They're just trying to get as much Storm Surge as possible. Not sure who that is on the other side. Baka's team, Mansour's team, those are the 2 possibilities it could be.
There's one thing that Peterbot's certainly got intentions leaning towards. It's maybe trying to key Marias, Vanya, and Pixie, but underneath, does he even know? Does he even realize? Victor V, Paper, and Epic Whale, they've decided maybe we should just bring the paddle straight to Peterbot, Gold, and Ritual. Why are we the ones waiting to see whether or not they're gonna stick around and hover inside of Dystopia City? Still, Epic Whale, not necessarily primed with that loadout for fighting. And for that reason, and probably knowing that there's another team in that area, it's just best not to take that fight.
Yeah, it's just not easy to get the loadout that you want, especially when you're triple contested. And then a 4th team makes their way on over. So I think they made kind of the heads up play to focus on staying alive, prioritizing position, realizing we can get a loadout, we can get Storm Surge elsewhere. Visuals, Braids, and a Minish. Business as usual for them. They land over towards Foxy. I think as soon as they realized the zone was pulling in their favor, they immediately start to set up their own surge base. And this is kind of a little bit of different kind of pacing of the game that we're seeing in game number 3 here. Instead of the all-out aggression, it looks like they're kind of playing more to what a lot of teams have practiced, which is Storm Surge bases.
Yeah, but Cooper finding that first knock just gave the green light for Curly Ree and himself to actually find those additional eliminations. That's some big surge that they are getting online super early. And a handful of teams that have managed to have some success with these surge bases. But we have seen so many interventions, so many other teams, and that's something that Chat, Reason, and Mr. Savage don't take lightly. They're gonna spend a little bit of extended time inside of these early storm picks. They don't mind it, and it's giving them a good idea of which direction they actually want to head, especially when you're scouting out some of those surge bases in the distance. They know there's going to be teams looking to try and hold on edge of zone.
Yeah, and then kind of add in the fact that neither one of these 2 games that we've had so far has went down to heal off. So it's kind of giving you more and more of that confidence, like, hey, I can stay a little bit longer in towards zone. I can try to figure out Storm Surge, especially if you're uncontested like they are. You can always go back for those extra heals. As OXR HQ, just as busy as we last left it. Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, they kind of got a huge base, basically a 3-room apartment. Everybody gets their own bathroom. They're just kind of replenishing a lot of those builds that they used to get there. You see the extra hills in and outside of their base, and they're just a hop, skip, and a throw away from the actual zone. The only thing that we do not know yet, Taco, is do they see Peterbot, Ritual, and Colt? Do they know that team is there?
They're likely pretty aware that there's somebody lurking. Whether they know that it's Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual directly, that'll have to be answered later on. But Victor V, Epic Whale, Paper, they diverted that initial path, and they find themselves directly underneath Reed, Curly, and Cooper, trying to see if they can apply some pressure, get a little bit of damage going. But Victor V gonna get the worst end of that trade out, and Epic Whale still looking to provide a little bit of coverage. They've just infiltrated the base that Reed, Cooper, and Curly once held.
Yeah, I like the decision, though, for Reed, Cooper, Curly. They saw the zone kind of pull towards the south, a little bit further from where they're at. They say, hey, we got to focus on this. Agers, Acorn, Poyo. This time around, they're getting to play their side of the overall map. We're seeing it pulling towards the south, but Demon's Debris kind of just on the outskirts inside of the zone. So they're watching and seeing every team that rotates on over from that mountain. You got to think Alex and Nam reside there towards the south of that mountain. Coyote, Rise, Yuma, they landed over at Canyon. So they're just trying to take advantage of every team that might not be quick to the punch.
But it's still crazy to see that quick stat for Acorn's team, that they didn't take a single tick of surge all throughout the regular season majors. But here on the global level, they have been struggling back-to-back matches, finding a good grasp of that surge damage threshold. Right now, game 3 though, halfway point technically speaking for day 1. They have the opportunity. We just saw what Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino were able to accomplish in that last lobby. When you're able to secure over 80 points in a singular match, you're still always in the running.
Yeah, on pace. Outside of maybe getting that victory royale where you do get the 9 extra points going from second to first place. So all you need is, a win, but 10 eliminations, that's about a 105 game. Close the gap in an instant. We already saw that out of a few teams so far. Pixie, Marius, and Vanya, they're just rotating all around. You saw them go from OXR HQ. They took that massive launch pad with the Flowberry Fizz to take over the Shining Span Bridge, prioritizing their rotation. Not really worrying about anybody else that's there, as Victor V, Epic, they're still here, but Cold is the one that's down. So Peterbot and Ritual got the pressure on their shoulders.
Tragedy there for Pablo as he's fully cleaned up too. So that's gonna be a wipeout for Prodoxy's team. They'll have to sit and deliberate, figure out what they want to do for game 4 instead. But Ritual and Peterbot still trying to work side by side. The problem is they are so split from each other, Jacob. The moment that Yamzo, Clicks, or Higgs might realize, hey, there's a primed up opportunity here to just outright key, but doesn't seem as if they're aware of that situation just yet.
And already we saw Cooper, Reed, and Curly try to rotate on out. But now they're running into a whole nother team, and Cooper's going to be the first one dropped. That's Snowy. Todd is still alive. Even though they do lose one, they have a numbers advantage. They can play for the revive, and I think Reed might know that just a little bit, trying to go for pressure underneath, break it through the wall. The beast control does not go over. They do a quick peek. Both teams kind of missing those shots, though. Reed has to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. They are inside of the zone, so in theory, Taco, Ryu, Snowy, and Todd have no reason to rotate out.
That little bit of a whip, though, from Reed might come back to haunt him here because Todd, Snowy, and Ryu in that 3 versus 1. This is so optimal for them to continue to apply steady pressure. They recognize Reed has no other choice except to try and live, to try and escape, and they are just ripping him apart from the sky. Every single crash pad, sure, it's taking them one step further, but fortunately for Reed, Marius, Pixie, and Vanya provide a little bit of that buffer zone. They're gonna force Sod and Ryu back, but Reed, he is still pinned down, stuck along the peach face underneath Shining Span.
Yeah, it don't miss you wonder, like, does he even have a singular reboot card, let alone 2? He really had no choice but to disengage out of there because they will try to push Ace solo in that situation. But Malibuka walks, pings, 25 points through 2 games so far. Couple teams need to go down about 7. You can start getting some of those placement points. But for now, they're just kind of focusing on one thing and one thing only, Storm Surge. That's going to open up the world in terms of flexibility the later this game goes on.
And this time, Malibuka's team not being third-partied now means that they've got a little bit more of that luxury room to try and get their Surge locked in, going up against Yapko and Panzer in a separate Surge base. Good ways across from them. Yuma, Coyote, and Rise, though, we saw the success they finally had with taking care of Veno's team, and now the question becomes, can we see a Prodoxy Tayson type of performance? Can they convert this to a strong endgame finish.
Hey, you know the entire region usually kind of has some tricks underneath their sleeve that they save for big moments just like this. Swizzy, Queasy, Merstash, they're just making their way on over towards that bunker. They're one of the few teams in the lobby because they're uncontested at the Hive. They get that instant OXRHQ rank, and that is what they're able to use to kind of rotate on over to the vault and get some sort of exotic. You already see it's going to be the AR in Swizzy's inventory. And if you guys don't know, every shot you land with that AR, the next one just deals more and more damage. And putting it in Swizzy's hand, honestly, is very, very scary for the rest of the lobby.
And looted and booted, that is for sure. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, they've got so much time to work with in comparison to a lot of these other teams that are likely feeling a bit more pressured, a bit more pushed into trying to create, manifest some sort of surge damage just to be able to find the same type of rotates. But Queasy, we'll have to see what he gets up to later on, because we know they love to look for height, and they are setting up very early on, Jacob, strong loadouts to take over.
A tough situation, depending on where the zone continues to go for a lot of these teams towards the south. They're trying to make this part of the map their home base and kind of wait for a lot of the teams towards the north, towards the west to start to try and rotate in. Kanata, Bolts, and Rapid, almost 700 damage above the threshold. Now they're going to surpass that with a couple shots being landed. And they're just peeking through the cone right now. They already are in zone. They're just trying to figure out how many teams are around them, what teams are there as well, and what teams are rotating in. Ritual Cold, Peterbot, that's going to be one that they focus on for a quick and short moment, landing some damage on the Ritual, forcing them down further towards their glide, just kind of making sure they can't get priority position.
The real trick in a set lobby like this, though, is finding those shots, but not receiving any in return. Peterbot, Ritual Cold, though, they've got to take this fight up against Tete and Raito. They need a recovery point. They've managed to bring Cold back off the reboot, but this is a fight that they're going to have to optimally turn into their favor. It's a little bit scattered right now, but they're just so low on that surge. They don't have any other options. They have to keep trying to apply pressure, but they might not get the chance. The surge is going to take care of them alongside Raito. Just an easy come up.
I am at a loss for words. After 3 games so far, they have failed to place inside of the top 17. That's where those placement points begin. They are in 31st place on the leaderboard, and it can only get worse if any of those 2 teams below them are still alive. But from the bottom side to the top side, Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash. That's going to be one thing, because they see every single player that goes down. They see every single trio that gets eliminated. And when you see them go down for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, even Clixy, Yamzo, and Higgs, that's got to be a confidence boost.
Everybody just looking like a rags to riches comparison from what we just witnessed, but Yamzo, Clicks, Hips, they're still trying to take advantage of their convenient positioning here. They're spraying all of these teams that are just stuck on the congestion inside that edge of zone, teams that are fighting to try and lock in a little bit more surge, and Phaser, he is going to fall. Yamzo, a little bit too accurate, and Clicks just still continuing steady pressure application. These teams are not able to escape.
Yeah, I think they saw it at the corner of the eye, and now they're not going down. A whole nother team, but they know if they can continue to focus in that direction, they can probably try to get the wipe. But on high ground, we're finally getting that peak. Poyo, Agers, and Acorn, but they're 69 damage below the threshold, which is surprising because we're at the Kappa factory towards the south side of the map. They have been granted the zone majority of this game, but just unable to really find the shots to put it to use, and they're falling further and further below.
They gotta be real careful here. Team sitting inside the building, and Agers just doesn't care. Mountain gonna be immediately eliminated. Just a max pop shot. Poyo now looking to follow suit here. They are feeling so confident. They know they got Goofy locked in their sights, and Agers finds the next elimination. There's their surge at last.
Locked and loaded, ready to go. And this is a team right here, right? When you got Poyo on this team, when you got Agers on this team, Acorn, debatably one of the best IGLs in Fortnite, them going down early, that's like poking the bear. That's like poking the bear in the wilderness, and that's something I would never do. And now they're here in this game, and they're out for redemption.
The problem right now that I'm thinking about, Jacob, is Queasy loves to look for height right around this period, right around that 8th zone time frame. But with Acorn now looking much healthier, and a mastermind IGL in his own right, you have to anticipate that there's going to be a very strong challenge for hype between those two teams. And that's not even considering other trios in the lobby like Vanya, Marius, Pixie, all of these experienced veterans that know full well what type of potential high ground holds, especially with the zones falling over this part of the map. It is a very strong pinpoint location. So many teams are going to have to burn through materials in those lower layers.
Yeah, and you can kind of see in the minimap, majority of the teams, even with the zone currently opening up, are like on that 50, where the half and half actually was. And even further south, nobody really wanted to make that move because you know as well as I do, inadvertently with the crash pads, Flowberry Fizz, it just makes you an open target. A Savage Chat reads, and they're getting a little bit more aggressive, trying to take advantage of Merim, Buyu Ryu. They're underneath as well. I think Wixie might still be alive. Nope, saw it in the feed. Queasy's gonna take him down, so Savage Chat Reason, even with 2 eliminations, almost 900 damage above the threshold. They're feeling good.
Agers, Poyo, Acorn, depending on which direction they head next. I was going to say they might need to be wary of Mr. Savage's team, but instead it's going to be secondary height as the focal point. They're just getting sprayed out, though. Their builds not being allowed to fully lock through. Yuma, Grise across the way, but no! We thought those 2 eliminations that Agers just secured would be enough, but the surge threshold, they just climbed to such a high level, Jacob. They're still sitting 99 below, even with 3 eliminations. Finally, they're gonna tick over into just 3 above, but it's still not enough. They can't find a footing until they get more surge.
They are just burning through materials. Even with that elimination on the reset, they are not gonna be able to get a lot of that loot. It's gonna go to the wayside, and now they have to worry about their rotation, feeding them the punch. Arc Skull and Sauco, they might be below the damage threshold, but Poyo, Agers, Acorn focusing on this rotation because they know it's not going to get easier. In fact, only 7 builds onto Agers. It's going to get harder and harder unless they find that key refresh.
But look at Arc School and Sauco. They're a little bit beat up here. Still, Mr. Savage, Chad, Frieza, and they're immediately trying to cut straight to the front side of zone. Might have been a little bit too ambitious here, though. The lobby has taken notice. Chap, no shield, no time to recover it just yet either. Mr. Savage doesn't have any white heals to his name. They've got to just fight it out with teams directly behind them. But Chap finally getting the opportunity. He's trying to see if he can replenish just enough to really frag out here for his team. Sod, Snowy, Ryu, though, doing a great job holding him. And Poyo stuck in the same booth.
It's not good for Braids and Visuals. They're going to get eliminated, but Poyo is going to get dropped. Agers still taking a lot of damage. They're trying to use the crash pad to get out, but just stuck in zone. They go down, and it's Queasy, it's Swizzy, and it's Mustache yet again. Not only the kings on top of the castle, but the ones lighting up the feed. Down below, a whole different ball game. Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, they are in the mud right now, having to figure out where they're going to go because Zone is slightly moving up over that mountain. They realize no other team is in their path. It's now or never.
But the problem is they've got Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache on height, beaming everybody underneath them. These guys are applying so much steady and consistent pressure that nobody's having a chance to look up just yet. They've spotted out a team tunneling through. It's Malibuka and Walks trying to see if they can break through from that secondary height position, but with Queasy now overtaking the front side, overtaking front side height. Now everybody else stuck underneath. This is everything for Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy.
And just in the back pocket, you see 6 flashes, the exotic Slapberry Fizz, which heals HP, a just in case, but up goes Pixie. They're trying to go for that opportunity, but Mario says, no, 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 we need to disengage. We cannot go for it, at least not right now, but he's taking so much damage on his way down. But Swizzy, distracted for a short moment. A lot of his shields go out the window. Luckily for him, his entire trio is still there. 2,000 damage above the threshold. They won last game with 12 eliminations, and they're well on their way to do it again.
And that's the problem for everybody else in this lobby, is that Queasy, he is just tarping fully unleashed. Nobody there to stop his pad. 2 of them, the best fraggers in the world by his side. And Kanata, he is down and out for the count. Bolts, Rapid, trying to see if they can secure a strong, at least break into that top 5 placement maybe. But Iamzo, Higgs, also a little bit scattered here. Iamzo's gonna fall. It's Higgs who's trying to come up big time here. Big elimination though for Higgs. Gonna buy him a little bit of a lifeline. He's doing everything he can to try and play through this backside of zone. The Siphon's still carrying him just a bit further. But Marius, Vanya, Pixie, they're looking to layer swap. They know they don't have enough, and Marius taking out the moment that he tries to chop through.
He just gets stuck. That 1 second cost him what could be an opportunity here is Pixie's just trying to make it to the front side of the zone. He's just getting cut down every step of the way, but finally reuniting with Vanya. This is their moment. They have to figure out a way to make this count. They're missing a huge chunk of HP. They're using what they can out of the med miss, but there's still a whole team on high ground and another team lurking underneath. That's Chap, Savage, and Reason. They're making every single one of these uncontested games count as Vanya's making a play, challenging for the high ground. He has it for now, but how long can he hold on to it?
Vanya doesn't even care that it's just a 2 versus 3. He still tries to take that challenge, but Swizzy immediately, not against my IGL. I've got the backup here. Swizzy taking him out. Vanya, sorry that it's a fellow gentleman, but it's just business, not personal. Cammy also eliminated for Stash. Now trying to see if he can take out Chap along the way, but Savage, Mr. Savage still making it work.
This is it. It's basically all EU here in the end game. Chap down below, trying to make a play. He's gonna get cut short. Reason as well. It's all up to Savage, but no, the entire trio ends up back in the lobby. Swizzy has finally come down. He's ready to steal this game away. They have 12 eliminations, already matching their last game win.
Don't count out Pix Darman Demons, though. These guys love winning through the low ground. We've seen them do it time and time again, and Queasy with no materials. Pix also no materials. I drop lurking directly behind the team on low ground, though, and Mustache, Swizzy, they're starting to drop. They're trying to see if they can close this one out. Queasy finds a knot. Demus is out. Queasy going for the back-to-back. It is all Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy for a Game 3 victory royale.
It's only taken 3 games to get our first team with not only multiple victory royales, but the back-to-back 12 eliminations in that last game. More than that in this game. We are looking what could possibly be a great team in the making. Frankie, don't you agree?
I really do agree. The fans in Leon again going absolutely wild for this team. Queasy coming into the Global Championships. They said that this competition was going to be owned by North America, but right now it's being owned by the High Ground Kings. How was that game? Just a complete repeat of the second.
I mean, we're just playing our game, that's it. Just playing end game, playing height, and that's it. Nothing more.
But why isn't anyone able to challenge you for that height right now? We've got huge names. In fact, in that last game, all of our top 5 trios made it to the end game, but you still came out on top.
I mean, I feel like it's the hardest of the hardest. It's hard to have a good mid game. A lot of teams are contested, so just hope we stay uncontested and we'll probably win.
You mentioned being uncontested. You may regret that. Benji, à toi.
Yeah, Swizzy, excuse me, Swizzy. Man, 3 games, 2 victory royale. What's your secret, guys? What's your secret?
Take height, don't die.
Le secret, c'est de prendre la hauteur et de pas mourir. Have you got any words for your fans, for the gentlemen fans?
Gentle. That's it. Gentle.
Gentle, gentle, gentle. Thank you, guys.
Mustache, what an incredible Global Championships for you so far. Is it all about the calls that this man is making, or is it all the chants that the M8 fans are making?
It's everything. Queasy, IGL Gold, fans crazy, just best fans ever. Can't ask for better fans.
They're definitely proving themselves to be some of the most incredible fans in esports right now. However, we're halfway through our games today on day 1 in Lyon. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be evaluating everything so far.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need a pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have known.
Welcome back to the Fortnite Global Championship. My oh my, it happened. It happened. The back-to-back from a Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash. Back-to-back victory royales. We like to joke about it a lot, but EU still doesn't have a Global Championship title. And Queasy said, I'm going to make that change. And you know, it's funny too, because Swizzy said the most famous Queasy quote of all time, take height, don't die. Guys, take height, don't die. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, Z, Kelly, it just looks so easy right now. They're getting everything they want. I mean, Queasy pretty much said, he was like, hey, listen, we're just playing our game right now, and it is working to perfection. I mean, you just take a look at them, right? They're sitting up there, no worry in the world. They do such a good job at applying pressure to exactly the right teams, right? Keeping an eye on not only the second height team to make sure, of course, you know, the most likely team to go ahead and try to pressure them off the height, always keeping a close eye on them. But one thing that I always notice when we kind of tune into like Swizzy's POV is that he is so keen to look like back in the storm and make sure nobody's going to come up behind them and make some sort of sneak play.
They are just so aware of everything that is going on around them. And you know, you say take height, don't die. Usually when a team has height so dominantly, a lot of other players will just kind of leave them alone, focus on the low and mid ground. Yeah. But that is not the case for this trio. Both games now that they have won from height, someone has tried to steal it away from them. And that actually was one of the closest height steals we've seen between the two games. Vanya and Pixie actually being able to build over them. But Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy were able to easily recover from that and then take height once again.
It just looks so clean, man. And it's crazy too, right? Game 2, 12 elimination victory royale. Game 3, you know what? We'll get another victory royale. Let's just toss a few more. Sprinkle on some eliminations on top. My gosh. And of course, once again, Queasy still 100% locked in. Let's take a look. They are starting to pull away with a lead, and this is just the halfway point of day number 1.
What? 300 points, basically? They have established a 122-point lead just after game number 3. I mean, yeah, I guess that's what a back-to-back win will do.
You know, I got word. Not only did we get to see this fantastic last game, we have a listen in. Let's take a look on how it went for the trio.
Yeah, I'm 100 mats, 100 mats. Take. On me. Shove this low. I'm playing zone. Yeah, chugging, go. Yeah, me too. Go up. I'm high. He's here. Yeah. Nice.
Dead.
Nice.
Yeah, mad. Zero mad.
I have 3 pills. I have 5 shots.
Take. Yeah, drop.
I see Solar.
Yeah.
Dead.
Nice. 100.
I'm dropping down.
I'm 1 HP. 100. Dead. 100. That's at 2. 1 HP. Nice.
I mean, literally the whole thing that makes that entire thing work, right? Obviously, we've been watching the high ground for, 2 games now. It's kind of been the same play style. Quizzy and Mersash kind of play that high ground while Swizzy kind of drops down and looks for those eliminations. Because Swizzy was actually on a lower level, he instantly called out, hey, I'm chopping it out. Like, if they want to be above you guys, I'm just going to chop it out. The fact that those comms come in so fast, but the reaction from Quizzy and Mersash to just instantly kind of move themselves to a safe spot to make sure they don't get chopped out, played to perfection within an instant.
It is that veteran mentality that Queasy is able to bring. You said that yes, EU has not been able to get a global championship spot, but Queasy's gone 2nd place now twice. He has been right on the cusp of being able to claim an international competition, and he really just provides and shows time and time again his knowledge of the game, and not just the game, but his knowledge of a land setting, of what kind of win position you need to do, and he gets his teammates in that position every single time.
It's just so cool, man. Just watching the way they play, how they move, how they're jumping together as they're calling out things. It's not like, we're gonna move this and I'm going this way and you're going that way. No. The moment they start to move, they're one single entity moving in the same direction, calling out targets. They are so impressive. This is scary, guys. We got 2 victory royales back-to-back from the trio. Now, of course, in 2nd place, though, the trio that won game number 1, Kanata still holding strong, right? This is still Kanata at the end of the day. They are still putting on a performance. They want to make sure they're like, okay, Queasy, you got a VR, but Kanata said, hey, look, I'm going to get 4 wins on land, okay? It's going to happen.
Big thing for me right now is that the trio is making it to the end game right now, but I'm not going to lie, like game number 1 was super, super good. The follow-up games kind of feel like they're kind of just like picking up points, being a little stragglers, right? Not necessarily having that great trio, everybody's together, we're healthy going into the end game type of game, which I think is kind of a good thing when you think about it, Kelly.
It is.
Like, they haven't really bounced back after game number 1, but they're still in 2nd place.
Well, if you look at the dichotomy of Queasy's trio and Kanata's trio, where Queasy's going on this ultra aggro, he's just controlling the high ground. Kanata's playing a bit more passively, and we saw that in games 2 and games 3. And we already knew that he was kind of playing a passive early game. But what I really appreciated in this end game right here, they were in the best position. So they were kind of actually staying in the back of zone. And there was a moment there where zone is pulling up a hill, and everyone was getting congested trying to climb over that hill. But Kanata bold scrap it. They stayed back a little bit, waited just a moment, maybe took a little bit of storm damage there, but then they were able to kind of pass away through the congestion and be able to make it into the end game. To me, I say this so many times, to me, what makes a top player isn't what they do when everything's going their way, it's how they're able to handle it when things aren't.
Oh my gosh, that's so sick. Guys, I don't know if you saw 3rd place there. Seti climbing up 2 placements, taking over 3rd place. Now we're gonna break down a little bit of what we saw, but why don't we hear from Seti himself, who's hanging out in the player lounge.
Obviously, it wouldn't be a Fortnite Global LAN if we didn't talk to our 2022 Invitational champion, Seti, and I'm so happy it's because you're in 3rd place right now, Seti. Is this something you were expecting going into today's competition?
I wasn't expecting for us to be that high because obviously we're contested those spawns, so it's definitely harder for us. But we ended up surpassing our limits, and now we're 3rd and going just small break, then we're gonna focus even more and hopefully finish 3rd as well at the end of the day.
And it's really interesting to me that this trio was formed as a last chance trio for Major 3. Yapko coming back from his time in North America. Panzer being a player everyone wanted to play with, despite his lack of global experience. How have you managed to make this team look like a championship contender so quickly?
I think we all are very experienced, especially my IGLing skills are like, they can really push us to the limits in end games. To get us through the mid games, and Yapko and Panzer are just both crazy fraggers, both support each other and do their roles perfectly, so we just match each other so well and it works. I don't know how, but it works.
Il se demandait comment ils étaient aussi forts après si peu de temps ensemble, et il dit que c'est surtout qu'ils sont très expérimentés et qu'il a 2 très bons fraggeurs avec lui. Now, how will you keep consistency during this whole week?
I think we just have to focus on ourselves and just get through the mid game because it's the most difficult, getting the surge. And then whatever comes. We're just gonna focus every single game like it's the first game that we're here. And yeah.
Your old teammate, Cami, is also in the top 5. In fact, he's 4th place right now. And then we have Dimas Diamond Pix in 5th. What is it about these Polish players that makes them so successful on LAN?
I think it's, again, the experience. I think we're all very used to playing on the big tournaments. And I actually predicted that like Cami and Pix are going to be high up. So I'm very happy that they're behind us as well.
Can I ask what it's like to be at a LAN and not having Cami by your side?
I don't think it changes much, but...
I mean, it just means we have more chance to have a top 5 full of Polish teams.
Ça change pas tellement finalement d'avoir pas son collègue à côté, mais il est très heureux d'être là.
And so just thinking about the rest of the competition, Choka has already asked you about staying consistent. Have you been looking at the lobby and thinking, okay, these are the guys we need to look out for? Who is your competition here?
I mean, obviously, Queasy, he's right now on 300 points, but I think like all eyes are on him, so he might have some trouble going into next games.
We will see. Polska Górum, indeed. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that interview, man. I'm telling you, man, this is my favorite part about LAN. We get to hear from the players, get to hear that insight, what Seti's thinking about in the moment. And I think I agree, right? He kind of calls out, hey, eyes are now on Queasy. So it's going to be up to him and his trio, right? Do we start to feel that pressure? Do we just keep going? I mean, we have to remember this is a 2-day format, right? So you're only going to have so much in the tank. How do we make sure we make that span across 2 whole days? If there's anyone that can do it, I have faith in Queasy. Now, we're just going to ignore the fact that there's 4 trios that in the top 5 that are from EU. EU's absolutely dominating. This is, it's fine. All we need is Kanata. He's up there. But look who's still lurking, right? Higgs, Clix, and Iamzo, who are also holding on strong. They're performing well. Kelly, things are looking good.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people tend to doubt this trio, and when we saw in Major number 3 that there wasn't the best performance out of them, but they did not allow that to really hurt their emotions. They kind of took a moment between weeks 2 and 3 over this season to kind of collect themselves. They said that they went off stream, they kind of worked on their emotions a little bit, and then they came back stronger than ever, and we're seeing how that's paying off right now. We know that this is really an emotional team, and when they go down, it kind of affects them a lot. So to see them be able to kind of mature their emotions in the span of just a few weeks impresses me so much. But I gotta give Higgs a shout out. You know, he's originally from NA West, if you remember Batman Booga, and his solo clutch right there is what really climbed him up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, definitely still need to see a good game from this trio. I think collectively, as all 3 kind of being up and alive and healthy, and they got the mats and everything like that, because that's usually what they're good at, right? They're usually good at kind of controlling the front side of the moving zone. They don't necessarily usually go for the high ground, but the fact that we haven't really seen them as a full healthy trio, we haven't really been able to see that from them yet. So the fact, again, you know, another one of those instances where, you know, it's doing very, very well, 6th place. Still yet to see like that Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo-esque game, which is really good for them, right? Maybe this little bit of a break can kind of help lock them back in and actually go ahead and portray their real game plan when it comes to the end game.
But even looking right here, while Zone is pulling towards them, they're a little bit ahead of the gate. They're making sure that they're aware of anyone that is below them, allowing them to kind of encroach onto their territory right there. Just like David was saying, they love to be in the front side of Zone, but these little adjustments that they're making, kind of just staying back a little bit, picking off these weaker players so that they get those refreshes. They see that they don't have that many mats, so instead they're going to go for the elims. They're going to play a little bit back, and they don't want to control the rest of the lobby if that means that there's so many other incredible teams that are going to potentially be able to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of caught on a rotate, right? Kind of go to one of those sides of the moving zone. So many people are kind of going to catch up to you and get boxed up very, very easy. But like Kelly mentioned, right, Higgs kind of pulling it together, making sure that he picked up a couple of eliminations and placement points to clutch that one up, made that one a good game.
That's so sick. Guys, I just got word we have something really special. So obviously for the first time we have an anthem created by David, and we actually have David standing by, and we get to talk to him right here, right now about it. David, obviously, first off, what's going on? It's great to see you. How are you doing?
Doing great, man. It's good to be back.
That's right. I was literally gonna say. So we met at Pro-Am. We're basically Fortnite fans. Me and David are basically best friends. We talk every day. We play Fortnite every day. Not trying to brag or anything. David, what is it like, man? So in case people for some reason don't know, you actually started playing in Fortnite, right? Yeah. Then you kind of started getting into the music and you just boomed. And then now you come to us and we're like, hey, you know what would be cool is like if we kind of put some of your music in the game. And it was like, okay, cool. Hey, what if we made an anthem, though? And we're like, I'm sorry, David, what did you say? Let's do that. I mean, to take your story from playing Fortnite to making music for Fortnite, now the official anthem for the Global Championship. How does that feel for you?
But it feels amazing. Like, just from where I started OG Fortnite I started playing season 2 of the game just as a kid, and then growing up with the game year after year, and then starting to like make music and then have that full circle moment coming back straight to the game is beautiful, bro. It's beautiful.
Dude, that's so sick. You know what's funny for me personally? So like, because I work at Epic, I didn't even know this was happening. And then one day I get like invited to like a meeting, and they're like, hey, so this is the meeting for our official anthem. I'm like, wait, whoa, I've been asking for like an anthem for so long. And they're like, yeah, it's David. And they play us like the animatic. I hear your song for the first time, and I see like what the visuals are gonna like could be. I'm not gonna lie, I actually cried because I was like, this is so cool. Like that for the first time, we get something like an anthem. And it's not just like anyone, right? It's you coming from that background. Like, what led you to kind of making this song, like choosing what you did? Because like it feels like we as competitive are like seen, you know, it feels like it was made for us.
Yes, bro. So basically it's like when you're playing Fortnite, especially in FNCS, everything is high stakes, high blood pressure, high adrenaline, right? So I wanted to make sure I got that and encapsulated that feeling through the song, so it felt like you were in the end game, you were in the game yourself while listening to the track. It's crazy.
I love too, so I actually used to like edit before kind of jumping into all this broadcast stuff. And I think one of my favorite parts is that like, it is like someone is editing this together, right? And then the characters in Fortnite are kind of jumping around in this cyberspace. Like, that's gotta be so cool. Like, did you have any like input on like, hey guys, this is what I wanna kind of see, this is what I'd love to kind of bring to life? Was there anything maybe like that you called on, you're like, this is what I want, and it like happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very collaborative effort. I feel like with my love for animation and just animated things in general, especially the game's animated style as well, going through that mixed media format where we're showing the clips of MCS players, then back to the game, then the 2D animation, and just how they encapsulated my character as well inside of the video. It was just like insane to see all 3 formats come together. It was insane.
It's so cool. David, just thank you so much for loving Fortnite so much that you were like, hey, let's just make something cool for the community. Thank you so much. Before I let you go, I'd love for you to kind of give you the stage, to call out anything you're doing, to call out where people can follow you and find you, because they need to do that.
Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Fortnite. Shout out to everybody that made this possible. Shout out to you, the fans and the players. Shout out to the pros. My name is David. You can find me everywhere at D4VDDD. Love you guys. Love Fortnite. We out.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much for your time. And again, thank you for one of the coolest anthems of all time. It is so sick. We've actually talked about this for so long. Like, man, it would be so cool to have like an anthem, and like to actually get one, and it to be David is like literally a dream come true for me personally. It's so awesome to see like someone else who loves Fortnite made a song for Fortnite, dude.
What I love is, like, you know, usually, we'll gas people up, whatever. We've literally been singing this song for the last 4 days, and it's like stuck in our head. It's in a little earworm. We can't get it out, and it's just so good. And when we all got to watch that video for the first time together, we just kind of were astounded, stunned, and silent a little bit. It really does just kind of is the perfect combination of what you think a Fortnite fan is really bringing. Like, what you can tell that he loves the game, and that makes me love the music even more. And what I love personally is all of these players behind me getting back to their stations, because Zeke, I am so excited for 3 more games today.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, if you didn't know, at the halfway point, we kind of give the players a break, right? We let them kind of walk away, take a rest, take a breather. Maybe they can talk about their trail mates, their coaches, whatever they need to do, and then they come back to the stage. We continue playing Fortnite. Now, as we kind of start to continue to get them back, we actually have another special interview. It is Loser Fruit who's standing by with Mini Miner.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I'm up here in the VIP lounge, and oh boy, do we have a VIP. It's Loser Fruit, it's Fortnite icon. Loser Fruit, firstly, how you feeling? Are you enjoying the event? What are the vibes like?
I love it here in France. The atmosphere is amazing. Everyone is, I love the crowd. France, j'aime France.
Absolutely love it. Now, I mentioned there, you're a Fortnite icon. You are an icon. You're in the Icon series outfit. I mean, how does that feel? What does that feel for you?
No, it's like the biggest honor to be an icon, but like, I'm the only icon here. I don't know where they are. Like, Where you guys at?
We're calling out you other icons. Well, you should be here. What's going on? Let's talk about the games. Really electric, as you mentioned, the atmosphere here. Unbelievable stuff. What are your thoughts so far? What are you thinking about the game so far?
The games have been entertaining. It's good to see Power doing well in the last game that they just were in. So, yeah, hopefully keeps getting better for them.
I mean, you have a little bit of LAN experience yourself, right? You played at the Pro-Am with Alex. What was that like?
Oh, Alex is a goat. He carried me hard in Pro-Am, like, because I was terrible, but, you know, it's fine. He'll show him it.
I thought you carried him, personally. Yeah, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, what do you have to say to that team right now? They've had a really good game, right? They had an 11th place right there, a few eliminations. They're starting to grow into it. Is that something we can expect to see from these guys throughout the rest of the day?
I think they'll just keep getting better and better, as long as they're having fun, but they just, like, dominate. So I think we'll see more of them on the screen. Put them on the screen, broadcast, all right? So we need to see more Power, all right?
You guys hear that behind the scenes. We want to see more of them. I want to see these guys popping off, and also I want to see more of the games. So I want to give a big thank you to you, of course, Luz, for joining us here on the interview. Got any final words to say to the fans at home, to all the people in the arena as well?
Thanks, everyone, for watching. This performance is amazing. Thanks, Fortnite.
Back to the desk.
Hey, Loser Food, thank you. Thank you for being here as the only icon represented that's not playing. Thank you. Where are your other icons at? Anyway, guys, in case you didn't know, Double XP is happening this weekend in celebration of the Global Championship. Jump in, there's a bunch of stuff happening. BR, Grapple Glove, and the Pump Shotgun coming back. Reload's got 100% rare chest spawns with some other unvaultings happening. And then finally, Blitz has melee mythics when you drop off the Battle Bus. Jump in right now. Double XP, don't miss out. Make sure you take advantage of that. Now, of course, as we continue the conversation, the players continue to kind of roll back in. We're getting closer. I kind of caught a moment there. Queasy talking right there. Swizzy Merstash are kind of still strategizing. They're taking every single moment possible to make sure they are ready to come back for game number 4 even stronger.
Well, this is where things start to get interesting, in my opinion, because like you already mentioned, right, the break has happened. And the fact that 2 dominant performances have happened, I'm going to be looking towards these next 3 games because now Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, they might be getting even more respect of this. Everybody might be looking at the high situation and be like, yeah, we've got no chance if we actually go for it. Let's just give them full respect, which would kind of open the door even more. Even though it already looks open for Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy, it might open it up even more. But now the opportunity as well for some of the other teams to maybe kind of counter-strat some of the things that may be going on in the early game. Obviously, there's a couple teams that we think could be doing better right now, and hopefully this little bit of a break gives them just that opportunity to go ahead and figure something out.
I mean, when there's a team that just dominates high ground so well, a lot of the other teams will kind of build this little bunker over themselves in low and middle and kind of, you know, refute eliminations from them. But Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy aren't allowing that to happen. They are making sure that they are not controlling high ground passively, which we've seen teams do in the past. They are making sure that they are chopping out all the roofs, making sure that they're still getting eliminations, and that is what makes them so dangerous. We see teams go for height and get that consistency, but rarely do we see that in tandem of also having the most amount of eliminations in a game.
I kind of want to flip the script here a little bit, right? Obviously, we're talking about Queasy kind of in that #1 spot. There's a couple other trios, namely Peterbot, Ritual Cold, right? Poyo, Acorn, Agers. What's going on? It seems like this trio, these trios we know should be performing well, right? I kind of made a joke at one point last game. I was like, oh, it's interesting, like Peterbot, Ritual Cold are 31st. You're like, that's interesting. That's how many eliminations they should have at this point. But that's not the case. What do we think is happening here?
Well, obviously, I think games #1 and 2 were kind of like feelers. They were kind of trying to see what they can actually do with their drop spot kind of situation that they have going on. And then games #3, we kind of tuned in with them. They pushed into Dystopia City pretty early on. And then I was like, whoa, their map situation looks very, very good. They've got a pretty clean loadout. I just don't think they really know where to go from there. Like, it doesn't really seem like they have a full laid out plan, which is why, you know, looking at this break right now, hopefully the coach kind of comes in and talks to them and is like, hey, listen, this is what you guys need to do after you kind of get an established loadout and the materials needed.
You know, there's a word that we like to use in North America when we describe Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, and even Acorn, Agers, and Poyo, and that is conditioned. They condition the lobby, but that lobby that they condition is just North American Central. There is a very specific strategy that we see time and time again that these players get to practice over weeks and kind of build up that one meta, and then they are conditioning the lobby to kind of play around them. well, they have 7 other regions now. They have Europe to contend with, so that strategy that they have conditioned the rest of North America doesn't really matter now. So I think that they're kind of being thrown for a loop. That respect that so many other teams give them in North America isn't necessarily seen here today.
Yeah, there is that meta within the meta, right? And it kind of, we usually talk about that around these times, right? On LAN, when players have kind of time to come together, meet each other, say what's up, and then practice, right? And I love that you call that out, Kelly, because that I didn't even consider that even for a moment, but that's so true, right? Everyone else is going, oh, here we go, finals, Pollo, Peter Ball running around doing their thing. Got to make sure we respect them. Everyone else is like, hey, no, this is a global stage. Like, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to walk away at the end of this as a global champion. How different things are here in a LAN setting.
Yeah, 100% right. That could be playing a factor, right? Obviously, we've kind of talked about the situation between Cold Ritual and Peterbot switching the focus over to Acorn, Pollo, and Agers. They've got, like, it's like an easy task, but a hard task at the same time. They know kind of what's going wrong. It's Storm Surge, right? But Storm Surge is one of those mechanics in Fortnite competitive that's pretty much the hardest thing to kind of figure out for any one of these teams, right? They know what they need to work on, but it's like, man, how do they?
And you know, we were talking about the start of the show, especially Miniminer was pointing out how Queasy on the northwest side will build up that pillar, or will build up Storm Surge on top of that pillar. And then we actually saw it in game number 3, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo doing the exact same thing. But then if you look at that drop map, there is not that many teams that are landing near them, and a lot of the teams that are landing to the west of them are fighting each other. So there just isn't the same opportunity that someone like Queasy, who has a similar starting strategy, is able to pull off that they aren't.
That is so cool and crazy at the same time, right? These almost like micro strategies these players are trying to utilize. Now, of course, both of these trios are world class, right? I'm not worried. But at this point in the competition, we only have 3 games left to go, right? And the idea is we set ourselves up with this first 6 games, then day number 2, we only have 6 games, right? To try and make a fight for that #1 spot. So for both of these trios, I kind of want to see, like, we need to get into this. We need to make some moves right here, right now. But with that being said, it's almost that time to hop back into all of the action. We want to toss it out over to the casters to say what's up before we get things started.
Appreciate it so much. It has been a phenomenal time frame so far here today, Jacob. But Leon, je t'aime, because you guys are putting on such a strong crowd performance too. The way you guys are gassing up these players, Jacob, it's so awesome to see.
Honestly, coming into this venue, I was kind of like, oh man, what's gonna happen today? How's the atmosphere? You could hear them 2 hours before the event even started. I had to go in the middle of that crowd and get a video of my own, but the hype is real and the game is ready. Let's get right into it.
And we're back. One more battle bus ride taking us in to game number 4 here, Jacob. But the important steps are starting to be made. The players have had a slight opportunity now, revitalize themselves, see if these strategies, revisit some of those strategies even for a good portion of our teams realistically. But for Doxy and Tayson, this has been the early game theme so far here today, because these guys have just been clashing nonstop. But we saw that Brazil interference take place in the last lobby, so both these teams know they have got to be even faster with this outcome. It is all or nothing, because if Brazil continues to intervene, they're just not going to be able to build back up from Rangers' ruin.
Yeah, and it wasn't just one, but it was 2 different teams, but the drop remains the same, the 50-50 on one of the chests. For Doxy, he's going to have to disengage and try to find some floor loot elsewhere. Chicho was taking a good brunt of that damage, but it's Pablo who does get dropped first. Chicho as well, and this is a good opportunity as Chino and Doxy are in a 2v2 situation. They're trying to close the gap, but Doxy goes down. Tayson, the 5-time champion, is going to fall as well. Now Chino's in a peculiar situation as he gets eliminated in the 1v1 against Triss.
It's a tough break there for Doxy's team, but hey, Triss, what a come up. Chicho and Tayson are both very likely going to be revived, but they gotta be very quick because still other action across the map. Veno, Pico in a very tough position, but Yuma, he's not gonna be able to escape. Veno finds the knock, finds the full elimination here, taking full advantage of that siphon, but he still has Grise up above. Veno trying to be very wary here. If he goes down, that is the end of worth it for game 4, and they still want to be able to strike inside that top 10 for the leaderboard, but Veno wrapping around underneath Trise. Even though he's overhead, Veno has the shield HP advantage. Veno still breaking through, doesn't get the shot that he wanted to, but Trise taking a huge chunk of his HP now. Coyota still seeing, I think, apply a little bit of pressure on the backup section, but Veno, even in the 1 versus 2, he refuses to budge. That is Aura.
Oh, he finally gets the knock on Trise, and that was huge. That was 200 IQ coming out of Veno, because Vico was down. Coyota went down to finish off that elimination, which gave him a huge 1v1, and with a third party coming in, Alex and On and Rise have had enough, as Veno's going to be the one that cleans up that elimination. But what do you do from here? You do have a chance to get the reboot cards, but your POI has now just went to someone else.
The problem in the red alert there is that everybody knows that it's just Veno by himself. That reboot is going to be tough to make it towards, but Gabzetta, Scarpa away, already tangled up here. Snowy on the loose, trying to get the red around, but completely caught off guard. Gabzetta, nice knock. Transitioning into the elimination here. Way, Scarpa to Gabzetta. They're now in the driver's seat, and Ryu, Sod, potentially heading for the hills. Instead, no, they're willing to clash head on. They still don't want to depart.
We're getting 4 times the point in that last game, but for Ryu and Sod, they gotta really try to figure out a way to win this fight or get the reboot card and disengage. 80 points, they're on their way up that leaderboard. For Way, Scarpa, and Gabzetta, this is almost a must. They've been landing all around the map throughout the earlier games so far. Last one, you saw them lurk up out over to Rangers Ruin, but they just haven't really defined that success. And this is a great opportunity with a mismatch and a numbers advantage to try to pick up these 2 more eliminations. And most important, the loot and the position to build those Surge Towers.
But Way, Scarpa, Gabzetta, they're still not done with this just yet. Sod and Ryu are causing enough of a delay, and if both of these teams aren't careful, a third party could definitely enter the mix. They've got to find these quicker eliminations here. Sod, though, having a very tough time. The material count's running so incredibly low. Nobody's really had a chance to recuperate anything just yet, but Way, Scarpa, Gazetta now approaching from a separate angle. Sod completely pinpoint isolated. He can't get the backup he needs. Way just continuing to close in here. Scouting out. Okay, Sod overhead. No, it's just Ryu instead. Sod taken out. Ryu nearly out of this one, but just doing his best, and it's just not good enough when you're dealing with the full trio of Way, Scarpa, and Gabzetta.
Yeah, with those eliminations, you see the rank upgrade drops coming in. It's not going to be the biggest difference maker, but it's definitely a good more loot than what they had before. Dystopia City, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, they've had enough of playing the drop spot roulettes. They knew coming into this event it was a triple contested fight, and now they're taking the fight to Tay-Tay. This one's personal as Ritual gets the first knock. There's back-to-back. Cold putting in some work as well. 2 or 3v1 situation here on the ride-up, but it's not going to last too long. They have finally woken up. Enough poking the beast, because now they got what they wanted.
I mean, you're talking about poking the bear, and take a look at what Veno's managed to do in some of that downtime since he found those early 3 eliminations against Coyota's team. Flixie, Vico now back up and in the running here. This is a real opportunity, Jacob, because they've got a couple of other teams that might be a little bit too prioritized with each other, a little bit too fixated elsewhere to scout these guys out inside the tunnelway.
Yeah, I was looking at the mini-map right now. I saw another team potentially rotating in this direction, but it was outside of the mountain range instead of in. So not too risky just yet, as Muzz, you see just a huge chunk of HP missing, along with Sphinx. And to start the game off, I did see Muzz get at least 1 knock. The drop spot for that team on the other side was just too far, giving them that advantage. And that's just kind of that early surge, and that's early confidence building for a team like that.
The real unsung hero, though, for Queasy this weekend so far, Jacob, has just been the fact that he's uncontested. If this is what an uncon Queasy can look like on a global stage, then I cannot wait to see exactly how the entirety of this weekend plays out, but don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Reasons, Alex, Anon, just taking a more slow and steady approach. Oceania has had its fair share of struggles throughout the course of today's matches, and for good reason. It's just very difficult when you are stuck in between some of these teams that are just these pre-established surge bases. It can be very hard to cut through, work around, and they're dropping so far south of the map, Jacob. They just don't have as much resources.
Yeah, definitely kind of changing things up for this game. They knew coming into this with the drop spot they had, the hardest part wasn't necessarily loot, not even materials. It was getting up and over that mountain. to try to get in a good position for the game. It's Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot. You see them sneaking up, using the bush, the Flowberry Fizz, and the Crash Pad. That's Pix, Darm, and Demas on the other side. The Revive is fresh. 2 of them are weak, and that's going to be easy pickings if they can continue to put this pressure down. Cold trying to be the first one in. Demas is the one that's getting angled out and pressured by 2 different players. Ritual is going to be there on the other side, but a surprise attack, a big shot. That's going to slow things down for only a short moment because Cold, he's realizing the bait and switch. My teammate is weak. I have to continue to put pressure out. It doesn't matter who it is. I have to keep these guys on their toes.
Cold and Peterbot are playing like they just see red right now. All they want to do is jump into somebody else's box that's not their own. But Peterbot, he's going to be forced to take a halt. He knows that he has to try and fight this team underneath them or just leave entirely. Demas, Darm, and Pix, they've done enough. They have pushed back, and Peterbot is pushed out of the location.
Kind of get a little bit confident there for Cold, Ritual, and Pete as they continue to kind of rotate on out. Surprisingly enough, they didn't kind of continue to stay over toward Dystopia, but what they left it, Baka, Pars, and Pump actually moved in. They're at a contested drop for themselves, north side of this actual POI, so they're just trying to get scraps. They're just trying to get any bit of surge, and right now, they spotted Cold and his entire trio rotate back toward Dystopia, and they're just trying to lurk. They're trying to get the heads-up play and an opening damage shot so that maybe they can fit shit up.
Take a little peeksies, though, at what's breaking down with Kanata, Rapid, and Bolts. The elimination feed might be telling an entirely different story there, though, for what's shaping up here at Dystopia. Pump, Pars, Baka finding that elimination onto Peterbot now means that they are all good to go for trying to key in onto Ritual and Cold. Pars already overhead, Baka right next to him, Pump, separate angle as well. There's just so many flank attempts here, but Cold, Peterbot knows that he's got to depend on his other fragger here, and Cold could come up big time.
Hey, before Peterbot went on this huge tear for the scene, it was Cold everyone was worried about. And I remember back at the Invitational 1v2 to get his teammate back into the game and try to get them that good positioning that they had. Baka, Pars, and Pump. I do like this right now. They're kind of testing the outskirts. They're not taking that big risk scenario of moving in towards these buildings because they know they're lurking around. They know with the double pump, 2v1 situation, they can easily try to catch any bit of this damage. So for Cold and Ritual, they just got to continue to play sneaky. One has a med kit. So Taco, this is not the last we've seen of them.
Yeah, but the problem still remains, Jacob. They're going to have to deal with Baka, Pars, and Pump, who are very likely, they look as if they're keen, set on setting up to prevent Cold and Ritual from actually leaving Dystopia. And if Cold and Ritual attempt to make a reboot inside of Dystopia, they are going to be immediately pounced upon by Baka, Pars, and Pump. They have so many medkits, they can afford to stick around in these early zone ticks.
And you can see in the top 5, obviously Queasy's team pulling far ahead, but only 133 points to get into the top 5. 1 point behind is going to be Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs, who've honestly been playing decently well, but they just haven't caught that stride, that momentum shift that we know a team like this can have, especially with Clicks and Higgs from Xset. They're kind of the fraggers, the duo from this team. And then you got Yamzo, the IGL, the mastermind of this squad. And I think as soon as they start to feel that confidence, it's going to be a huge momentum shift.
But you know what? You got to give Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo their flowers, because most people on socials did not have them anywhere near this spot on the leaderboard. They've been holding their own as Panzer, big shot onto Mansour. That's going to be a huge opening now, and Yapko seemingly energized by that, just following it up. Panzer with a 3rd elimination now onto Belor. They are getting active so early on.
Yeah, 6 eliminations. They play against Tinka as his trio off spawn, and it does look like somebody tried to rotate in and potentially steal some loot, but they made them pay rather quickly. Instead, his former teammate, Cammy, Hottie, and iDrop over from that Shining Span bridge. They're trying to focus on getting as much Storm Surge as possible, which is why you see them so deep and so far into the zone. But with every team rotating on out, they're going to use that as their cue to make their rotation as well, and just kind of minimizes a little bit of the risk of the teams they will actually run into and the danger they'll face.
Checking back in now, though, with Chap, Mr. Savage, and Reason. These guys have really just been sticking to their own game plan, and a lot of that entails spending some additional time inside of those early storm takes. They know that they don't have anybody contesting them, and kind of surprised, Jacob, that no one has decided to try and actually challenge Mr. Savage's team in that northwest position, but they've done an excellent job at just creating so much space and playing their search trades where necessary.
Yeah, you see, it's a whole different ball game when you are uncontested. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, they're trying to continue to find their stride, just like some of these other teams in this lobby. 110 points, definitely above most of the lobby, but not where they had hoped to be at this point in time. Pings, Malibuca, and Walk, probably the same thing could be said for them, rotating from that uncontested outpost over towards Foxy Floodgates. But even though they're not in zone just yet, Taco, you're seeing they're running into so many other trios. Baka's team, Pix, Darm, and Demus as well. And even if they find a way to get to the other side, there's a 4th team on the mountain looking in this direction.
But the real problem that I'm recognizing right now, Jacob, is that you've got several of some real heavy hitter trios surrounding Foxy Floodgate, and I'm thinking about Cold, Ritual, Peterbot way back over towards Dystopia. They're gonna have to eventually break through these teams who are already fixated in much better positions.
It's gonna be tough on that side of the map, but taking a little bit look closer towards the center. There's a little bit more flexibility around, just a whole different game here. There are a couple teams into the mix, but you're seeing no one in relatively close danger. King Phaser, P8 Zin, they have their surge base. You see not too far off, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. They're gonna be able to get a little bit of that hive spot because you see Mustache, Queasy, and Swizzy rotating yet again to one of these bunkers. And the interesting thing about this team is because they do get the hive, because they are uncontested, and you look at the Demon's Debris and the Dystopia where it doesn't necessarily spawn there, Ranger's Ruin too far away. I mean, it's so early on in the game, but they're rotating all the way to the eastern side of the map to get these bunkers that they know no one else can get. And this is the 5-head type play that's coming out of Queasy, and it almost makes you wonder if he wins here to this weekend, is he #1 in the all-time list?
Undisputed GOAT of IGLing without a singular doubt in my mind, Jacob. He's already considered one of the best, if not the best, IGL in the world based off his past couple of years with Global's performances. And it's just impeccable to think of what they've been able to accomplish here today, because sure, you can be first on the leaderboard, but to go back-to-back with victory royales, that's a different beast entirely. And it's going to be very difficult for anybody else to play catch-up. You have to remember, there were teams in this same position. Queasy was in this position. He was the one down below, but can't finish that thought just yet. Striker, Tisco holding their own here. Art, School, Salco, they need a little bit of a recovery point, a little bit pinched here at Sakura Stadium, just so far west of the map. They know it's only a matter of time before a third party makes the intervention here, but Art, School, Salco, they've got one knock. Striker, just seeing if he can try hold the wall, but he's not gonna be able to break away. Art just relentlessly chasing him down, and sure enough, that's gonna be 4 eliminations now in total for School, Salco, and Arc.
Hey, they're sticking to the game plan, but the game plan has now have a wrench into the mix. Veno, Vico, Flixie, they're making their way on over. This could be 2 of the most aggressive teams in their respective region going head-to-head, but Vino, he makes the call, maybe a little bit too close for comfort. They try to disengage just a little bit, but you see, they didn't take the full distance onto that crash pad. They have some materials they want to get back, but they want to control the pace of them and that team of Art, School, and Salco.
I mean, the ball's in their court. Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're just going to continue to play for positioning. They know that Arc's trio is still locked in at Sakura Stadium, so they can afford to just kind of take those peek backs, see if they can keep applying tag pressure, but they are still trying to be wary of that team up on high on the mountainside peak. Payson, definitely a massive threat if they are not careful, but Poyo, Agers, Acorn, finally witnessing them be above that third threshold, and not just that, but 1,400 plus above, Jacob. It's got to be such a huge relief.
Yeah, to start the day, this is honestly the position I thought I would see this team in game after game after game, especially in game 3, where the zone favored over towards their drop spot. They were just unable to convert and really make it work. And you see the leaderboard with 51 points. They find themselves in 23rd place. place. I think you could have quizzed anybody in the Fortnite community, and they thought that would have been impossible. But Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual probably in a safe spot. Only 77 damage above the threshold. And it looks like they're going to try to take the fight to Baka, Pars, and Puff. Remember, this is the team that initially got that knock onto Peterbot, probably causing this downward spiral of the Storm Surge being a worry. But they're taking it personal, box to box. They're ready to go in. And this is the style of fighting that we know Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual look for. But he takes another massive shot. I don't know what Pump and Baka ate today, but they are ready to play.
The problem is nobody is backing down from Ritual, Cold, or Peterbot. Baka, Pars, and Pump have them fully squeezed inside of this tiny little crevice, and if that wasn't bad enough, they're also having to deal with a third party up on the high ground. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they're doing everything they can to try and buy themselves a little bit more time, but they know the clock is working against them. They're only just short of 200 above that damage threshold, Jacob, but they need more, and they need builds. They don't have any materials. It's all on Cold. Peterbot is just left in tatters because of that start.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation to be in, because it's almost playing that mind game, the tricks of, hey, maybe I do have to fight. I need a refresh. I will not be able to get materials elsewhere. And with a team that's honestly been a terror to the entire NA Central region, this is kind of a surprise, and you've been saying it, nobody's backing down. Honestly, Papa Pollo said it as well. Peterbot plays mind games with all of you guys. He gets into your head, and that's why he's so successful. But guess what? No more mind games. I think everybody is ready to fight back.
Well, it doesn't need to be mind games, because with Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache making the approach, Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, it's now or never. They've got to either dive in, or they're going to find themselves getting absolutely pincered by several different teams. Baka, Pars, and Pump also know that same pressure could technically be applied to them if they're not careful. Seems like they might just want to break away here, create a little bit more space. They don't actually know what kind of position Peterbot and his team are in, but Baka cracking Peterbot's shields now means he could potentially try and press forward, but with Cold just steadily applying reverse pressure, he's making it very difficult, but the builds are running so low. Baka, Pars, Pump. Pars is down though. It's just Baka and Pump now left to try and recover the situation. What looked so promising at the start, Cold is trying to shut down, but Cold needs too much damage. He has to pull back. He's got to wait for Ritual and Peterbot to provide, alleviate that pressure, but Peterbot, Ritual now looking to try and dive forward. They need more surge.
Oh no, from bad to worse. Baka and them on the other side. They now only get the reboot, but the first knock on the Cold yet again. Earlier in this game, they took down Peter, they took down Cold, and they took down Ritual, and they was on top.
Baka, Pars, and Pump have just won the hearts of the crowd here in Lyon. And not only that, Jacob, but they just continue to make it feel impossible for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual to perform here. But Clicks, Yamzo, Higgs, on the other end of that note, they're still trying to see if they can leapfrog their way into that top 5 position from the leaderboard. How many times have we seen strong performances convert to a big jump in placement? But Swizzy, Mustache, Queasy, as long as they stay tried and true to their strategy, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and they got such a good spot, not only because the high ground, but Taco, take a look. Where is the zone going? Over Foxy Floodgate. That means there's going to be so many different elevations that if it pulls all the way towards the east, or even towards the north and then back down to the south, it is going to be a roller coaster of emotions. And Benno, Flixie, and Vico throughout the day has been going through just that. 269 below the damage threshold. Even with Vito hitting a nice shot, it's not going to really change what they're facing right now. And that's why you see them scrambling, looking all around, trying to get information, figure out where they need to put their focus at.
They're likely going to have to drop to ultimate low and maybe try to play a pre-edit off of a back tarp. That would maybe be their best opportunity to find some big damage. Still, other teams are absolutely feasting here, and Benno's not going to get the chance from overhead. It's a minute. This is their backyard, essentially, and Foxy Floodgate now really heating up a Vico. He's not going to allow it. You take down one of my teammates, I'm going to take you with them. Braids having to play for the revive visuals, just not going to be able to do it, though. And Flixie, Vico, This is a dynamic duo, though, Jacob. They could really make it work.
Yeah, they've kind of put an all-or-nothing situation going after the high ground. Even though they picked up eliminations, got some points, they have a max pull on the other side. And this is what I warned you about, the different type of elevations that are going to start to come into play as Vico does it again, taking down a Minish, making sure to clean that one up. 4 more points out of the total as they get their 5th elimination of the game.
All the way hanging back now. So much pressure being applied to this top section of Foxy Floodgate. But they are right back at home. Queasy, Merstache, and Swizzy looking to control the dam, and that's the most important part of Foxy Floodgate. If you have the dam control, you have all of height.
Yep, top 17 though. This is where placement points are going to start to set in and cascade further with each and every team that does get wiped off the lobby. Merstache, Queasy, Swizzy, they are not backing down. They are not shaking. They're just terrorizing everybody around the lobby. Par's really feeling the pain there, and that's because they have that bird's eye view. Nobody is contesting Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache on the high ground, and look exactly what's happening because of it.
There needs to be studies done on Queasy's brain because this position is absolutely unreal. Mr. Savage, Jap, trying to do what they can to push back against Swizzy's pressure, but it's just so difficult to try and take those Bloom battles from overhead, Jacob. This is so much leverage over the rest of the lobby, and Swizzy now trying to make sure that he doesn't find himself eating more damage than what he bargained for, but still he has Merstache to depend on. The moment that Swizzy's shields get cracked, he falls back, and Merstache immediately picks up the slack.
Gonna be tough because now we're going right back on over the open, and most of this next zone is just all low ground except for the far western side of it all, where there's gonna be a mountain that you could try to attach to. So you gotta make sure you planned ahead, peek through the cone, get the information. Yamzo, Clicks, and Higgs are doing just that. They're not the highest up, they're not the lowest either, but they're assessing the situation. Do we need to drop down further? Or do you let a team like Pigstorm and Demas get in front of you and try to land the damage? But not everybody is feeling as safe. Not everybody is feeling as comfortable. 66 damage above the threshold. Yapko, Panzer, and Seti, even though they're inside of that top 10, they still need to make that consistency count.
But do they have any Flowberry Fizz or Crash Pads? Because it's going to be difficult for them to work their way up and down this elevation. But the way that the zones are pulling here, Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap now trying to see if they can work their way up from the underbelly of the lobby. They've got a semi-isolated layer, but they're going to be forced to drop. They don't have the materials to keep tarping through that mid-ground section. And underneath, where all of the congestion is very likely to start pulling into, that's just open season now for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache.
Savage team 2 points away from hitting that top 5. And the thing is, they were 1 point away, almost missing the Major 3 Grand Finals. They were 2 points in that last spot to secure the global spot. A miracle run is coming out as Queasy, once again, almost 2,000 damage, back-to-back games above the threshold. Yapko, Panzer, Seti, they're feeling the pressure from up above. You see a huge lack of not only materials, but resources as well as he gets cut short. The wall breaks him off. He's going to go down, but for Yapko and Seti, this is everything.
They're still trying to see what kind of placement points they might be able to collect. Every little bit counts for that team, but Vanya, secondary height, Cammy, Hottie, and iDrop, they've also been rather quiet throughout today, Jacob, but that could change in an instant. Mr. Savage, Reason, and Chap now trying to make sure that their back tarp is fully closed off, but Savage not having the opportunity yet to keep building through. Chap picking up where his IGL left off. That is always what you would hope for in a team. Yamzo is sadly going to have to play it through with just Higgs, though. And this is a tough spot to be in, unless Higgs finds a big elimination for the refresh.
That was not only points for the elimination, but placement points as well, as the full trios wiped off the map. Acorn, Savage, King, Tayson, all going down. Yamzo as well. A good shot being landed, but not good enough. He gets steamrolled by Darm. Marius is the one who took down Poyo. Him and Banya are feeling the pain as well, because they have to do it without Pixie.
But they've at least got frontside low control, and that's going to have to be enough. They're going to need as many eliminations as possible because they need more materials. And we haven't even started the conversation of how to deal with Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache up above. Everybody else in this lobby looking substantially healthier too.
I feel like I've seen this episode of Fortnite before. Game 2, Game 3, and it's looking like it could be possible for Game 4. 370 points and counting. Only 2 teams in front of him, both of them weak. Vanya's trying to do what he can, but he as well, but the full trio up above. They get the wipe on the one. They're looking to close this one out as well. Marius in his line of sight, but Swizzy, he takes a big shot. That's a surprise attack, but luckily for him, his two teammates have his back. Mustache gets the drop on the Marius, stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1 situation, and they go back to win another game.
When have you ever seen on the global stage the Tripskis of victory royales? Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache are setting a new precedent here in the 2025 Globals performance, Jacob. This is insanity what we are witnessing right now, and they deserve all of the credit. But Frankie, let me know what else they have to say.
This is incroyable, Leon! Swizzy, please stand up. Can you believe this is happening?
Yeah, I knew we were gonna win.
You knew it. You are playing like you knew it too. Queasy, you've been to so many of these events, but I don't think this has ever happened to you. Back to back to back. Surely you can't believe what's happening right now.
I mean, I can. We practice a lot. So just lucky it's paying off right now. We need to just keep playing and hopefully we'll win.
It's been really interesting to also see what's happening with the North American teams. On the analyst desk, they were talking about the fact that in North America, the top teams are conditioning the lobby all the way through the season, but that's not happening on Globals. Is it simply a case of not fearing the competition, not believing their hype?
I mean, we're just playing our play style. There's like nothing, like we're not gonna play low ground if we don't know how to play low ground, so we're just staying on high and playing that, you know.
Actually, you did well for 3 games, for your team, but also for the crowd. Are you proud of that?
Yeah, I'm so proud. I'm proud of my fans, I'm proud of my teammates, like, they're crazy.
And for you, will you keep the high ground for the next 9 games again?
I mean, the strat is take high, don't die. That's it.
Ils vont continuer comme ils peuvent, mais ils donnent beaucoup d'énergie pour vous, ils sont très fiers pour vous et aussi leur communauté et surtout leur trio. Thank you very much, it's crazy. You have another word for your crowd over there just in front of you.
I mean, I want to thank to every fan that came here watching us, and even if you're not here but watching, I want to say thanks to everyone. It's the biggest support ever.
Thank you.
Leon, one more time, please show your appreciation for Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache! We are heading to a break. We'll be back with game number 5.
Do you get scared? Do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before, but you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. On a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. 2 hits on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave him faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known. I've been loaded. You should have known.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the Global Championships. My name is Zeke. Joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Mini Miner, we've got 11-2K, and man, oh man, did we just have another game won by Queasy. The three back to back.
Zeke, you know what's happening right now?
What's happening?
I don't think you know what's happening right now.
Tell me.
The last time Queasy played a major final and won 3 games in a row,
he won
6 out of 12.
Oh!
He went on to win the next 2 games after that. He won 5 games in a row back in Chapter 4, Season 2 when he was playing with Venno. These guys don't look like they're slowing down anytime sooner. I'll eat you, Savior. I'll eat you, Savior. Queasy, thank you. We might finally get one. Oh my goodness.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. They're playing perfect end games right now, perfect height. Just Queasy playstyle personified seeing them play right now. And, you know, we mentioned that 6 out of 12, right? They played a very similar style of play, that high ground. But I think they sort of they were a little bit adjusted this time. I think in that time, when they were playing for that 6 out of 12 and they won 6 out of 12, they were doing very, very well at retaking high with Bennett, right?
Yeah.
This time, they're taking it a lot earlier. We can see it right here, just building up really high and taking it early as the 8th zone here.
One thing I really loved, right, is, you know, Frankie was asking Queasy about the timing of when they take height. And, you know, a lot of the time he's received criticism in games and maybe people perceive them to take it too early. And he said, it's never too early to take height, right? I know what I'm doing. And, I mean, at this point, you just have to trust the guy. My mind is blown. 3 wins back-to-back on land.
Wow.
Like, I don't think people are really clocking how insane this is right now.
This feels almost like a major tournament, right? It feels like I'm going back, but then we remind ourselves, this is a global championship stage. These are some of the best trios from around the world, and he's making this look like it's just a normal, everyday game for him.
I mean, they're taking it early, but the way that they actually hold on to it is so, so good. When there's people crash panning up onto high, they don't panic. A lot of teams that are new to high, maybe don't play it so well, they will panic. They'll struggle. They won't deal with it as well, and you can see it right here. Vanya tried to take it right there at the end to try and take over the game, but they were calm, they were cool, they were collected. You even saw it in the interview there at the end. Queasy's just won 3 games out of 4 on land, and he's like, yeah, we're just going to keep trying to play our game. Like, he's so chill. I don't know how he's doing it. We saw Canada jumping around after the first game. I like that from the IGL, though. It's what you need.
Man, look at the numbers here, man.
Wow.
Before this game, I'd be curious to see what the updated stats are, but I was looking at the numbers before this game. Swizzy was leading damage, right? He had about 6,600 damage. The next person, second place, had like 3,000.
Wow.
Right? So he was already leading damage by double the second place. I can only imagine now it's even more. It might be triple at this point. These guys are going crazy. They're playing the best Fortnite of their lives at the perfect time.
It's so crazy to just think about, like, how this team is looking to attack any problem that is coming up. And I gotta say, this last game, end game, was actually kind of crazy, right? It's like M8 versus M8, and you kind of don't know who to root for in that situation. M8's just like, ah! You know? But to see Vanya make it to this end game and kind of fight it out here in the final few moments of the game, props to both sides. And still, right, maybe they didn't get the victory out, but they still play second. That's so much in terms of placement points.
Yeah, these guys are unbelievable, right? But these guys are doing a great job of staying in this competition, fighting in this competition. You know, early on, maybe a bit more quieter, but they're starting to show us their prowess. I think the great thing about them as well is that we've seen them at times this year struggle when they try to go for height and it doesn't work out for them. In this game, you know, they tried to take it, didn't work out, but they still make a good game out of it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely crucial. It's Marius, it's the fraggers that are doing a very good job. Of course, Pixie went down a little bit earlier here, so Vanya had to do a really good job, but I'm really impressed with how Marius is handling the pressure right here. Of course, there's been a lot of eyes on him over the last couple of years. Is he this sort of big fragger that everyone knows him for? Yes, proving it on the big stage, and this is, of course, a big moment for him being on LAN as well. So lots of questions going into this. They're answering it so far. The problem is, Queasy's just doing so well that they're struggling to catch up, but it's a really nice game, so they're moving up in the stand.
Let's take a little peek at the second page, though, right? Let's just kind of roll things down. How are things looking, right? We see Agers, Hoyo, and Acorn. What's crazy is I kind of didn't expect to see them this high up in the leaderboard, right? They're kind of lurking in the shadows. We haven't quite seen them have the game we're like used to seeing on NA.
Yeah.
But we still have 2 more games left to go on the day, so maybe they can piece something together.
A good time to try get some momentum. I feel like at competitions like these, when you start slow, you almost are out of sight, out of mind, right? These guys now, if they can sort of creep their way back in towards that sort of top 8 range going into tomorrow, they're still going to be, maybe not a good shot for contention if Queasy keeps playing like this, but they're still going to end up, you know, put themselves in a position to end up way up there in the leaderboard by the end of game 12.
Yeah, and they have the firepower, right? We talked so much about their drop spot at the beginning of the show, how powerful that really is. Of course, the team as a whole, the way that they can play, we know how well they can play end games as well. So all it takes is just 1 or 2 things to go their way. We all know about how good Hoyo is when it comes to those end game clutch situations as well. And I think maybe a little bit of the pressure aspect was coming into it, you know, walking out in front of this massive crowd, chanting your names. It can be difficult and it can be really, really tough to adjust.
And I'm telling you, man, well, we'll save that for later. You heard that bus horn. It is time to get back into game with only 2 games left to go. How do we position ourselves for day number 2? It is time for game number 5 on the day right now.
Only 2 games left on the day. You heard Zeke say it himself. And that just means time flies when you're having fun. One of the best events I've ever been a part of in person. And honestly, it hasn't disappointed so far. Queasy just lighting things up, back-to-back wins. And honestly, these contested fights have been telling a lot of how the game goes.
And we're finally going to get a taste, too, of some different scenes here at Kappa Kappa Factory. Seti, Panzer, Yapko, they've been putting on quite the performance today, Jacob, but it starts with this off-spawn battle. If Panzer, Seti, and Yapko can convert another successful off-spawn here, Kazi and Aspect, Tinka, they could be in a world of trouble, but it's Marius, it's Peterbot, both of them are not, but Pixie, he's got the better end of this deal. Vanya's still lurking overhead, Cole trying to see if he can recover anything from this situation, but it's not gonna come to fruition just yet. In fact, Pixie, he's gonna even be able to play for the revive. Vanya Boo Boo not willing to chase down Cole just yet, but maybe after using some of these small shield potions, he'll feel a little bit more comfortable with that battle.
Insane scenes hit us yet again in game 5. And it's just leaving Cold in such a tough spot. But I see it in the feed. Was that Paper? Was that Victor V? Was that Epic Whale? All going down at Dystopia. Meanwhile, Vanya, Marius, and Pixie, they have literally no time. They can do whatever they want. They have the reboot card, one on one side of the mountain, Peter's on the other side of the mountain, and they haven't even looted up their POI, which means they're going to spend so much time at the OXR HQ, which means it's going to take a risk in order to get Peterbot and Ritual back in the game.
Something that also occurred quite quickly here, Seti. 3 eliminations, by the way. We didn't get to see exactly where it happened, but we know that they've been having a lot of success here at the Kappa Kappa Factory, and there's more trouble still stewing. A look back into Rangers Ruin. We know so much about this Ospawn battle, and Chino opening up big time, but Chicho thought he was going to be able to 180 that occurrence. Still, Tayson from behind manages to knock Chino, but this is just messy right now. Still, the big day holding it down. Pablo, though, still trying to see if he can punch his ticket in this lobby, and he holds it for his team.
A big win in that 1v1 against Tayson, but the team that has been putting on a show since game 2, in game 3, and in that last one as well, back-to-back wins, and you can see their first team to win 3 consecutive games at an FNCS LAN, and that's putting them so far ahead of everybody else. So even if they find themselves in a position where they're not winning the game, still top 8s, top 5, that's still going to keep their lead intact.
But the conversation that I have to open up here, Jacob, is when we think about last year's Global Championship even. Queasy and Thomas HD were in this exact position as everybody else in the lobby. They were staring at that leaderboard. They were staring at Peterbot and Pollo running away with it. And then day 2 came to play. And Queasy manifested a huge performance to play so much catch-up. So while it might look very, I don't say impossible, but unlikely, I still think that there's opportunity for somebody else to try and play catch-up. But day 1 definitely seems like the momentum is riding high for Queasy's team.
Everybody else below Queasy on that leaderboard just has to keep it respectably close and regroup for tomorrow. Chino, Pablo, Prodoxy, even though they win that fight, one team has already moved over. And you can see in the minimap, another team, King Phaser and PHN, they're trying to make their presence known. Madim Buriuriru and Wixie are there as well. These are our 3 teams from 3 different regions trying to lurk and make Rangers ruin their home as Wixie's gonna get to 3-2-1 and he instantly goes down. Brazil strikes quick. 0
chance to even try and close that wall off. That is a painful way to go out, but King Phaser fully on the come up here. Gino, Prodoxy, Pablo, they can hear those shots nearby. They know that there is another party rolling into the vicinity. Still, they're locked down. Mirim, Buiriru, 2s in a sea of 3s, and this is not the spot to be, but they don't really have a chance to get out just yet. They need Gino, Prodoxy, and Pablo to fight against Phaser, King, and PHN to see if they can maybe slip away.
So the Queen just going ahead and blasting onto some of these boxes. Cena giving away the position just a little bit. King, Phaser, they know they're there on the other side, but they don't know exactly where they're located at, which means PHN is just trying to get some high ground, some elevation, that eagle eye view so he can look over the land and figure out where everybody's at, taking their time. And these are the type of fights right here with people lurking around, crouching to hide those audio visuals. If you make the wrong play, it's a huge risk for that little reward.
But the material just favors so heavily into Brazil's hands. Gino, Pablo, and Prodoxy, because of that early off-spawn battle with Tayson, they haven't actually had a chance to really farm anything up in comparison to King Phaser and PHN, who are just now stealing away this Queen currently at Rangers Room. Prodoxy realizing we can't just let this go for free. They try to see if they can intervene, but it's just not an option that's afforded to them just yet because Marim Buyuriru still lurking nearby. It's not a favorable option, and they know it's likely best to potentially disengage.
Yeah, and you can see it because they have control of the high ground and the whole outside. They're starting to target down that Queen. As you see in the feed, the cleanup is complete. Cold goes down, and another 0-point game for what was looking like the most dominant team coming into this event. A huge wake-up call as they're in 30th place, but for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, that's just one step closer to that first place spot.
And for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius, they don't want to lose sight of the primary objective, and that is just to keep securing the strong end game placements. Every little bit counts if you're looking to try and play catch-up to Queasy at this point. And Jap, Reason, Mr. Savage, another team where there's been so much praise on Chap's shoulders, and for good reason. You could even argue that if it weren't for Chap, Mr. Savage and Reason might not even be at the Global Championship right now. But the Major 3 performance, that's something that we're still waiting for Chap to just have that highlight game.
That's a really good point because Mr. Savage was done. Mr. Savage said, I retired. It was great playing Fortnite, but I think it's time for the next step in his journey. Well, the next step was coming out of retirement, qualifying by such mere points. It was destined to happen to see him here and playing as extraordinarily well as they have been so far. Malibuka, Walks, and Pings, you can see them set up just outside the outpost enclave, just trying to trade off shots into the distance. And it gets Pollo, Agers, and Acorn. And honestly, I think this was the difference maker. We saw both of these teams perform slightly weather, one more than others, but I think it's because of exactly this. They're now trading off shots for Storm Surge versus the rest of the lobby, and it's given them a little bit more flexibility in different cases.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Vico, though. Parades, where are you at? This is the wrong neighborhood. And Benno, Vico, Flixie, now with 3 eliminations in total, Jacob. This is much more room to work with than what they've been afforded, and especially considering that Coyota eliminated Benno very early on, but still, Vico, Flixie cover the situation, and now look what Benno's able to accomplish. A Minish, clean wipeout there by Benno.
I think Benno needs to keep playing like he has a chip on his shoulder, almost something to prove. The contested drop is not going to be easy for anybody, but if you can find a way, come out and have games like this and really make them count, like we kind of saw between Tayson and Prodoxy to start the day in games 1 and 2. Just got to be able to keep that momentum up. Phaser, King, PHZin rotating around. I thought I saw, yes, I was about to say, I thought I saw somebody moving on over towards that bunker, and it is going to be our team from Brazil, King, Phaser, and PHZin. That means that play they made to rotate on over to Rangers Ruin, not only third party and get the eliminations, but eventually take down the Queen, works out perfectly.
Every single Globals, there's always that one surprise pop-out wild card from the international scene, and I think, at least for day 1, King, Phaser, and PHZin have definitely taken that position in representing what these teams from the global presence are able to provide. And this is looking like a very sound setup. They've done a great job at essentially infiltrating that Rangers Ruin third-party action. And it's caused such a dominoes effect across the map. It changes so much of how the game is played when Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino aren't able to just conveniently take their third-party options and all those surprise pop-up performances, finding those eliminations, intercepting teams on their loop path rotates.
I like this play me out. Curly, Reed, and Cooper, they haven't had the best luck finding teams to trade shots off with to the distance, and now they have to do something different, go box to box, play a little bit more aggressive. Curly's doing just that. Fortune saw it out, but they trade shots. Luckily for him, his teammates are there to save the day. Curly gets the elimination. Siphon is what he needed most in that moment, and now they get the loot. You see the extra splashes and that full loadout that they're kind of able to change things in and out. And it's a confidence boost for a team that honestly, listening to them talk yesterday, they didn't think they had their game plan anymore from what they practiced coming into the Global Championship. They had to pull something up from underneath their sleeve, and, well, that's one way to do it.
Not the only magicians working in this lobby. Veno, just a little bit of a heist here onto Hero. Tries to take that launch pad instead of punish for it, and Vico following up. This is exactly why you don't want to give Veno any space, because the way that they're trying to control that mountain rage now, it's forcing teams to funnel through in a way that makes it so easy for them to find those knocks and eliminations, or just surge in general.
Yeah, or at least at the bare minimum, get them to waste a lot of materials rotating on over into a spot where you might not be able to get much. Pickstorm, Demus, you see kind of a smooth rotation. Not too many players near them yet in the distance either, so they can focus on one thing and one thing only, getting to where they need to be. As we take a look at Rapid, Kanata, and Bolts, they started the day off with a big win. I think it was around like 101, maybe 104 points. Since then, it's been anything but perfect, but this is the real test, especially for somebody like Kanata, where I was talking about how different he looked coming into this event. Now we get to see what are you truly made of.
But they're still within striking range of top 3 within day 3. They haven't had, you know, the craziest day ever after, especially after what we witnessed in game 1. We're definitely maybe looking for Kanata, Rapid Bolts to keep seeing how consistent they could be, but until they find a way to replicate that game 1 performance, things are going to continue to get more and more difficult as everybody starts to find a better grasp, a better idea of where they want to go to try and find any little bit of placement points to put them inside of a better position for day 1 closure.
Again, I talked about Acorn, Poyo A, just going back to what has worked best coming into the Global Championship. That's kind of setting up one of those bases. You have an abundance of heals that the Demons Debris, you just got to figure out a way to utilize them. It's like Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo rotating south from Supernova Academy. They were one of those teams kind of looking off into the distance, whether it was Savage, we saw moments there, Saad and Ryu up towards the top. They have multiple targets that they try to use early game to build that Storm Surge and kind of give flexibility for rotations just like this.
I think it was very smart, though, the way they were utilizing that natural map terrain, hugging towards that lower territory so they don't get spotted out from those teams that are in those high ground positions. They're just fully covered by those clip faces, but looking into what our leading contenders are getting up to, Mustache, 0 shotgun damage. And my favorite part about this morning, Jacob happened to encounter Queasy, and he made it known, we're not gonna carry shotguns. We are running ARs, we are running the record revolvers. And you know what? With what they're doing, with the way that they're playing height, they're not giving anybody the luxury or the option to even try and challenge them on height. They don't have to do anything up close and personal, because if it does come down to that, they still got those record revolvers to work with, which is basically just a pistol shotgun in the first place.
How do you win back-to-back games with 0 shotgun damage? I am blown away, but that's a testament of how good they are actually playing, and the consistency is out of this world. They jump on over Kadu, Striker, and Tisco. They were so close. They had the high ground in some of our previous games, but now they need to fight out of this fest. Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino, they're the ones on the other side. They're the ones that are putting down that pressure and not really backing down. You can see the triple weapon loadout for multiple of these players as well. They're ready to fight, and they're ready to fight big.
But Chino and Pablo, they're really looking like they're starting to find their rhythm in this lobby. They love just getting so fraggy with it. It's going to be a little bit of a hold, though, by Striker, Kadu, and Tisco, while Prodoxy takes this opportunity to heal back up. A little bit too pinched there, but Chino, he just keeps battering away at Kadu, Striker, and Tisco, and that knock now means a separate approach. Prodoxy on the flank, Chino and Pablo on the front side, and Striker doing what he can to try and hold things down, but the walls are just so difficult to break through. He's hoping to find some form of an edit, some kind of right side peek. Striker, though, no shield. Pablo, Chino, Prodoxy, they are fully in control of this. That is until Pablo realizes it's Curly, it's Cooper, it's Reed right behind them. He doesn't have any options. They've just got to reconvene with each other.
For Reed, Cooper, and Curly, there's no time like the present, and they're really trying to make these little seconds count. Able to clean up that one elimination, the extra loot, but most importantly, the Storm Surge that they're able to get. And since they're the team on the outside of this overall battle, they have the option if they want to disengage or keep putting pressure in this scenario. For Oxy and Chino, they have no other choice with or without that reboot card to try to get out and save what they have of this game. We kept talking about between them and Tayson off spawn, battling it out. You have to make sure if you win these games off spawn, you go as far into the end game with as many eliminations as possible.
For Prodoxy and Chino, that maneuver by Reed, Curly, and Cooper, it's like getting an eyelash stuck in your eye. Just so annoying, but what can you do? Just the nature of the game here. All the while, Clicks, Higgs, Yamso, they've caught up now to Snowy, Sad, and Ryu, and they've got them on the ropes right now, but Ryu's still looking to fight back. All of these international teams, they have not backed down even once throughout today's matches, Jacob, and they are coming with some big firepower. But Yamso, the future, he's got to control the present right now, though, and with Clicks and Higgs right next to him, they need to find these eliminations. All of the surge would just be so impactful.
Yeah, you can see both of these teams in a relatively tough spot, forced to crouch down if they're on the low ground. But Sad, Ryu, Snowy, they're trying to go for alert surprise attack. They're getting into the box in two different directions, but the third party is in, and they run out of material. Sad is in a tough spot, and it's going to continue to get tougher. Multiple players on that trio are out of materials overall, and Yamso finally dropping down. He's bringing the sun to a snowy day.
That's exactly what they needed. This is so much room to work with now. The Yamso Clicks, they just continue to close in, and finally Ryu's gonna be eliminated, folded over. Almost 1,900 damage above on that surge threshold, Jacob. Perfect placement for these guys to be now. Can they convert it to the end game win that they've been seeking all day long?
Yeah, and you can see just like that with those eliminations, they move up into a top 5 spot on the leaderboard. One more elimination away from top 4. One more elimination away from that, from a top 3 at the Global Championship. This is only game number 5, though. There's going to be 7 more games. 1 more today, 6 more tomorrow before we crown our best in the world at the Fortnite Global Championship. And this could be one of them. Savage, Chap, and Reason. I was talking about Destiny. We just got to figure out if it's theirs.
And Mr. Savage, a couple of medkits to boot. Chap, Reason. They've also got the geysers just in case they need that quick stimmy of HP 30 shot. But Yuma, Rise, Koyota, a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point. Still managing to try and make it work. But Jacob, all of these teams, there's like a certain level of paranoia that starts to enter the closer and closer that everyone becomes, especially because we just know the high ground is where nobody has been able to really look towards. And yet, one more time, we're seeing a zone pull right towards Foxy Floodgate. And I almost have to, I just want to know, where is Queasy at? Because he's got to be close by.
If I'm any person in this lobby, but Queasy, of course, I'm saying please pull north. Get away from these mountain ranges. Get away from that dip in Foxy Floodgate. And if you're a team that's realizing what's happening in this game, a very, very similar zone towards last game, you got to start to look at your materials. Do we have enough? If not, how are we going to get it? Some would say maybe a refresh, farming where you can if you're on the slow side of zone, but sometimes things like that aren't always possible. And you can see Pixdarm and Demas in that exact situation. Even though they're 356 above the damage threshold, you're seeing the side that they have to rotate in, Taco, stacked like pancakes.
It's just so impressive to think that this is a team, this is their first land, and they're not playing anything like it. But Mr. Savage, Chap, they've now got to see if they can pull together here. Reason with a double revive, they bring him back up into the mix, but they still have such an uphill battle to tackle here because they're so far behind. And look at all these teams that are piled into the zone just in front of them. That edge is going to be tough to break into.
Yeah, and that's why you see Sphinx and them trying to be the trolls underneath the bridge, a little bit of a safer rotation, talk about natural elements to try to use and crowd some of these shots. To 488, drastically below, almost need 3 straight eliminations. Savage is looking, but he's finding nothing but the lobby. Back they go, and a huge boost right there for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, because they are relatively high up above, but it's the loot. You can see half of the fizz gone, half of the splash is gone, so that was a must.
I think the bigger relief, though, for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx is that they know with Mr. Savage's team having been wiped, there's nobody behind them. So now they can push forward and just control that more uncontested area of the zone. Still need to be wary, though. Are catching glimpses of Kanata, Bolt, and Rapid in the distance. And of course, Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache steadily starting to scale their way up towards an elevated position, but there's several other teams nearby that have the same intentions.
Yeah, if you guys see multiple teams in the distance, Thunderbolt striking down, that Storm Surge, even though Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache don't exactly know those teams are below it, they will hear the shields crack. King's gonna go down, but Poyo is the one that's potentially stealing away those points. And maybe even the loot as it fully gets cleaned up. Swizzy, Queasy, Mustache put the full target down on a PH-in. He's just trying to get some of that loot from his fallen comrade.
Do Swizzy and Mustache ever miss?
No.
The answer's gonna be no. Okay,
No.
PH-in eliminated. Mustache with another one. But that's actually gonna be the first one of this lobby. They've just been collecting so many eliminations throughout today's lobbies, Jacob. It's almost crazy to think that that's their first, but Queasy could be in trouble. Does manage to break away from where Bolt, Rapid, and Kanata are at, but Kanata, you know that he's scheming inside of this middle section. He wants to maybe try and set up for a pre-hit on their back target, but they know there's another team directly underneath them. It's gonna be School and Southgo caught off guard. They're not gonna be able to make that transition. Ark still trying to press forward, but he's stuck in the corner. Ark trying to fight back, but there's nowhere left to run, and Bolt finds that elimination.
That is a lightning strike if I've ever seen one myself. Bolt taking down all 3 players of the NA West Major 2 champions, Arksful and Salco. And the thing about Arksful and Salco, I saw it for just a quick moment, they were below the damage threshold as well. So their aggression, even though they are picking up eliminations, isn't working out as good as they hoped.
But it's still a damper for Kanata and Bolt. Bolt's now losing all of his shields. Still, he'll have the opportunity to recover that, but it's the loss of Rapid that's really going to start impacting where Bolt and Kanata might end up here. Fortunately for them, Zone pulling a little bit away from those mountain faces, so as a duo, they can still look to break through the low ground, but Queasy, Mustache, Swizzy, Gentlemate's going absolutely ballistic in this audience right now, and for good reason. Mustache said it, we're just gonna keep winning, and they've got 3 already at the international level, Jacob. A land historic event, and they're still looking to see if they can get more.
We are literally watching the Queasy legacy in the making. Levin said it himself. The last time Queasy won 3 games in a row, he went on not only to win that major, but win 6 out of 12 games. games, something that has never been done on that region of EU ever before and ever again. And this could be that moment in history that you look back at when you talk about how great Queasy actually is. It is all because of this, but there's still so many threats in their path. They just have to look up. They have to try to go for high ground and stop the play trade. Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo, they have been known to do it on NA Central. They just have to figure out how to do it here on the international stage.
And they might have to deal with Pars, Baka, and Pump along the way. Yapko, Seti, Panzer, they've also done a rather excellent job at just maintaining consistent performances, and they're looking for yet another repeat here, trying to clear some space in that secondary height, but they know if they want their odds to turn this into a victory royale, they're gonna need more than just secondary height. Pump falls to Clix. This is big time for Xset because they need to pop off here.
Yeah, they truly are looking elite as a trio and taking the front side of the zone, something Yamzo knows to do best, but they have to be careful. Marius, Vanya, and Pixie, they're bouncing around with those crash pads, instantly climbing up that mountain, and that just means better positioning right away, and it gives them that luxury to look back, see all these other players rotate through. He's peeking through the stair. He sees Acorn, Aders, and Boyo, but it's not ready to go for it just yet, and nobody has even had an opportunity to look up. They're attached at the backside of zone. They're attached right in the middle. It's not even going to be easy when somebody eventually does.
But that's the problem. Nobody else can actually make their way up towards the high ground because Sweezy, Queasy, and Merstash refuse to budge. They just keep shutting down every single opportunity, forcing these teams to converge onto each other as iDrop now trying to see if he can collect an elimination there, a knock, anything. He needs a massive refresh here, but it's Pixie who finds Hadi, Marius, Pixie, and Vanya now looking to see what more they can seek out.
4 eliminations so far into the top 12. Placement points are flying in. Half of them, at least at the top 8, is Veno, Vico. They're in that line of path. Marius looking up for only a quick second, not really focusing on the Queasy up above. It's probably too hard. You see the materials being drained right out of their inventory. Everybody else feeling the same thing, forcing Yamzo, Higgs, and Clix to drop down low. The blessing is they're in the front side of zone, so they have a little bit more to work with.
But the control from Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash on the high ground, Jacob, they're forcing all of these teams to swap layers to ultimate low, and with that in mind, Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, just non-stop berating. These teams are forced, they're looking up, they're looking down, they're trying to find refreshes, but they have no breathing room. They are being suffocated right now by height.
With the conversations going on before the Global Championship, Fu probably smiling ear to ear right now with EU doing the performance that they are, but Kanata Bulls, they're trying to channel how they played in game number 1, finds a key elimination on the Reed, not just elimination points, but placements as well. Cammy falls, more points from the lobby. Swizzy's trying to drop down low, he's just getting loot, he's bringing it back up to his IGL.
And that is all Swizzy has to keep tabs on alongside Merstash. Everything getting dropped at Queasy's feet so he can have the ultimate success here. But Marius, he's in too much trouble. Marius trying to squeeze away. It's Vico, it's Veno, and Flixie chasing them down. They know that they're going to have to clear out all of these players inside of these lower layers if they want a real shot at beating Queasy up on height.
Yeah, if there's any team that I think has a chance to look up and at least give them a fight, it is going to be them, as Marius is forced outside of the zone, almost a 1v1 against Clix, and Clix gets the knock. Can he get the elimination? No, he can't. No Siphon for him, but the battle, the inevitability is finally here. Vico's taking charge, but he's also taking most of that damage. Flixie's forced to reload. Veno is in that mid-cut as well, a challenge that they did not find success on, but relatively so. Even if they might not have the high ground, they put Queasy and Merstash on the back foot.
And that's the problem, Queasy, Merstash, they can still tank a little bit of zone here just because of that exotic fizz, but at the same time, Vico, Veno, Flixie, they're now trying to remind everybody this might be Queasy's tourney so far, but we still want to take the front end. Merstash finding the biggest elimination of the Veno, the Siphon carrying him forward, the hopes of Gentleman now resting on his shoulders. Flixie trying to hang, but Flixie wins it all, shutting down the dream here for Queasy. Veno saying it all, anything you can do, I can do better.
We talked about the 6 of 12. It was with that man right there, Veno, with Vico and Flixie by his side. They are looking like a terror on the lobby. Frankie, we gotta hear what from them by themselves.
We need to hear what you have to say, Flixie. What's it like getting a victory royale here on LAN in Lyon?
It's great. I mean, we died off spawn, we clutched the game. It's really good.
And yeah, you clutched the game. I mean, it was quite the competition between you and the leaders of the lobby. Were you aware it was Queasy you were up against?
I mean, we knew it was Queasy, but we're just better than them, so we just went up and killed them.
I think you might need to get a few more victory royales before you can say that. I do want to come to you, Venno, obviously up against an ex-teammate you know really well. Does that make it a bit more satisfying or even a little bit more in your head? You know each other so well.
Nah, if I can't win this tourney, I want Queasy to win.
Oh, I've never heard him say such nice things. Thank you, Venno. And of course, Choco, à toi pour Vico.
How do you feel after this first victory royale, and how will you do the second one?
Hey, I mean, I feel great, you know. We finally got a win that we wanted, you know. We're still calm though, but it's kind of hard. But hey, I mean, we're doing the best of it. Next round, you know, we're gonna win our spawn. We're gonna win the game again, you know. We're gonna catch up to Queasy finally and shit. So yeah.
Ils sont très déterminés à remonter dans ce classement et à continuer de monter. Ils adorent et surtout ils sont très confiants pour aller chercher une deuxième victoire.
Are you expecting to still be contested at Canyon Crossing?
I mean, we were expecting it because they were laying down Asia, but I think there's no point for them to contest because, I don't know, even if they're winning, they're not getting good games, so.
Well, we will see after this short break.
Do you get scared? Or do you feel lost? I can smell fear. I've been there before. But you made it through the storm again. You did it on your own again. Goosebumps in your skin. Do you feel what I feel? I'm waiting on you to notice that you got what you wanted. We don't got time to cry right now. Only got time to focus. On a wait list, I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should have noticed. Been focused. You should have known locked and loaded. Better watch your back, cause we aiming at your head. I don't need to pick me up and I don't need a rest. Knock down, top down, hit him in his leg. Pull up with the trio and my eyes all red. 1, 2, 3 of us can't compete with us. Everybody screaming like they did and believe in us. Believe in us, believe in us, believe in us. So here's on a wait list. I was armed and dangerous. Take a shot, leave them faceless. I was armed and dangerous. On a whole different level. I can see why they hate it. I was armed and dangerous. I was armed and dangerous. You should have noticed. I've been focused. You should have known I'm locked and loaded. You should.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to the Global Championship. What could have ended in a crazy way results in Vico Benoflixi finding themselves a victory royale in game number 5. EU is truly on top right now. My gosh, I love the responses as well from the trio. Keeping it humble, keeping it honest. But for them, you know, especially now with one game to go, this is such a great way to go into that final game and kind of start setting up for day number 2.
Such perfect timing for these guys, right? Coming into the last game right now, winning game number 5. And in the manner at which they did it, Levin, it's very similar to what we've seen throughout this entire season, an entire sort of year from these guys. The way they play height, the way they try and retake it. Queasy did make it a little bit difficult for them. It wasn't absolutely straightforward, so they had to drop down. But, I mean, this is exactly what we expected from these guys this weekend. They're finally awoken.
I'm going to throw some shade to my brother Zeke.
No.
I'm sorry I have to do it to you, Zeke.
Don't do it.
Oh, no.
Zone 11, we're watching Flixi. He looks up to high. He's looking up. He's scouting it. Zeke goes, yeah, man, don't even bother looking at high, bro. Don't even bother looking at high.
Oh.
But again, we can't blame Zeke, right? He's been on NA for a year, right? Us EU watchers know when it's Flixi, Veno, Vico, a late height take. Zone 11 height takes, it's their specialty. Again, like you said, not executed as cleanly, but executed like they know well. And a really big game from them here. It's a great momentum boost and a great response like they were alluding to after going down on spawn in the previous game.
Yeah. Listen, I just wanted Queasy to win again, okay? I wanted to see 6 in a row on LAN. Forgive me, Levin. I joined the EU crew. You know what? Maybe EU isn't on top. Going back to NA where I belong. Obviously, you know, still on the other side of that,
of course.
Easy. Like if they had won that game, it would have been insane. The fact that they placed second, though, is still amazing, right? Like you cannot deny it. But of course, if they had won the game, it just would have been just the tiniest bit better. My gosh, Queasy, Murstache, Swizzy popping off here. 461 points, if I remember correctly. These guys are on fire, Mini. Yeah. I don't know how we stop them.
I mean, honestly, they were set up for success this entire end game. They really did well to claim that high ground like we expected them to do, going towards the zone. They had a nice favorable pull, of course, over to that hill. And then when Queasy actually built out into the zone, which I thought was a really nice play, if zone was to pull over that hill, it ended up pulling the other way. So they did, of course, have to invest a lot of materials, which is why they ended up going down a little bit earlier here. But, I mean, what a clutch here from Murstache. What could have been, Levin?
I mean, look, I low-key do wish we were in the alternate universe where he wins that. Because there is one, right? Yeah. He's so close. It comes down to just the difference between a little bit of damage. Regardless of that, though, right? Still a fantastic game to help them keep their lead. Keep momentum, right? Because the worst thing you can have in a situation like this, and you know, speaking of Queasy when he won 6 out of 12, it almost sort of did happen where after they had won like the 6th game, you know, they're almost like, everything's won, we've won it, you know, they have a bit of a mediocre game and like the momentum's lost, but it's fine, we've won the tournament. These guys haven't won the tournament yet, they need to keep that momentum. That's still a great game.
That's right, man. One game left to go before we say goodbye for the first half of the day of the competition. You heard that sound. The battle bus is ready. Let's get into it.
One last ride on the battle bus to score things out for day 1 here of the FNCS 2025 Global Championship. And Leon has been absolutely electric through all of it. Massive shout outs and love to the fans here in the crowd. But firstly, Jacob, we have to tackle the elephant in the room. It's what's been taking place between Ferdoxy and Tayson since we last peeked in over at Kappa Kappa Factory in the previous lobby, but now we're back at home.
I was about to laugh to myself because you're talking about Ferdoxy and Tayson. But what about the 50 other teams that end up over at Rangers Ruin throughout the course of the game?
That's what it feels like.
They realize how this fight goes, and typically it might be left to just one person trying to clutch up. As Ferdoxy gets that first sweeper shotgun, it's going to work out perfectly. Chicho goes down, Tayson follows next. That's back-to-back eliminations, but Chino's going to go down. That's going to give them an opportunity back, and if you notice, Ferdoxy has no more ammo in his shotgun and wrist. It's trying to take take advantage of that fact. He finally picks up a few, but the damage has already been done. Harris with only 3 HP, and Pablo and Fordoxy on the other side are at least a duo, a strong duo at that, and they have a chance here to end the fight, and they do so with ease.
I want to believe, but when Pablo is just that healthy, the outcome is basically inevitable. Fordoxy, Chino, and Pablo Wingo will play out the duration of Lobby 6, and this time it was so fast that Brazil likely won't be able to stroll on over and try to play spoiler.
I mean, I did see in the feed, there was a team that was going in that direction. They saw the fight end in the feed. They said, you know what, maybe next game, maybe tomorrow we'll do this.
Let me hit the other way.
Yeah, but you see what's going down here right now. They actually chose to split the drop. Toyota, Yume, and Raisei are going to take the top side of Canyon. That comes with a swarm. That comes with a little bit of XP. But Vico, Flixie, and Veno, they're taking actual Canyons crossing. There's a little bit more loot over here for them. And they said, hey, things haven't been going our way in the actual fight. Let's actually try to play some of these games out. And even last game, they did that exact thing, and it worked out. You saw them win that game.
There's still a leaderboard that teams want to play for prizing, Jacob. Even if it might not necessarily be a threat to first, or even the top 3 in general, it's still opportunity for life-changing money, right? And Epic Whale, Paper, Victor V, they're looking to tackle Razzle, Tate, and Raito. They had primary control of this Dystopia City. They have pushed Raito's team towards the edge, but Epic Whale still needs to try and connect another shot here. He knows that Paper is gonna have that overhead sightseeing, and Razzle, not a whole lot of materials, but Paper just trying to stay on top of this fire, just trying to see if he can apply more pressure for Victor V to capitalize on.
Yeah, my eyes initially peeked at Shining Span where Cammy lands. I saw them, but now you saw Ritual in the distance as Wax, Ping, and Malabuka. They're taking the fight on over. That's Aspect's team, and Aspect was the one that was landing towards the Kappa Kappa factory. So you're already seeing they're changing up their game plan. They're trying to steal away some loot away from Malabuka and Wax, but that's not something you want to do at all.
And Malabuka, Wags being more than happy to try and collect whatever opportunities come their way. They're willing to try and generate these occurrences themselves, and they are just chasing these teams way out to the outskirts. This is a big commitment, but if they find the eliminations, it's all worth it.
I like what they're doing here. They're just trying to trust in each other for the most part. One's going to go on over, try to see if they can find him, which it doesn't look like they do. They immediately turn back. It's not worth it in their heads to go for it as Peterbot finally makes his position known along with Ritual and Cold, and they immediately jump onto Paper. He was positioned on top of that with his building. Tagging that team down below, was not watching his back, and that's exactly what's going to do him in the end. You see Victor V looking like the only player left alive for his team. He's just trying to disengage and at least try to give him a chance to get back on up.
But it's the fact that Victor V is still left standing. Bit tragic. The Paper, Epic Whale, they just never saw it coming. The Crash Pad Fizz combination a little bit too potent here, and Paper punished for that overhead position and not keeping tabs of what's flying through the sky after him.
Honestly, depending on where the zone goes, it's going to help their chances or hurt them for Victor V, trying to get his entire team back into the game. We kind of saw more and more teams throughout the day kind of move over into this position, and that's going to remain the same. One all the way towards the north. Tisco and his trio, literally inside of Ranger's Ruin as well, but they're positioned above. And then Fordoxy, who obviously knows where that team's at, where they're positioned, and he's at least trying to shoot off shots in their direction with that Stinger SMG, so he knows it's not going to get a ton of damage, but anything's better than nothing.
And Fordoxy, Pablo, and Gino have just been playing whack-a-mole all day long. It's like the moment they take out one team, they still got to deal with another one popping up from seemingly nowhere, and Pablo still working through the lobby. Brise and Toyota going to be victims at the other end of that shotgun barrel, but Yuma still trying to do what he can to pick up the pieces here. It was a nice knock onto Gino. Unfortunately, the 1 versus 2 situation, that's just so hard to convert into a victory there. So they're going to be put down temporarily, but things are getting messy here in the south side.
Yeah, this is not where I expect Veno and Vico and Flixie to kind of end up, going all the way towards the south side of the map. That's given Allison On and Resigns an opportunity to get the early surge, steal away some of this loot. And you can see what Veno, he has really no other choice. He knows the full team is all around, and a third party closed off into the distance. even with 69 HP, he does have some extra shields, but he doesn't want to give away his position with those audio visuals. Alex finally found him out, and the full team is wiped off from Victory Royale to 30th place.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter where Venno tries to go after that. Alex Resigns and Anon, we're never going to let them leave this vicinity. It's just way too primed up of a chance, and they're not going to come by often, but still, Alex Resigns got to keep open eyes on the map because Mixin and Focus, they might just have a chance to shut down everything that Alex just worked to accomplish. But Alex spots him out through the window, and Alex not going to be able to get that shot just yet, but still, the damage has been done. Focus, Mixin, they're bailing.
Yeah, and they're only a duo. That's basically giving away your position for Alex and Anon Resign to make that decision. Do we fight it? Do we beat him on towards the mountain priority position? What's more important here? And I honestly like their decision to close out the day, play a little bit more aggressive, try to get more points, and already they get the knock onto Focus. Now they're in a 3v1 situation, and they already spot and mix it on the other side. He tries to go for the 1v1, the 50-50, and it's so quick. Alex, Resign, and Anon, they get their 4th elimination of the game.
And look, the leaderboard might be telling one story, but the real narrative is that Oshi's got some real fighting power with Alex, Resigns, and Anon. And it's unfortunate that they just haven't had anybody to really get their surge in, so it's just been so difficult for them to actually traverse every single one of their rotates, if they even make it off of their initial drop in the first place. But it's been a completely different story, as we all know, for Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstache. They have been titans of this lobby, and even with Merstache being knocked, no problem whatsoever, because they're not going to be keyed anytime soon. It's just not worth the effort from the team that they're trading blows with. They know it's way too dangerous to actually make that trek.
And it's almost kind of like having me ask myself the question in my head for Vortex, Goofy, and Mountain. When do you stop targeting Queasy and his entire trio on the other side? Because even though that's helping them get some Storm Surge, it's helping Queasy, Merstache, and Swizzy a lot more, and they're bringing it much further on into the game. In the feed, Arc taking down one of the members of OCE Power's team. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, because of their early aggression, they're able to get the Queen out of Dystopia City and immediately make their way on over towards that vault, where they're not only able to have that mythic AR, but they have the exotic as well.
And while we are seeing some mild forms of success currently for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, the big thing to keep in mind here, Jacob, is that for a lot of these international teams and just other teams in the lobby in general, it can be very difficult to really find an opening. And you know, you're talking about Goofy and Mountain and what they're capable of, and is this even worth taking the battle? But they're in a pick your poison situation. They're so far northwest, their only options are Muzz, Mr. Savage, or Queasy. And they just keep landing on Queasy every time, while King and Phaser try to recover this battle up against Chino, Pablo, and Prodoxy.
Ooh, almost landed that good shot, but King, honestly, watching him throughout the season, when it comes to this double pump, it packs so much of a punch. He has Prodoxy and Chino on the slivers of HP, but unfortunately, the bait and switch comes through yet again. Pablo, knowing his teammates are weak, takes charge, gets that elimination onto King, leaving Phaser by himself. But it's so early on in the game, Taco. 3rd zone, 1 tick. Even though he has only 1 med kit, I'm not too worried because they're going to have to rotate out of that position.
Look, we know that King is good at fighting, but in this lobby right now, Pablo has just been better with everyone that he stumbled across, and that kind of performance can carry them a long way. It's starting to feel a little reminiscent, Jacob, of that early performance that they had to start this day off. 85 points secured in one lobby. And who's to say that they couldn't do it again?
Yep, you can see Zeddy, Epco, and Panzer have taken the most storm damage of all teams. With the way some of these games have been going, not too surprised. Zone moving towards the north in a couple of games, all the way towards the west. They land at Kappa Kappa. They have a contested fight, and then so many other teams along the way, they almost have no other choice, especially since this has been a huge part of their strategy when it comes to these surge bases, and they have that abundance of extra HP, so it's no worries.
But the conversation that's been building between the Seti-Cammy breakup, and we're looking at both of these separate trios having so much consistent success that they are both within our top 5 here in day 1. There's a real chance for Seti and Cammy to try and see, you know, who is really the problem. And right now, based off their performances, Jacob, I don't think either of them were. I think they were both just ready for a switch up.
I know when we talk about like some teams just forming, you know how they sometimes hit that honeymoon phase? What a perfect time for them to hit that phase and keep that consistency going. Coming together, qualifying in Major 3, and really taking that opportunity, just that chance to play at the Global Championship and running away with it. Same with Vanya, Marius, and Pixie. They get their drop spot uncontested. And honestly, whether it's contested or not, we saw Cold and his trio try to go ahead and make that their home, but that was quick work for them off that 50-50 drop off the side of the mountain, where you're seeing a lot of our top teams here, how they're rotating with the zone pulling towards the south. A lot of them are beating other teams to the punch. They're not taking that crowded position in towards the zone.
But this is really nice for Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo as they continue to press forward because they're approaching that mountain range overhead of Foxy Floodgates. They're coming from that north side position, pushing south. They're going to have that little bit of elevation to work with, and we've even got a nice little listening to see what Clix is getting up to.
They're in streaming.
Yeah, look at them. Look at this. 3, 2, 1. 30. Go. Let's go. Let's clash, please.
No. We full grief them.
I like it. They got the damage. And Higgs, for a moment, was like, hey, let's go. Let's pick up the elimination. Let's go and go for more. But they realized they're at the top side of the leaderboard. They don't have to take any unnecessary risks to close out the day. This is game 6 out of 12. So we got 6 more games tomorrow. And so honestly, for a lot of these teams, you just want to get as close to Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy as possible so we have a chance tomorrow.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Queasy, Swizzy, and Murstache, Jacob, because while they're here tackling Brazil, PH, Zen, Phaser already knocked. That's going to be the eliminations there. Excuse me, that's going to be King instead. But Jacob, so much damage having been done there. And Queasy now on the back foot. He's actually going to have to depend on Murstache and Swizzy to close this one out because Chino, Ferdoxy, Pablo, they've now entered this battlefield. And Ferdoxy, he doesn't seem interested in leaving anytime soon.
This is a blessing. This is a blessing for the entirety of the lobby, not just for Doxy, Pablo, and Chino here in this situation. You take them down, and I like taking matters into your own hands because 4th place, 1st place, 1st place, 1st place, 2nd place for Queasy and them off the top of the leaderboard. You cannot expect them to go down early. Sometimes you have to do things yourself. Phaser might not even know that there's a whole trio up above, but he might not have the HP. Storm Sickness is a possibility. He might have no other choice but to move into this trio.
It's just witnessing what Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino are able to accomplish when they finally have an opportunity to make it off spawn, Jacob. They've had to deal with so much action throughout every single one of these lobbies here today, and yet they are still managing to manifest these opportunities for themselves.
You can see they're even so close to Pix, Darm, and Demus, who are playing out of their minds, not just here, but all year long. And you can see the zone moving over towards Demon's Debris, them and a bunch of other teams. They're kind of setting up. They're not necessarily going for high ground. They feel like they have enough surge to make that not necessarily a worry, but they're just trying to go over towards those mountains just in case we get one of those max pulls towards the west, which I do like thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead, even though it's relatively early. The 4th zone, you sometimes, with the way this finals has been going, you want to prioritize your rotation and your overall positioning.
But Pixstar and Demas, they're just so central right now. They're not really feeling too much pressure to leave just yet. And they're also having to monitor Pixie, Vanya, Marius directly next to them. So it's not like it'd be an easy rotation just yet either. But Mr. Savage, Reason, they're trying to see what they can do up against the likes of Disco and Kadu, but Striker might just be looking to try and hold him down, but Reason, nice chunk of HP there. He's gonna go missing from Kadu. Reason now on the ropes, so he's not gonna be able to break away. Mr. Savage trying to provide coverage fire. Right side peek, a little bit in his favor, but Kadu still relatively healthy in comparison to Savage.
He does have 6 different crash pads. He does have the Flowberry Fizz. But does he have the reboot cards, and does he have a chance to get them? For Tisco and Kadu, they're in a very, very similar spot, but not as drastic. Only Striker is down. So they are going to be a duo in this situation, not too far away from the overall zone. So they too, if they have that reboot card, they can immediately move on over towards Rangers Ruin to try to get that reboot back, and that's exactly what they want to do. Savage has no other choice but go the other direction towards Foxy Floodgates, which is good because now he has a chance for the reboot, but he's moving closer and closer to other teams while being almost 300 damage below the threshold.
But that's the problem. He's so low on his surge damage, and even with a successful reboot, hold that thought though, Pollo finally seeming to get a nice elimination here onto Kazi, and that kicking open the doorway. They need some kind of catalyst because they've had a very scrambly day so far.
Second time's the charm. Second time is the charm, but they're deep in the zone, not a lot of heals. Phaser and King are both relatively low. You gotta hope they have something, but they have nothing. Phaser's gonna be the first one to drop. PHN realize I cannot be the hero. I have to go. He has no heals either. Even though this is a one tick, he has about 50 seconds on the clock to either find elimination or find any sort of heals, bandages, anything.
Oh man, Merstash, does he realize what's behind him? But PHN, if he gets the jump onto Merstash, that could be very problematic still. Merstash at least has Swizzy and Queasy. And a good replenish, but Merstash knows it's cooked from this point. He can't press forward any longer. Maybe there's a reboot later.
Got the down onto Merstash. I don't even know how he was the last one to do damage. PHN did not know where Merstash was, and even if he did, he wouldn't have gotten the siphon, but he had heals. Merstash being down now leaves Queasy and Swizzy with a decision. Do we go back in the zone? Do we get our teammate back up because no man left behind, or do we continue on as a duo?
Right now, all I'm thinking about is what Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino are getting up to, Jacob, because they're really starting to make a tear into this lobby. Garu, Tisco, slight pause here. They pick up Striker, bring him back into the mix. Not a whole lot of resources available for some of these teams, though, that are just hugging the outskirts right now. There's been so many hiccups across the way. But Clixie, Yamzo, and Higgs, they've still managed to find their footing on the side of the mountain face at Canyon Crossing.
Yeah, now they're positioned right next to Kanata. That's the knock they got earlier, where they were able to kind of accumulate a good amount of surge. Now they look towards the bottom side of that mountain. Balor, Mantor, and Adapter are the ones that are taking a lot of that focus, and they're inching closer and closer to Gabzera, Scarpa, and Way as well. Kanata knows and sees all the same things along with Rapid and Bolts, if he is still there. And they're all kind of targeting off the side of the mountain, just trying to take advantage of every team that's a little bit too slow to rotate.
It's just so dangerous to go for some of these half-wall edits, the window edits. You peek too long, you might find yourself getting picked off along the way. But right now, Marius, Pixie, Vanya, all they're focusing on is how to find the best success in this last lobby. Doesn't matter how you start, what matters is how you finish, and that goes for day one here at the Global Championship.
That stat was crazy. Even though they're at the top of the leaderboard, they've taken more damage than they've dealt. But that just goes to show, like, how risky they're willing to play in order to get those eliminations, in order to be able to stay alive and build up that Storm Surge. As I see Arc taking out Alex, Anon's gonna get taken down by School. Not sure if OCE is still alive, but NA West trying to bring themselves back into this. And just by the looks of it, zone pulling so far away, Queasy, Swizzy, they realize there's no chance to get Merstash back into the game, so we have to make our numbers count.
But without Merstash, Queasy recognizes, hey, I'm gonna have to shift into gear and bring to light what kind of fragging capability I might actually be able to unleash, because some of these other teams that are just doing everything in their power to try and play catch up, you can never discredit what they might be able to accomplish. For Doxy, Chino, Pablo lurking at the very bottom of it all. They've got so much surge already. They can play fully for positioning, but Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, they are looking rough right now. They still have a good chunk of resources to actually bring their HP back up, but they're still just in such a tight position, and no one is even backing down. All day long, teams have been openly embracing the fight with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Yeah, drop spot aside, this is a game with the loot and the loadout that he has. You really have to make it count. Teddy Apko and Panzer, 678 above the damage threshold. They may not know Resigns is getting ticked by Storm Surge, but if they were close by, they could probably hear the shields crack, as Victor V is close by as well. I did see a couple of his teammates go down in the feed. I don't know if he's entirely a solo, but hey, it's Vic. Oh, well, no, that wasn't my fault, Taco. That wasn't my fault.
Okay, Ozzy.
That was Ozzy. He's doing a watch party upstairs. It's definitely Ozzy's fault.
Oh, yeah, but for Doxy, on the other end, he's actually got a glimpse of Queasy up in the skies. Queasy having been spotted out. He knows this is trouble. We've got to start maybe working our way down. This is not the spot to be, but Gino, Pablo, Doxy, they don't care. They're looking to fully collapse. They see that Queasy is weakened, and they've actually completely overthrown the ultimate high ground position. But the fact that Queasy and Swizzy are still alive, Jacob, it's still the potential for placement points to keep building.
Yeah, this is almost looking like a full circle moment, because remember, it was Fordoxy, Pablo, and Gino the one that even took down Mustache in the first place and put him in such a rough spot overall, and they really haven't been able to recover from it since. Take a look at some of the action going down around the lobby. Kanata just taking matters into his own hands. The first knock, that was easy. The second one somehow was easier, and now Kanata's looking to pressure that third elimination. And that's something big for them, because you can see he's all by himself, still taking pressure, still taking damage from all directions, and quickly running out of builds.
But if it resembles a shotgun, Ganada can still max it out, and that's all he's looking for. A couple of Flowberry Fizzes still left at his disposal. Seti, rather weakened, but his trio mates still way too healthy. Panzer and Yapko can just overtake that tarp responsibility here. Panzer now holding down the walls. Hoyo, Agers, Acorn directly underneath. The elevation shifts can be brutal, but for Gino, Pablo, and Fordoxy, all above it all, they have no issues whatsoever with just suppressing these lower teams.
This is their time right here to move up that leaderboard and hopefully maybe even get into the top 5, especially being contested by not only Tayson, but as that fight ends, so many other teams moving over in that direction as well. Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, this is one of the teams that they have to potentially go through as well. As you're seeing, Vanya get another elimination onto Mountain. That's their second one overall. 254 above the damage threshold. They're not focusing on taking any fights that they don't have to. Yamzo clicks, they both fall. Storm Surge is a huge thing that's taking them all out as the full trio's back to the lobby. Now Acorn's pressuring in. Marius sees him coming from a mile away. He goes up and over, dunking on him yet again. Now it's him versus Pollo. Zone's gonna finish the job. Marius with back-to-back eliminations.
Marius did such an excellent job at just pushing them fully back. That is a huge come up here as Agers now forced to try and see if he can bring it together. But Marius, he's just not slowing down anytime soon. Just continuing to barrel his way forward inside of the mid-ground layers. Fordoxy, Pablo, Chino with height in their control. I just don't see a way for anybody else to actually jump up towards them anytime soon, and Chino just continues to spray all those teams making their way towards the front side of zone.
And they even reinforced it on their way on over, patiently waiting for the zone to pull. It's going to work out in their favor for the most part. And you see Pablo right now, he's the one building their top on over because he has the double pump. Letting his teammates put pressure down from above is a huge part of their game plan. As they're 257 above, Swizzy, he has taken down Peterbot, their third elimination of the game, and they're cruising inside of the top 12. This is what I'm talking about. You cannot expect this team to just go down without a fight.
It's the boost of materials that they have to work with too. Yapko recognizing directly overhead. He doesn't have an opportunity here. Wixie on the other end of his wall. Yapko going to be forced to layer swap here. He is dropping to ultimate low, but he has hardly anything left to work with here, Jacob. Backside of zone. Anyone, it might just be Ping who comes up upon Yapko, but instead it's gonna be Marius, Pixie, Vanya now looking to play spoiler to these teams in the mid-ground. Marius just continued to tear away at everybody's HP.
Yeah, that double pump, and he's putting it to use. Storm is down in the outside of the zone. Marius is gonna clean that one up. Couple more points, push them further and further closer to Queasy, who's still alive, by the way. Yapko is solo. He's just trying to get the most out of this as possible. Only 5 on the med miss, no extra builds, scrambling around, trying to catch somebody off guard, but it's he who falls to Pixie.
Chino, Pablo, and Fordoxy still in the high ground. Swizzy and Queasy now working through ultimate low. This is a night and day difference for loadouts, but Swizzy still trying to bring it all together. He only has 5 builds, but he has to take a chance to heal, and Queasy picks it up where he left off. Eliminations onto Tisco now means that Queasy has some material to work with, and Marius, he's tarping his way through, but he might just run smack elimination for Noxy. Pablo Gino overhead.
This is a good moment for all the players down low. They're distracted up above, but not too distracted. They drop down. Surprise attack coming from above. Down goes Squeezy. Pixie's gonna follow as well. Vanya's now by himself. He gets taken down by Gino. Pablo, Tino, they're the only two alive for the team from high ground to low. They're trying to take the fight to Demas, and that one is gonna be solidified. And a much-needed Siphon comes in just in time. A 2v1 situation, and it's Pix. He's so far out of zone, and the last medkit has already been used. A last desperation attempt to make his way into the zone, and it does not work. Prodoxy, Pablo, and Gino take the game.
They knew that they were going to need an insane performance to close out the day. It's been a bit of a scuffle here, Jacob, but finding this victory royale in the final hour of day one, that could be the ultimate difference maker, starting things off in day two. First and foremost, though, we gotta see what they have to say.
Prodoxy, stand up for me, please. Cast your minds back to game one, where you were quite frankly destroyed off spawn by Tayson. But after that, you managed to turn it around. So many reboots, and finally, the victory royale. How does that feel?
I mean, after 4-2 off spawn and getting third part of every game, it feels nice to finally get to play another game out.
And for you, in those final moments as well, is the communication in a busy venue like this on LAN coming naturally? What's it like?
I mean, repeat the question, please?
I'm just asking how the comms are going.
Yeah, we can't. Oh, I mean, yeah, the MA fans are nice to have here. It's a good, it's just good vibes, yeah.
Good vibes, good vibes. Choka.
C'est une très bonne vibe, il vient de dire. Vous mettez une très bonne ambiance, le public. Merci beaucoup. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Will you manage to have lots of more victory royale? How will you do it?
Can you say it again?
How will you have more victory royale?
For us, it just depends all on the off spawn. If we win off spawn, we're gonna get a good game no matter what, basically.
S'ils gagnent tous ces contests, eh bien, ils vont tout gagner.
Gino, you've had some hero plays today. What is driving you and the team right now after some difficult starts?
I don't know, after this during EU with my trio, I just feel like we're the best trio here and nothing can stop us.
So tomorrow, more victory royales to prove your domination.
For sure, for sure.
Well, congratulations, guys. One more time, Leon, please. Pablo, Gino, and Prodoxy! Let's head back to the desk.
Dude, we gotta give him a hand, right? I mean, come on. The final game of the day to get a victory royale in that faction. And guys, 19 eliminations? What is happening?
Oh, it's ridiculous. It really shouldn't be allowed. I mean, you look at these guys earlier on when they won their first game off spawn, right? Obviously, Tayson came out, you know, off the blocks hot, but then those guys won game two and they were being so aggressive. Yeah. And I was like, okay, they're trying to make up for lost time here. I mean, this was another example of that. These guys have this ability. If you watch EU over the past 2 seasons, you'll know they have this ability. But again, to have the hubris to do this at the Global Championships, at the biggest event of the year, it just shows how confident they are in their abilities.
So much confidence. They were the thorn in the side of so many teams inside of this lobby, and this is exactly how we expected them to play. I think they would have been a little bit disappointed as to how the off-spawn battles have been going, especially with the third parties coming in as well. Even when they're winning, there's teams coming in, making things really, really difficult for them. But this is the Prodoxy, Pablo, and Chino that we know. We know how great they can be in these final moments, and especially for Queasy's team, right? We saw how well they did, but Pablo, Chino, and Prodoxy, not only did they W-key them to eliminate Queasy initially, they also chopped them down from height, right? And made that crazy play to make that high ground take. And wow, this is exactly what we want to see in a perfect end to day number 1 for them.
You could almost see the frustration from them, right?
Yeah.
Like, they weren't even celebrating too tough because it was like they know, and Pablo alluded to it, like, if we weren't con, we'd be having these kind of games all the time, right? We might be a whole different type of competition had that been the case. So, you know, big ups to these guys. Hope to see them sort of find some more momentum tomorrow.
That's right, that's right. So remember, this first 6 games is about setting the stage going into tomorrow's games. Guys, I want to go to the top. Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy. I do not know how this continues to happen, right? But guys, it cannot continue to happen like this, can it?
It can.
It definitely can. I mean, looking at this, 521 points for Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache. I mean, what I love, right? We talk about the victory royales. 3 victory royales, incredible on the day. Huge amount of eliminations. What I love, their ability to pick up the pieces, even when things don't go their way. We saw it in game number 1. They set up a hype really nicely. Everything was looking good. The zone doesn't pull their way. They said it in the interview afterwards. We got unlucky there. We'll look out for us in the next games. And what did they then go on and do? Unbelievable stuff. In that game, we saw it, of course, very, very split. Queasy going down. Then they had to try and find that reboot. And then, of course, we saw Mustache going down in the storm. The fact that Queasy and Swizzy were able to do so well in that game just shows they have everything that it takes to go all the way.
To me, that's actually the most important game. That's the game that if they go on to win the global championship, now you look back at that game and you say, this was it, right?
Yeah.
Because truly, a lot of people will look at a lot of their performance today and go, Levin, their game plan is so straightforward, right? You know, they're sitting up in that base at the hive. It's so easy for them. A lot of other teams can't do that, right? But they have a game like that one where the game plan gets interrupted. They can't do what they've been doing the previous 5 games, and they still find a way to deliver. Again, the makings of, you know, just an absolute goated team.
It sends a message, right, to the rest of the lobby. No matter what's going to happen, even if we get into fights, they have the ability to sort of disengage, dip from the fight, find reboots, have that gameplay IQ that we know that this team can do. But now, going into day number 2, if a team's a little bit lower down, this drop spot that they have at the Hive, right? They have the Queen there. They have all of that great loot. We've seen it be so successful for them. Will they get landed on? I'm not too sure, but that could be a problem.
And Levin, how many points back in last globals? How many points did Peter Bob Pollo go into day number 2 with?
Last year, after day 1, we were all sitting here going, wow, Peter Bob Pollo, man, these guys are going to go on to win the whole thing. They had about 440 points, right? These guys have 500 plus. These guys are rolling right now. I mean, 3 victory royales back to back to back. This is something we will talk about forever in Fortnite history in the context of, one, they still have another day to just keep adding to that total, right? You know, like they can still get more and more wins, but the 3 games in a row, you know, it's just mental to me.
I mean, guys, we've got to hear from Queasy himself. Frankie is standing by right now to get his thoughts after the first 6 games.
The king of the high ground has joined me and Chocker back in the player lounge. Queasy, last year it was day 2 where you had to make up the shortfall, but on day 1 you're sitting clear at the top of the leaderboard by 101 points. The question is, can you keep this up?
I hope so. I mean, I think we're gonna change a lot of stuff for day 2, make sure our plans are perfect for like any sneak attempts and stuff like that, and we'll see tomorrow.
So the changes is not because the current game plan isn't working, it's because of the fact that now you know that there's a target on your back.
Yeah, I think so. But like, I mean, I feel like we're so far ahead that if people are like actually trying to land on us and do stuff like that, they're just like griefing themselves more than us. Because I don't know.
Well, we haven't seen you contested yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
We will see.
We've seen the Major 2 and Major 3.
We have, but not on LAN.
And so you'll change maybe a few things, but are you confident for tomorrow that you'll keep your consistency during the games?
If we play our early and mid game the same, yeah, easily.
All right, so for you, confidence is a key, or it's more training?
I mean, it's all practice. Practice makes perfect.
Looking at the lobby so far, who do you think is potentially going to be a threat, and who do you think could try and sneak attack you tomorrow?
I don't know, half the lobby, but we'll see, I guess. I don't know. I guess going into it, I thought it was Vanya, but they're kind of like staying on low ground, so I think we're fine.
Yeah, last year they were all about the high ground, but now they'll take what they can get, and they are coming up behind you, so we'll see tomorrow. Queasy, congratulations. Let's head back to the desk to close out day 1.
You know, one of my favorite things about Queasy is the fact that, like, even when you show up on the biggest stage that there is, and you win 3 games back to back, you're still ice cold. You know, you're still just calm, cool, and collected. I feel like if that's me and I just put on that performance, I'm geeking, right? I'm freaking out. I'm excited. I'm trying to keep the emotions back, but I can't. But Queasy's like, hey, look, There's still 6 games tomorrow to go, Zeke. If I want to win this thing, I got to stay locked in.
First things first, you'll find any reason to geek out, Zeke. We know that.
Fair.
But most importantly, job's not finished.
Yeah.
Job finished? I don't think so. He knows that. Queasy knows that better. Queasy knows that better than anyone, right? He's had to go to the last game of Global Championships multiple times, so he will be locked and loaded. I like Frankie's line of questioning, though, because this is something we have to start talking about now.
Yeah.
If these guys keep on leading the way, are people going to start looking at the Hive? Is anybody crazy enough to decide, hey, man, we got to try catch up to first place somehow. Let's just land on them. I mean, I don't want to speak into existence, but it's always a possibility.
No, you can. Feel free.
We'd love to see it, right, as a neutral viewer, but I think for them, knowing Queasy, they would have prepped for that outcome, that possibility, right? They would have prepped every single possibility in that current off-spawn situation. So I don't think that'll bring them nerves at all. I think, you know, Queasy spoke really well in that interview right there, and you need that from your IGL. I know you're saying like, oh, I'd be going crazy, right? But, you know, you need that sort of calm force in the team, that calming nature that Queasy have is going to be so crucial. And like you said, it's all about that experience that he's had, maybe not doing so good, and maybe getting ahead of himself after day number 1, that's now forming this sort of personality, if you like, after this.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, ultimately we might be looking at our next global champions, and I'm okay. Queasy, you can continue to be like that. Be ice cold. Maybe we can finally get EU a title. I'm just kidding. Anyway, I'm Team E, by the way. Now I've jumped ship. I'm on their
side. We're not letting you on the ship no more, man. The ship sailed. The ship is long gone.
Man overboard, and it's Zeke quite quickly.
Well, Fortnite fam, that wraps up day number 1 on the Fortnite Global Championships. Tomorrow we return with 6 more games. After those 6 games, we will know who will walk away as global champions. Tomorrow we'll be back. We'll set the stage. We'll get some more games. And then we'll wrap up with some incredible Fortnite action. With that being said, as always, until tomorrow, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.